kind of cool that the amount of time it takes to load the game is just about the correct amount of time for me to hit the stream button and have YouTube start streaming and actually show up live right when it's done loading. Alright, if memory serves, we were doing our mid-morning workout, and it turned out into a full afternoon workout. We're doing great with the strength experience gain. We'll probably be there in a couple of days. Let's start out small. Let's just do some farming. Okay, we still got days left on some of the tomatoes, at least. We got the one vine up there that went rotting on us. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we're gonna get fatigued like any moment now. It's a little early in day for that, but that's a consequence of spending the entire mid-morning on workouts. That's a lot of tomatoes. I could afford another freezer, but at that point, I would just do I would do yet another circuit. And if I'm gonna do another circuit, that means I need another premium technologies generator. And another freezer. I don't even know if I have another freezer. So we've got this one here. This one is currently on the light circuit, so if I could establish a new circuit, I actually would. I would like to do that if I could. If I had another freezer, it would be in here somewhere. I don't. That's okay. See, there's a nice balance of everything in each freezer. I suppose I could go out on patrol and see if I can find another freezer, but that's going to be a long shot here in Riverside. If I ever did find another freezer, it would be on the over here on this side somewhere. Now, I probably would have, picked it up and brought it back with me. Why does my OTC cam look foggy? There's no fog. What the hell? Huh. It's a little better. It is my cell phone that I'm using as the OTC cam, so it can always get messy. Did I ever check to see if there were... I don't think there's going to be more popsicle freezers here. I guess I'll take a look at the world map, and we'll see if we will see if we have another freezer somewhere. I think we will, but I mean, we got plenty of those double fridges, which are not bad. I am glad that I noticed those recently, or they were pointed out to me by one of my viewers. The double fridges are actually slightly better. How to say it? If you the storage space of the fridge itself is slightly bigger, so it is electrically you're using the same amount of power as if you just put down two fridges like the one I already have here at base. If I put down two of these red fridges, it would be the same power consumption as a single one of those double fridges. However, the double fridges have slightly more storage space. So if I'm going to put down two fridges, a double fridge would objectively be better. But if I'm going to have a single fridge, I haven't seen anything better than one of these. Now, speaking of, we do have some food here to eat. That's good. To refresh the page, oh, look at that! They just oh, this is, you see, okay. I was wondering why it was getting all blurry there. The map updated. Like B42map.com just updated, which I find to be supremely funny. You know, if any of my viewers are familiar with my streams and what I post and whatnot, I try to keep track and predict when the next updates are going to be for the game. We're looking at less than a week now, literally just half a week now. It's like next Monday or Tuesday is a very high likelihood of another update. So the B42map.com folks, they just updated it. Yeah, this is why you don't do very big projects on Unstable. Thankfully, these guys are good. I appreciate the work, even if it does happen at inconvenient times for them. Oh well. Now, the popsicle freezer here at this gas station that's the one over here. And the one from the gas station here in Riverside is the one up here. So I already have two of the closest popsicle freezers. Well, another one of those would be great. If I could find another one of those, I would no longer have to even think about the harvest. I could harvest all those tomatoes and just be done with it. But I cannot think of where there might be another one. Maybe if I'm willing to go to Fallis Lake. What about... I've never even looked here. This is the country club. Doesn't look like it. How about Fallis Lake? That would be a negative. I got a couple of those big fridges, but no, none of those freezers. For anybody joining, welcome. We are, we've got some tomatoes to harvest, and we've only got a couple days left. So I'm considering what to do about that. If I could find another double freezer, that would be great. I could take this chest freezer in the center here off of the light circuit once more. At which point, I would have 6 generators powering 10 freezers. No, I'm sorry. 10 generator, or sorry. 6 generators powering 2, 4, 6. Hang on a second. I need to redo my math here. Okay, so remember each popsicle freezer here. This is 2 freezers. So you got to think of it in that. So this generator up here at the top, the north circuit, is powering just this freezer. Central here is powering this freezer and this fridge. So central should be the most taxed. What is that? 3 freezers so far. Here's the 4th. And that is powered by south over here. And then we've got... I don't know. Well, let's just call this parking lot over here. And let's just call this shed over here. Shed is powering the 2 that are in the shed. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 freezers out right now. If we were to go get another chest freezer, or I'm sorry, if we were to go get another double freezer, that would be a total of 10. But I would undeploy one of them because this one right here needs to come off of the light circuit in the center. So I would undeploy this one and replace it with a double freezer, probably even further out, because the chest freezer over here is maybe I could use this as an excuse to expand the animal farm a little bit. My cows are probably in desperate need of some more room. They've been breeding. There's more of them now. And the best thing about expanding the animal farm is that it's very easy. I just literally a couple sacks of dirt. But before I even bother thinking about any of that, I need to actually find another one of those chest freezers. Oh, look, another meeting that could have been an email. I never get tired of those. I've lost track of where I am. What is that, Rosewood? Yeah, okay. We've got Rosewood. Rosewood is definitely gonna have one, yeah. That's a long drive. I'm not going all the way to Rosewood just for a chest freezer. Or a popsicle freezer. I would sooner go to someplace like Brandenburg than Rosewood. Brandenburg is actually probably closer than Fallis Lake here. I've already checked the gas station in Fallis Lake. There's nothing there. What about any other POIs? It doesn't look like it. Whenever you're thinking of the popsicle freezers, you're thinking mostly gas stations. I've seen them in other places, but gas stations are like the vast majority of them. Oh, okay, look at that, look at that. We do have one here. We even have some more arcade machines. But what the hell? I accidentally hit R. Apparently you can rotate the map now. I'm not sure what the purpose of that is, but cool. Thanks, guys. The feature list on b42map.com ever grows. Okay, we've got our target. We've also got to sleep. We're going to get hit by muscle strain really hard in a matter of minutes here. I'm actually surprised it hasn't hit us already. Let me go ahead and fix the circuits first, because that's something I can do right now. I don't have to be. I'm going to have to be combat effective if I want to go to Brandenburg and steal a freezer. Okay, we've got our short-term plan then. We're going to go to Brandenburg, steal a freezer. And in order to do that, we need to have a place to deploy it. Let's get back here. The usefulness of having a refueling vehicle once again grows. How about, oh, would you look at that? There's a nice, convenient little spot right here that I haven't built on yet. If I were to put a new circuit in the corner there, what would it be at risk of powering? The closest thing I could see would be this light right here. You know, Barotrauma is a game that my buddies pulled me into a couple of months ago. I didn't have very strong feelings of. Okay, I laughed really, really hard at the ragdoll system. That's another game with a ragdoll system that, yeah, it got a lot of lulls out of me. But I mean, you know, in terms of the gameplay, it was all right. I mean, I don't know if you'll catch me getting too deep into it because, you know, the same guys who pulled me into it. I love them. They're my homies, but they're also the same guys who pulled me into every other game on my list here. Hang on a second. Where is it? Games. Heroes and Generals, Ark Survival Evolved, 7 Days to Die, Project Zomboid, Darktide, Warframe, Stellaris. Every single game on this page that I've put more than 1,000 hours into. And, you know, the top 4 here, 2,000 hours into. Those are all games that my same friends, God love them, pulled me into, and then promptly fucked off to play something else. It's not a slight against them, it's probably much more a slight against me that I find something I really like and stop playing anything else for a very long time. But, yeah. Needless to say, I was actually terrified of enjoying myself too much when playing Barotrauma. So, that's the long story on that. Why did I bring it up? I bring it up because it has a really good wiring system. If I had to have my way on what electrical mechanics would look like in Project Zomboid, look no further than Barotrauma. That was a great example of, because, you know, you had an entire class of character that would go out there and rewire things throughout the sub, and the wiring system was immense. I was like I said, I looked at it and I was like, holy shit, if I get into this, I'm not going to put it down. And so I intentionally backed away. It's like it's like going out to the club and seeing that really, really hot girl that you know is crazy. Just because you know you're going to have a good time does not mean you shouldn't back away. Sometimes there's a time where you just need to back away. It's the video game equivalent of that, basically. So, anyway. I started thinking about Barotrauma because, man, if we had, in this game, if we had even like a fraction of the electrical system that they have in that game, we would have a lot of, electrical would be a much better skill. I might actually be able to do something other than make bombs and have it be useful. But, okay, let's... Now here's another thing. I could just go down to Muldra and get I could go down to Muldra and get both a generator and a popsicle freezer. Brandenburg is much shorter distance, but it's not like there's a generator waiting for me there. Well, okay. Hang on a second. Okay. Sorry, brain's going a million miles a minute here. One place we haven't hit at Brandenburg yet that I only just thought about. I'm ashamed not to have thought about this earlier. This storage unit here. I don't think we have not hit this yet. There's a storage unit that we haven't hit yet. That's actually embarrassing because I thought I had rated all storage units available to me. No, the problem with that is that's going to take a couple days. It would take... If I was just coming in here to steal a freezer and leave, I would not have to fully clear this place. If I was going to take the storage units, yes, I would have to kill quite a few zombies. A multi-day operation. Therefore, we're not going to be able to do that before the tomato harvest. Right? The whole impetus for me thinking about freezers right now, once again, is the upcoming harvest. For which I'm not going to be able to store... I'm still going to have to compost some of the tomatoes. I can already tell you that even if I get 2 more freezers... Well, it's going to be 1 more freezer, because, you know, like I said, with the light circuit, I'm going to shut off this one here. Okay, I have a short-term and a long-term solution here. The short-term solution is I'm going to go ahead and just take a generator I already have, just the red one here, and I'm going to go put it just fuck off somewhere out of range of the other generators. Oh, how about I was going to build out an outcropping over here how about I just drop it up here and connect it, fuel it, and see what happens. See if it powers any of the lights. Oops. There we go. I forgot that I have, I didn't forget. I have Control Z mapped to my mouse, which means I technically have the build menu mapped to my mouse. That's kind of cool. Anyway. I need a can of gas. That's what I'm going over here for. I know the pain is going to hit me any minute now from the muscle strain. We did a lot of workouts at the end of last stream. Alright, so we hook this bad boy up and we turn it on, we see what it powers. Okay, it is powering the lights in this quadrant here. I would prefer that it didn't, but can beggars really be choosers right now? I mean, okay, it's not going to hurt me too much to just... What do I need? Some sand? Yeah, I'll use some sand and make a, what is this? This is 1, 2, 3 wide. Yeah, I'll take some of my construction, or my crafting sand over here. Plenty of it to use anyway. So there's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I'll switch to dirt. There's only 1 charge left in that one, so there's no avoiding it. I'm going to have some left over. Okay. And then, let's put back the leftovers here. Take the hatchet from here. Alright, I should probably actually shut the generator off. It doesn't need to be on right now. Alright. Yeah, once again, the pain's not hitting me. I don't know why that there's no way. There's no way. We started our workout at, like, what, 9 a.m. yesterday? It's been about a day, IRL, but, I mean, whatever. Bedtime now, so let's see if it hits me overnight. It should be hitting me like a truck. We did every strength workout available to us. There's some pain? Yeah. Oh, there's a nightmare. But, okay, we've got some muscle strain coming. I can only assume that it's going to escalate very quickly, so we're going to have to assume that we're going to be somewhat combat ineffective very quickly here. Where am I harvesting dirt from these days? Let's just start on this side. I think I started this stream too late in the day. I recently did a little bit of math on well, not math, but just, you know, looking through my viewer analytics, and I get some of the best numbers on my streams when I start early, it seems. So I might have to reconsider. Oh, I mean, that's not always. if I want to stream regularly, streaming in the morning is not an option because I work in the morning. The only time I would ever the only time I would ever be able to stream in the morning is if it's a very slow day, and you know you can't rely on that. Okay, speaking of not being able to rely on things, I cannot build with my flashlight. Yesterday was too soon for that glitch to get fixed. Yes, I am using my Quality 100 Corvette as a flashlight. The things we do here. Alright, so how far have I gotten? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, let's just do one more bag of 4, and then should be far enough. Alright, there's our outcropping. Okay, that's... You see... This bro's about to yap. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not doing it. It's the fact that this generator's connected and not on. That should fix the problem. Now I can turn my... It needs a battery. Do I need to disconnect and reconnect the roof circuit or something? What the hell? Let's just try turning it off and on again. I don't think it's a light bulb. Well, actually, no, if there was a functioning light bulb in it, I think we would be able to remove it. It was the light bulb all along. There we go. Yeah, see, usually if it can do a... Okay, now here's an interesting question. If the generator's right there, can I put something right here? This would not be the best place to put anything. I hate putting things on the south-facing walls, either of them. What would be the best way to test that? Do I have construction lights in storage? Do I have anything in storage that would be powered right now? I have fluorescent lights. Let's just do a fluorescent light. No, okay. So the fact that it turned on means that it's within range of the, Now, no, okay. Sorry, just thinking to myself, there's only so much you can do with these, with the electrical system as it is. I would really prefer that the devs worked on electrical stuff instead of working on instead of adding ragdolls in the first place. But now that they're here, well, yeah, go ahead and finish them so that it stops becoming a combat risk to me. Priorities, guys, priorities. Okay. Muscle strain is finally hitting us. Are we out of... No, we got plenty. Cycling the leather here. Okay, so yeah, I am going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to have another fridge set up temporarily. I think this may actually be able to store most of the tomatoes, even if we get a lot, because the fridge is big. But I cannot afford to dilly-dally about. I mean, not necessarily, at least because this is going to be a red generator. Red generators, their condition is going to degrade faster than the yellow generators, so... we are... I'm gonna make myself a random. Hello, Ivan. Random aside here. I'm gonna make myself a cup of coffee because of the nightmare that's gonna throw off my sleep schedule if I don't. What do I need? I just need a mug. Where's my mugs at? This is my water container bin. Do I really not have enough mugs? Or did I put that in cooking? I put that in cooking, surely. I've got one mug. I thought I had mugs in multiple colors. This is shameful. Yeah. I've cut out the middleman when it comes to that. I just go straight to 200 milligram caffeine tablets. I bought a retail size pack of those a few years ago, and I'm still chugging along. Hey, look at that! I can actually use the black sage. Excellent. Isn't black sage a pain reliever? It is. That's actually cool. I was expecting it all to rot into the ground without ever getting a chance to use it. Okay. So this, we have some coffee now. Putting that in my backpack, and I'm just kind of assuming that I'm not going to get enough sleep this morning when I do my second sleep here. The workout that we did at the end of last stream is now coming back to bite us. It got us 4,000 strength experience, which is amazing. But if we do that too much, we'll get diminishing returns, which is part of why I don't usually even bother engaging with the exercise system. But we're so close now. We are so close to strength level 10 that just a couple more days of that insane regimen, we'll get there. We'll be strength level 10. And I'm going to feel real happy about that. That'll be the first time I've ever gotten to strength level 10 on a character after starting with strength level 9. Ever. I've never done that in build 41, build 42, nothing. Okay, I'm not counting. Back in build 41, I did play some multiplayer sessions with the settings, like the XP settings, jacked to high hell, because my homies I was playing with were not really interested in the grind. Yeah, see, I've already got 69 tomatoes in just the fridge here. That is, it's a lot of tomatoes. Okay, we're coming up on 4 a.m. here. Painkillers should, as soon as the painkillers let me sleep, I'll go ahead and sleep. And then when I wake up, I'm going to handle establishing the new fridge. And then I'm going to get rid of the tomatoes. We're going to be done with the tomatoes. Yeah, okay. We got a short-term plan. There comes back the pain, but I'm already... Joke's on you, game. I'm already asleep. Yeah, 32 fatigue at 7 a.m. is terrible. So I'm going to go ahead and drink... Well, actually, 32 fatigue isn't the worst thing in the world, because then I can just go back to sleep. If you are over 30 fatigue, you can still sleep. If you play the game without a stat bar and you want to know whether you're over 30 fatigue, and you're, obviously, if you have restless sleeper, that's probably why you're thinking about this kind of thing. Right-click on a bed, and when you see the reason that you can't get back to sleep, or rather specifically, it'll tell you when you try to sleep, can't get back to sleep, try again later. That means you are over 30 fatigue, you are capable of sleeping, you're just dealing with the stupid insomnia problem of restless sleeper, which is just basically just a random timer. Random timer every time you wake up. A random timer that tells you can't go back to sleep again until that timer goes away. Usually a couple of hours in my experience. But what that means is if I just fuck around for like, I don't know, half an hour in-game, I can probably sleep again. Half an hour in-game probably ought to be enough time to go ahead and establish the new circuit. It probably won't be enough time to actually do the full harvest. Oh, did I leave the stupid... I'm an actual literal doofus. Well, at least I recharged my Corvette's batteries. Let's call that a bright side, shall we? Okay, I need to drop some weight. I also, it would be nice to be able to be combat effective enough to kill a single zombie. I don't know if I am. With this much muscle strain, I'm 100 out of pain. I am in agony right now. That's a yikes in the multiple. Like, it would take me like 10 hits with my most powerful weapon type to kill a zombie when you're in that much muscle strain. It's very dangerous when it gets to the highest level. But, whatever. Let's have a bite to eat here. Okay. The game would let me sleep if I was not in literal agony. I'm going to take some painkillers. And I'm going to go ahead and drop some equipment. I need to drop enough to pick up a fridge. I really shouldn't drop my weapons, my firearms. I'll drop my backup. I'll drop the M36. I'll drop hatchet. I need to replace my water bottle. This is a perfect time to do that. I've been carrying around a 2-liter without, anything. I can go back to wearing a canteen now because I'm not currently doing the bandolier thing. Your chest is like it's sort of its own little slot. You can either wear, at least in terms of what I would prefer to wear, I have to choose between a canteen and a bandolier. But since I'm not currently doing, you know, non-magazine fed bullets, I'm not doing the big iron at the moment. I apologize for the false advertising. I'm not currently doing big iron. We're doing magazine fed weapons right now. But yeah, I can get rid of the 2-liter and go back to a canteen, which if you're because you're wearing the canteen, it makes the water weigh less or encumber you less. So that's a nice thing. Yeah, I should be carrying around a 2-liter bottle everywhere I go, but I'm not because, well, I'm a little bit of a doofus. Also, this literature note, quite literally a paperweight, carrying it around. Okay, the pain is suppressed. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep again. Now, here's a bit of a problem. 9 a.m. in this game would be a great time to work out, for the muscle strain to not hit you too late in the day. But we are still in agony. Still in agony as of 11 a.m. the next day. So we are getting hit with muscle strain almost 24 hours after our big workout. So any hopes of me being able to do that kind of a workout more than one day in a row, not happening. We did way too much at once. We've been combat ineffective for almost 12 hours now. That's terrible in Project Zomboid. If I was not at base, I would be sweating bullets right now. But yeah, that's okay. We'll survive, but things to be careful about in this game. All right, we've got plenty of room on us right now. We can well, I'm definitely going to have this hammer on me. I will never go anywhere without a basic short blunt self-defense. That's enough. I can pick up a fridge now, and I am able to defend myself. Although, to be honest, if I see 3 or 4 zombies, I'm going to get in the van. I'm going to drive away. When I'm in this much pain, this much muscle strain, no, I'm not doing any fighting at all. It is basic self-preservation. Look at that, a single zombie. I can probably avoid. Well, if I turned on the generator here to refuel my vehicle, I would not be able to avoid them, but I'm not doing that. I am just here to steal a fridge. Can I even fit this in here? Yes, okay, good. Just barely. I forgot that I hadn't... I forgot I hadn't unloaded all the curtains yet. Okay. I don't even need to put that in the trunk. I'm just taking it with me. I feel naked right now without being able to efficiently kill zombies. Disgusting. It's just this deep little... I finally understand what women talk about when they say they feel the ick. Yes, I understand the ick 100% now. There's no better way to describe the ick than playing a video game with no mechanism of defending yourself. Or, well, you know, an extremely inefficient mechanism that might as well not even exist in simple terms. I hear her pain. I really do. I don't like it when my characters are in pain. I genuinely sympathize with them, but she knows we're doing this for a good reason. We are going to be strength 10, and it's going to be great. And she's going to be even stronger than she already is, which, yeah, she's a fucking tank as is. Alright, we're going to connect the generator here and power it on. And this should only be powering this fridge, which it is. This generator is being very heavily taxed. I would never want to use one of these fridges normally, but they're really big. So if I want to preserve a whole bunch of tomatoes, not a bad idea. Alright, am I going to go ahead and kit back up? Yes, I am fully re-kitting. No reason not to. We do not need to pick up another fridge-sized item at the moment. And we're not going to be doing any workouts again anytime soon. We're going to be in pain for quite a while here. Possibly longer. Because you see, what's going on here is if you do a really heavy workout with no regularity for that type of workout, the muscle strain will hit you and it will take longer to dissipate. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think the game is making it FIFO, first in, first out, on the muscle strain. So you're getting, basically the muscle strain is queued, right? When the muscle strain for our bicep curls is done, then we get for the dumbbell curls. Then we get the dumbbell presses, and then we get the burpees, and then we get the push-ups. It's the game is, that's not how muscles work in the slightest in real life. I'm hardly a gym bro, but I have done workouts before, and I have felt muscle strain in real life, and no, this is not how it works. But, yeah, I don't know. I've never done push-ups for 30 minutes straight IRL, so I don't know. Maybe that's maybe that's how it would work if you did push-ups for 30 minutes straight. I don't think very many people anywhere ever can do push-ups for 30 minutes straight. Once you get into the triple digits with push-ups, you're like top 1% of humanity at that point. Most people, I mean, in my back, I used to do push-ups all the time, and part of our daily regimen when I was in Taekwondo, and 20 was our standard. But some days we would do more, and the days we did more, I never got past 50 personally. I don't even think I got 250. I just know that for 100% sure I never got halfway to triple digits. Anyway, are we harvesting the tomatoes now? I think we are. I'm going to start by filling up the freezers in the fridge there. Now we do still have days left, as opposed to hours, but there's a lot to keep track of here, and this is just too much work to bother trying to keep track of these. Yeah, see, we got 15 encumbrance of tomatoes from just those 3. Agriculture level 10 goes hard. It really does. To be entirely honest, I should just be dumping half of these straight into the compost. But that's just, I don't like doing that. I really don't. Maybe, and you know, I have no proof of this, maybe we'll get really lucky and next update will be the cooking update. We'll get more recipes. A guy can dream, can't he? But yeah, I'm more than anything, I'm tired of looking at these. I am tired of looking at crops. I'm tired of their tired of the gaps between them because of the cursed mechanic. I'm tired, boss. I'm so tired. Alright, freezers first. Okay, that's not bad. So that's 130 tomatoes in each freezer. We've got plenty of room left in the fridges. The cows agree. So that was pretty much 3 freezers of tomatoes that we just harvested. More notifications from a meeting that could have been an email. Wait a minute. I don't know. There were more. There were more. But I'm not done yet. Call right now and we'll double your tomatoes. Hi, Billy Mays here for Level 10 Agriculture, the fast and easy way to fill all of your freezers, guaranteed. Funny thing is, that time I was going the correct direction. But no, for some reason I feel the compulsion to park facing that way. Every other vehicle on the lot is facing the other way. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Okay, let's get rid of the crop plots so that I don't have to look at them anymore. Not like we're combat effective enough to do much else right now anyway. Yeah, that we're being punished very hard for that workout yesterday. Like, very hard. It's well, it makes sense. I mean, we did every single strength related workout that we could possibly do, we did. Not a very good idea for your safety in this game to do that. Because there's, what is that? That's a total of 5? There's 2 that you can do with dumbbells. There's 1 you do with barbells, push-ups, and then burpees. Yeah, there's 5 that increase your strength, and then there's the 2 others that increase your fitness exclusively. Burpees do both. To be entirely honest, if I just did burpees every day, I probably would not. Well, the regularity would make it worthless. Assuming that that's how that works. Okay, I need to fix my proteins, so we're gonna cook some food. That's our next immediate goal, is to get the proteins back up, because, you know, we're thinking about, even if we can't do a workout now, we're still thinking about our maximizing our proteins. Oh, so we took the last of the painkillers that we were carrying with us. That's why I was carrying that in my backpack as a replacement. So painkillers in my Alice kit are now back up to full. Oh, I need to... Okay, so if I'm going to be making special food for getting proteins back, I might as well also make special food for getting weight back. Because, we need to put on weight. So there's some butter I just churned. What does that mean? That also means we can just go ahead and straight up make, we can start drinking some of these 2 liters of cow's milk. I'm gonna start with one of those because that gets me both proteins and calories, which is I need both right now. So start with that. Let's now make us some. Normally I would never want to start drinking milk when I have so much food that I need to use up. Normally I would never want to do that, but now that we've reached a point where we are I don't know where I was going with that. I already forgot. Sorry. I was going to say something about whatever. We are calculating what to cook next. We need something with a lot of fats in it. Oh, we don't need that. No. Wow. I'm not sure exactly how this happened. My carbs are maxed completely. It's got to have something to do with the salads I've been eating. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. That means I don't need to go insane with butter. I just need calories. I mean, the butter helps you with calories, but it's also you eat butter to get your fats. Let us make some stir fries out of potatoes. We can add 13. So that's basically a potato. So let's take 8. Hate it when this happens. Some residue gets stuck on my mouse and it loses its ability to move properly. It doesn't necessarily help that I use my mouse pad area as a dinner table most of the time. In my defense, Your Honor, the battle station you're seeing here, I call it the battle station, the exodesk as it were, is built in the dining room, or where a dining room would be in an apartment. Like if you look at the floor plan for my apartment, this literally is the dining room right here. But it's not like I have a computer room. It's a studio apartment. So okay, so we've started 2 potatoes and a stick of butter. Now all that's left of each of these potatoes is nothing. So I'm done with those. As for what else goes in these fries, let's do tomatoes. Why are there so many partially used tomatoes in here? That's absurd. Two potatoes and 2 tomatoes in a stir fry. I could have had French fries. I literally could have made French fries instead. Fucking, of all the things to have a genuine jump scare about in this game, it's the goddamn light bulb going out. Alright, let's get a replacement bulb then. That is the central light, so that will get a white bulb. White bulbs are a little bit more rare than the yellow ones. But the yellow ones provide just a little bit less floor coverage. Okay, here we go. 2 tomatoes each. Oh, those are going to come out very hefty. These are going to be stir fries on the order of more than 60. I haven't had one like that for a long time. So these potatoes still go hard, even though they're stale. Actually, while those are cooking, I'm actually going to take all the potatoes and go put them in the fridge. There's no reason not to. The whatchamacallit, the fridge is if it's going to be powered, I might as well. I should have enough time to do this before those finish cooking. This is not going to do too much. I mean, they're already stale, but better than nothing. I should have done that when I first harvested them. Of course, that would have cost a lot of gas. Could do those for the jars as well. Hello, Hassan. Glad to see you again. Hopefully things have cooled down a bit. Doing pretty good for a Friday. Got ourselves a bunch of 60 fries there. That's excellent. Looking forward to eating those. So we have, just like with the potatoes, these jars, refrigerating them isn't necessarily required, but I'm going to do it just because I have the fridge deployed and there's room in it. These, you know, as we've found out, jarred food does have an expiration date, and it is approximately, well, it's going to be stale right around the 1 year mark, and then it's going to be, I haven't yet found rotten jarred food yet. So we still, actually, I don't know exactly what the threshold is for that. I will be very interested to see if we get to that point. We're coming right up on the point of my longest lived character here. I think in Anime's previous life we got to at least August, so we might have already passed it. So this is kind of just a token gesture, but you know, if we it's already got like a really slow rate of decay. So if we slow it down even further, every little bit helps. I regret not freezing some of these potatoes. For some reason, I got it stuck in my head that potatoes were heavier than other crops. They weigh 0.2, just like anything else. So I genuinely regret not, like, you know, in the back of my mind, when I first harvested these, I was like, oh, potatoes take much longer to spoil than everything else. But now that I see 172 stale potatoes, I'm just like, wow, I could have done something to forestall that. I do feel very vindicated on my freezer design now. Yeah. Okay. So I did come back with some potatoes. That's fine. Because I wanted to use some when I cook anyway. So now I don't have to go outside when I do. There are now some potatoes and tomatoes in my primary fridge for the cookins. And we are cycling to, what are we doing next? Habaneros next up here. And look at that, they're going stale already. That's a damn shame. But this is a perfect opportunity to find out if that even means anything in context of the drying rack. Nope, doesn't look like it. The drying rack does not seem to care that these habaneros are stale. That's cool. I'm good with that. I'm sure that the next patch is going to improve this a little bit. So you could forgive me for saying that I'm looking forward to it at this point. Of course, I'm not. That's not 100%. Not in the slightest. Oh yeah, thank you. I wish I had a third floor just for drying racks at this point. It's not beyond my remit, but that's a lot of work for not a lot of reward. Because I mean, you know, at that point, yeah, drying racks are actually not quite as important. So what I probably would have done if it was going to stay like this forever, if we could only ever dry one crop at a time, which is just like I said, this never should have been pushed to the game in its current form. But if we were going to do this, I would probably just go like empty spiffos and use spiffos as nothing but drying racks, because it's indoors, right? When you're building custom bases like this, trying to get a place to be considered indoors is harder than it might seem. You're fighting a lot of really weird hang-ups that the game has when it comes to getting a place to be considered indoors, and I have no idea why. It's a shame we already cooked those stir fries, because I forgot to add jalapenos and habaneros to them. But that's okay, I guess. What else do I need to use up here? This watermelon is not going to be long for the world. I need to put on some more weight relatively fast, and I also need more protein. So we're drinking another 2 liter of milk. Sadly, I hate resorting to this, I really do, but it is the most efficient option right now. It sounds really silly, but you know, this game feels 90s in some of its things, including its attitude towards becoming stronger. Drink your milk. Those silly got milk ads from the 90s. Oh man. If there's one thing from the 90s that I could go the rest of my life without seeing again, it's a got milk ad. I haven't even looked at the other drying rack. They might be synchronized, in which case... Oh no, this one I never put one up. So if I were to prep some leather... At this point, I'm just doing leather because it feels wrong to not have those racks doing something, even if that's silly. It doesn't cost me too much to go ahead and tan some of this. So the Landers pig leather, what is that? Is that large? I suppose we're about to find out. Let's get a brain, and all the other materials should be outside. Bowl of water that I left out here to be filled up with rainwater. Making a bowl of brain tan. And now we do the leather working thing. We go to the softening beam, pull the flesh off of it. Don't imagine the smell. It's probably this leather has gone a very long time without being processed, so realistically speaking, it should be rotting by now. But let's not give the Indie Stone ideas. Let's not give them ideas, because they will. If we give them an opportunity to waste our time, they'll fucking do it. I know that much. 100%. I have okay, so here's the thing. A lot of these systems that just take forever to do, I would feel a hell of a lot less annoyed by it if we had NPCs doing it for us. So I would like to have NPCs just like, you know, go to my leatherworking NPC who's good with you know, tailoring or whatever the hell, and just be like, hey, or put these bills together for me, Rimworld style. And I was wrong. Pig leather is medium. I should have known. Large leather is only cows right now. I remember looking that up. I looked up all the sources of leather, and right now the only thing that produces large leather is a cow. And I don't have any cow leather. Therefore, this is the only thing that I can dry on a medium rack right now. I do have another medium rack somewhere. And I have enough time before it's my bedtime, so I might as well. Let's go ahead and do another one of those. Yeah. Because there's another pig leather, and I have another medium rack, so I might as well. Oh no, I have another large rack, not another medium. Okay. Oh, never mind then. If I had another medium rack, I'd put it down, but I don't have one, do I? That's a negative. Okay. Yeah, I'll just put this back then. I need to put on some weight, so I'm actually just going to straight up eat an entire stir fry here. This should have plenty of calories in it. Oh yeah. We didn't go straight into weight gain, but we've stopped the weight loss for at least a day there. It was about 1,200 calories per. Not a lot, not bad. But yeah, let's hit the sack. It's a little early, we're good. For anybody joining, welcome. We have a bit of a so our plan. Did I even title this stream? Do forgive me for a moment here. No, I didn't even. Okay, so everything in the stream title is accurate. We are at day. Well, actually, now it's day 424. No, it's 425 now. We're at day 425. Usually, I like to put more in the title as to what I'm doing. But when I started this stream, I was like, I got to get into the game and get my bearings to figure it out. I have a general plan, but it's not something really worth putting in the title at the moment. So what we're going to do is, right now we've got a temporary problem, or a temporary solution to the problem of the tomato harvest. I established a new generator circuit and took a fridge from the gas station. These fridges are not the best idea from an efficiency point of view, right? Because these 185 tomatoes right here, they're in a fridge, not a freezer, which means all 185 of those are decaying faster than the ones in the freezers. That being said, we do actually have 2 freezers and 2 fridges here. Like, there's a freezer component to each side of this, so we're powering both a fridge that's larger than a normal one and a freezer, which is cool. But, what is that? That's 260 tomatoes between the 2 freezers here. That could be more, and it probably should be more. So what we're doing is considering an order of operations for another generator circuit to be established. But the problem with that, of course, is the fact that we're using a red generator over here, because we're out of yellow generators. But I came up with an idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone on that, because if we look at the map here, we've got, oh, wait a minute, we need to look at B42 map. Where you at? There you are. B42map.com. This is Brandenburg. We've been in and out of this area several times now, but something I only just remembered is the fact that there is a storage unit rather large one, right here. And it's right south of, like, the Spiffos here. This is like part two of my stream for this character. Like within the first month, we were in this area, and I actually cleared the area around Spiffos because there was a truck there that I wanted, or a van actually. That's where I got the Trey van, I think. Yeah, the one gray van in this lineup. That's where I found Trey Bane, I believe, was in that in the parking lot of that Spiffos. So I did a double tap on this door because I'm a doofus. Actually, no, I'm not a doofus. Look at the frame rate drop in this spot. You see how bad this is? It's because of these corner boxes. It's pretty bad. I would be able to move some of that stuff upstairs if I built a third floor, but I'm getting restless on building things in the base. There's a bit of restlessness because I'm not sure. I'm not sure if our character here, if our girl is going to survive the next game update. Right? Every time the game updates, it is basically a roll of the dice as to whether you're going to run into problems migrating your save from the previous version to the new one. B42 unstable. Oh, it's unstable, bro. It's unstable. Yeah, you bet your ass it's unstable. Granted, the devs have done a pretty good job of making it more stable. Yeah, that's right. I am unironically praising the devs here. They did some really good things in one of the recent-ish updates. I think it was one of the ones before it hit double digits, so 8 or 9 or something like that. They improved the way the saves get written to the disk. They actually made it so that if the game crashes while you're in the middle of doing something, you don't get those corrupting problems or anywhere near as many as you used to. Every time a inventory updates now, the game state gets written to disk. It increased the read-write operations probably by an order of magnitude. It's not probably going to be very good for the long-term health of my solid-state drive, but it's very good for the longevity of my saves. I mean, we've had several crashes. The only time we've ever had to roll back was just the other day, at the beginning of... Was it yesterday's stream? Or the day before stream? I think it was. At the beginning of the day before stream, we had a lockup that caused us to have the ambulance get severely damaged. I wasn't accepting that. I went ahead and rolled back because of that, but lost track of what I was doing there for a second. We're going to go ahead and eat another one of these stir fries, and we're eating the whole thing because we want to put on weight. Boom. We're at 1,800 calories now. That's good. Yes, we are now firmly into weight gain. I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe it's the tomatoes and the bell peppers, but something I've been putting in my salads has been increasing my carbs faster than I've been losing it. Right, so my carbs, just the other day, my carbs were at 1,000. 1,000 is the cap. So I've been eating a lot of carbs. I'm sure Annie would probably not have a very good result if she took a blood test right now. But who's going to take a blood test? Am I right? Who are the doctors? Are there any doctors left to take blood tests right now? No, there's not. All right. So order of operations now. We have weeks left on the kale. The kale is the last crop that I actually care about. We do have some rosemary up here. I actually thought that this was going to die at the beginning of the month. So we do have some rosemary here. There's months left before it goes bad. So I assumed it was going to die come September 1st, but it didn't. So we have probably until the start of October before the rosemary starts to die. So I don't even have to think about it, really. Even at the end of the day, it's really just a herb. Who cares about herbs? All they do is give you a little bit of happiness when you add them to a salad or whatever the hell. I can't do anything objectively useful with rosemary at the moment. What I really should be doing, actually, is adding some to my salads. Well, no, you can't. Sorry. I said fake news right there. You cannot add rosemary to a salad in this game. I remember specifically that being a problem. That was why I went upstairs with it and just dropped it on the floor, as opposed to wasting fridge space on keeping it preserved. What are we doing next? I don't have any books to read, do I? I'm 99.9% sure I don't have any books to read, but let's Just do a quick scroll through it. Yeah, I've got nothing. I could, if I were to just make a few pottery items, I could have pottery 3. I'm actually going to go ahead and put pottery 3 in my backpack. I don't know if I have enough clay to get there, but I'm going to make some. I'm going to make some things. I will need a. So, as part of our long-term strategy for going to Louisville, I want to build my own forge in Louisville. We are going to have so many zombies to kill that it makes perfect sense to me to have a forge in Louisville that I can go to reforge my swords when they break or come close to breaking. So that means we need to make a blacksmith anvil mold now. I'm going to go ahead and, well, I cannot. I don't have any clay left over. I did a bit of a silly thing and used up every bit of clay I had in reserve. So what does that actually mean? Once again, order of operations. I thought of pottery because it was a convenient thing to do for my next 30 minutes in game, but no. If I were to go start acquiring clay, I haven't traveled north yet. There is clay along the river to the north. In fact, there is a clay deposit, like literally just right up here, a little ways past where I've built so far. So I need to just, if I wanted to go pick that up, here's a entrenching tool, and I need 1 sack. There we go. This sack that I was using for compost for the whatchamacallit, the tobacco that, yeah. We don't talk about tobacco anymore. I know how to fix it now. I know how to fix it. So even if the next update comes and our save gets broken and we start all over, I have fixed tobacco myself. The devs didn't want to fix it, so I fixed it. But I also don't know if if it actually works. I don't know, because, whatchamacallit, sorry. I expect respawns up here, so I'm listening for zombie sounds. There we go. This is what fucking I'm on edge today. Hello, Possum. How you doing today? We are currently just doing an overnight activity. And that overnight activity is just picking up a little bit of clay. I did not even bring more than 1 sack. Because you can get away with just 1 sack. All you gotta do is empty it each time you fill it up. This is not the best time to be out looking for clay, because now the fact that we have not had any respawns up here, my confidence in my theory about respawns is increasing. I have a theory about respawns, and I didn't even talk about it last time I brought it up, because what use is a theory if you cannot even confirm the viability? Military lockers. That could, I didn't even know you could pick them up. I'm assuming you're talking about, like, stealing them from a checkpoint. If you're talking about military crates, they're a bit inefficient. I would never use them, but they're, well, at least they're easy to pick up. They might even weigh less than regular crates. I just remember that for a, organized person, they can only store 65, versus a wooden crate at 75, or 78. But they have a nice aesthetic appeal. I would probably, if storage was not such a big problem for me, I'd probably take them just for the aesthetics. Okay, that's enough for now. We are headed back. Yeah, no, that's... I should not tempt fate. Absolutely should not. But yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about my theory and see if well, you see, now that I talk about it, maybe I get proven wrong. But I was seeing a ton of respawns right around the 1 year mark, and I found that very interesting, especially the fact that they yes, okay, that makes sense. I haven't been to Guns Unlimited yet. That they do. See, to be honest, it would behoove me to have like a proper armory instead of just a wall of crates. If for no other reason than the fact that crates of a different design are easier to visually differentiate from. Like, right now, I'm constantly having trouble remembering exactly where my armory starts, my firearm armory specifically, where it starts and where the furniture storage here ends. This is where the firearms start. It's this row of 9 right here, starting with these three, and then these three, and then these three. That's basically my armory. Overflow is to the right here, where all these silly rifles that I never needed to bring all of those back with me, but I just wanted to. I just wanted to. It's, we sometimes do things here for no good reason. And at least in this particular case, there was a reason not to. And the reason not to was, my boxes are full. Looks like we got a big rainstorm coming. But I don't care. That's not going to stop us. Let's have another stir fry here. And then let's, what are we going to do next? We're going to make some food. We're going to make some food to bring with us. We're going to go to Brandenburg and take that storage unit. There is a storage unit in Brandenburg that I should have hit a long time ago, but I kept telling myself I'll get it next time I come to Brandenburg. And I've said that to myself probably 3 times now, because I've been to Brandenburg for at least 3 major operations now. The first was never, it's never a good idea, at least in my opinion, to like start hitting huge, massive storage facilities anywhere in the game if you don't already have some military gear. So Brandenburg is where I go to get my military gear early game, right? So these backpacks on the floor, the backpacks in my backpack, and the backpack on my back, and the Alice kit, all of that, Brandenburg military checkpoint. Literally in the first month of my game, I had all of this stuff because it's fantastic. Please don't tell the Indie Stone how easy it is to get, because they'll fucking nerf it. They'll make it so that no more military Zeds spawn at the Brandenburg checkpoint or something. I don't know. It's, you know, never tell the Indie Stone that you're having fun and it's objectively useful, because they will punish you for it. Anyway, I now have 16 clay, therefore I can make some clay stuff, possibly enough to get to level 4, which means I have a book to read. I would very much like to have a book to read, so that's what we're doing immediately now. Yeah, 32 experience for pressing a blacksmith anvil mold. And one of the reasons I made that is because I need a forge down in Louisville when I go there, so we've got that. Next we're doing what I would want to make next if I'm going to level pottery. The most objectively useful thing would be more crucibles, and that's a pretty good clay cost. I have 9 more clay, so I can make 4 more crucibles. Oh, okay. 40 experience each. That should be enough. Yeah, that's going to get us close. It's not going to quite get us there. We're close, but we would need to make, like, I don't know, 20 plus 40. We just need 2 more of those. Wait a minute. How do I still have more clay? The game seems to think I can make another one. Where am I getting clay from? Okay. Yeah, sure. Wait, no, literally, where am I getting the clay from? I'm baffled right now. Do I have one of these? No, all the containers in the area. I don't see any. Oh, there was some clay in the one of these trash bags full of loot that I haven't sorted yet. Thanks, past me, for not sorting that yet. Sorry. One of the weirdest noises I've ever heard, and it's not from the game. It almost sounded like you know the sound in this game when you use a sink and it's hissing because there's a lack of water. I just heard that through my window IRL. No idea what's going on outside right now. But okay, we need to do just one more of those. Yeah, just one more of those. YOLO. There's nothing else I would want to sculpt out of pottery right now. Crucibles are just objectively useful for both glass making and whatchamacallit, and metalworking. So we're going to fire those up. And to fire those up, I need a lighter of some sort, which I do have on just right over here. Let's start with the clay blacksmith anvil mold. Boom. So we've got one of the first things that is dedicated for our Louisville trip. We've done other things to prepare, but never anything so specific. Ivan, I don't actually store very much meat. I mean, like, freezers, obviously. But, yeah, I mean, if I had a lot of meat, I would put it in a freezer. But I don't have a lot of meat at the moment. Now, if I needed meat, look at all these beautiful Angus cows right out here. One could say I have too many of them, because Angus cows are only useful for their flesh. There's a reason Angus is known as a type of meat that you eat, because that is what you do with Angus, is you eat it. So there's 5 or 6 crucibles? Yeah, look at that. That's way more than we need. And then I'll just go ahead and put the blacksmith mold with it. So just basically everything we put right here is prep for the Louisville expedition. Now, I already have a pair of cows that are going to come with me. Specifically, it is a female cow and a male calf. Now, the reason I'm doing that is because you can only carry, when it comes to fully grown cows, or even just cows that are have reached juvenile, if a cow has gone to the juvenile phase, you cannot fit more than one into a trailer. However, you can fit an adult cow and a calf into the same trailer. So when we go to Louisville, we're going to take a adult female cow that is impregnated, so therefore is producing milk. But then we're also going to take a male calf. So what that is basically just a breeding pair. When the male calf grows up, there's our bull. So we have it's basically a way to get a breeding pair of cows out at the same time. Because that's what we're doing for Louisville. Like, we're going to be spending so much time there that we are going to have Holstein cows there, so that we can have milk and butter to increase our weight without having to come back all the way back here to base. So, a little bit of insight into the other prep that I'm doing. Because that's generally the theme of a lot of what we're going to be doing from here on out, is preparing to go to Louisville. I have never been to Louisville. I may be disappointed by the difficulty, but I also know that it is... I've looked at the population distribution maps. It is the most densely populated place in the game, bar none. So even if, I have heard some folks telling me that I might be disappointed. Nah, I don't think so. Because, just because I may not be constantly at risk. All it takes is one zombie. And when the distribution of zombies is so dense, the chance of one just, being left where you don't expect it, that is what I fear more than anything. I don't fear massive groups. When I see massive groups, I know where they are. It's the stragglers, right? It's the stragglers that you miss when you're trying to clear a clean angle of approach somewhere, for example. That is far more terrifying to me than massive groups of zombies. That's why I always feel like, people who play with 16 times pop, I don't know. It kind of feels like you're looking for danger in the wrong places. But maybe people don't want to have their thrill coming from the fact that they're putting 300 hours on the line. That's my thrill right there. 300 hours on the line. I was gonna cook. I keep getting distracted from that because the options are not that good. If I make a soup, I can use up these acorns. Not that using up the acorns is particularly necessary, but it would be nice to stop looking at them. You know what? Let's actually double check that. Dark Antimatter, let's double check that now. I'm going to the Project Zomboid subreddit, and I'm doing a search for distribution. Because this is where I first saw it. And I would be able to see it pretty quickly when I look at the pictures. I guess that might not actually be. Let's try population. Because there was a map. Somebody did a heat map. And it's not the normal kind of heat map. I think this is it. B42 Louisville zombie population. This is it. This is okay. So they split the map into cells. These are cells, and what we're looking at is this is outdoor. I think, right? Let me double check the post and make sure I'm not bullshitting you guys. God, I hate Reddit. I hate Reddit so much when you're using the new one. God, I hate the new Reddit. I hate that I have to use it if I want to post videos. Okay. Here we go. Yes, he's correct. Okay. This is only outdoor zombies. So this is the post I was looking at a while back. This is only outdoor zombies. This is the average for a map cell. So the checkpoint, which is where we've seen the checkpoint in this character's lifetime. It was a couple months back, but yeah, we've hit the checkpoint. We never got through it, but 1650 is just, remember, these are now randomized, but these counts are going to be similar, right? Because the heat map, the random generated population maps, they're still weighted pretty heavily. So these numbers are good for estimates. So that means the checkpoint actually is kind of the hardest, or at least it's on par with some of the hardest. Well, yeah, and again, remember, we're only talking about outdoor numbers. So the 1650 at the checkpoint are just, like I said, average. These are averages, average for the cell, right? So what it really means when it says 1650, it means that inside this box, there is an average of 1650 kind of just hanging around, which makes sense because, this box contains the road and the riverside camp and some of the other side camp. Yeah, 1650 is on par with deep Louisville. LSU is our destination, and I think it's this yellow building right here. So LSU just by itself is a little bit less dense, but right in front of it right here, there's 1640, 1650. Yeah, that is insane. This inner Louisville, 72,000. 72,000. Average. But yeah, I was not remembering incorrectly. Because, like I said, you got to stress that these are outdoor numbers. If zombies that are on multiple story buildings, we saw this when we went to the sanatorium recently. Zombies that are on multiple floors of buildings do not even spawn in until you go upstairs to that floor, right? So when we were hitting the sanatorium floor by floor, we had most of the area clear, and then we went to the third and then the fourth floor. We peaked at the fourth floor, and then we had to turn around and run the fuck back out because almost another 500 or so spawned and started spilling out of the building. I mean, spilling in a much more literal sense here. They were literally throwing themselves off of the roofs and becoming glitched ragdolls. Right. Yeah, the mall is definitely not just 900, because the mall is probably one of the biggest, just general buildings that has, yeah, absolutely. The mall is going to be, this is it right here, isn't it? Yeah. This big green L shape. Basically, the entire interior of this green shape right here is the interior of the mall, and therefore is not going to be counted by this whatever script they used to put together this little map here. So yeah, we got our work cut out for us. We have got our work cut out for us indeed. It is good to know, I guess, at least when it comes to just clearing the street level, that we've already technically sort of seen the worst of it if we go to the military checkpoint there. It was bad there. It was not something I couldn't handle if I really went hard on it. So I'm feeling good about that, but yeah. Oh geez Louise, I should have logged out of that a long time ago. Give me just a second, guys. My work day on Friday ends at 11 a.m. and it is now 11:49 a.m. Still getting messages on my work phone. And that needs to stop now. Goodbye. Until about 8 p.m. tonight, and then I'm on call. That's alright. We don't have to think about that just yet. Oh yeah. And even more so because when we get down to West Point, that's where we've got more ammo. I did an ammo check recently. Actually, in these bags right here, all of my 45 auto that I still have is in these bags. 45 auto is the big iron that I like to use most expeditiously. The other Magnum, the other revolver style gun that could qualify, probably even qualifies better as the big iron, would be the whatchamacallit, the Magnum here. I would very much like to use this, but the ammo is very... I would piss it away very fast. The ammo for this lovely thing here, if I started using it regularly, it would vanish like that. It would not last a fraction of the amount of time as the M625 does, because the boxes of ammo for the Magnum, the 44 Magnum rounds, they come in boxes of 20. So every single box of ammo that I find is like 2/5 of a box of 625. Or, sorry, a box of 45 auto. I have not hit Guns Unlimited yet. That is Echo Creek, isn't it? I probably should. I'm actually glad you mentioned that. I probably should before I go to Louisville. That would make a lot of sense. Guns Unlimited, if I'm thinking of the right place, it is in Echo Creek, and it is... But it's like beyond Echo Creek. Is this it right here? POS... Yes. Ooh, look at that. That is chunky. Now, my initial map exploration did not cover this area. So we have about a 50-50 chance of it being looted and trashed. And that is very depressing now that I think about it. Yeah. I believe you guys. I believe you guys. What I'm talking about when I say looted and trashed, I'm sure most of the guys in chat are familiar. But for anybody who's not, looted and trashed is a mechanic that you have a random chance of coming up to a place that you want to loot and having most of the, probably about 70% of the loot being gone. It's really depressing to see. And I have a counter to it, and it involves exploring the map very early in the game. Unfortunately, I did not go this route. So this map area for my character right now is unexplored. What does that mean? That means, I think, at its peak, after a long enough period of time, you have a 50-50 chance of a building that you've not explored yet being looted and trashed already. Yeah, I understand that completely. Dark Antimatter, that is, if I was doing sandbox settings for something more friendly, something that was less miserable, absolutely, that would be one of the first things I shut the fuck off. Or, I mean, okay, so it would feel a lot less, and I mean, you know, this has been discussed to death on Reddit and Steam and everywhere else. It would feel so much less offensive if the loot itself is just being transplanted somewhere else. Like, if for every building that's looted and trashed, why is it not, like, spawning at a survivor house somewhere? That would make a billion times more sense to me. And if that actually happened, I probably wouldn't even turn it off. Because it doesn't mean the loot is getting destroyed, it just means it's getting moved. And that actually kind of, that even gives you more incentive to explore, doesn't it? Because then you got to go out and find, okay, who the hell looted this? Where is it? And that gives you a chance to pull up your annotated maps and be like, this is find a map that says this is where we went after hitting Guns Unlimited. That would be fun. I would like that. Like, it would turn a straightforward looting operation into a scavenger hunt. You can actually make the game more fun if you counter the silly problem of right now. I said this right when I first saw it. When a building is looted and trashed, you might as well interpret it as the devs just reaching into your game and deleting a bunch of shit because you're having too much fun. That's what it comes across as right now. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people are on board with me on that, just based on what I've read on Steam and Reddit. So yeah, we're gonna make a soup here, and then we're gonna get rid of the rest of these acorns. Yeah, exactly. That's 100% on that. Let's do 2 acorns, 2 tomatoes, and 2 taters. That makes sense to me. I should have known that it would not use up the entirety of a tomato. That's alright, I guess. Okay. That's good. Now I can add a heaping of butter. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go upstairs and use the jalapenos and habaneros that are on the floor waiting to be dried. I'm going to use those first. Makes sense to me. I think I can actually use some of this rosemary too. Yeah. Rosemary that I cannot add to salads, which is silly. I'm pretty sure that I have eaten a salad IRL with rosemary in it. Been a while, but I used to work at a grocery store, and we had a salad bar there, and they would like prepackage them, and sometimes I would catch them before they had to get thrown out, because you work at a grocery store in the United States in this modern era, and you waste a lot of food because you don't want to deal with lawsuits after it gets close to its expiration time. So if you're lucky, sometimes you'll catch some food before it gets thrown out. And I had some really good salads there, and I don't know why, but like there was one that I had where it was like just like there was some stuff sprinkled on top of it, and it didn't look like something I would ever normally eat, like it was some leafy stuff. But when I ate it, it had this really unique taste to it. It was definitely a herb of some kind. It might have been rosemary. That would make sense. That would be pretty cool, because then I have direct life experience that counteracts what the game is telling me right now, among many other things. Okay, we got ourselves a soup. We got to cook it. What else are we cooking? We are... I guess I could use up the tomato. Or, sorry, potato. I still have a bunch of potatoes, actually. So I don't need to be skimpy about that. We're just basically making ourselves a bunch of stuff with butter in it. That's all we're doing. So I'll go ahead and put the soup in the oven, but I'm not going to start it just yet. So I'm going to prep another 4. Makes sense. Let's just do 2 each. Yeah. It's 8 tomatoes. And 8 potatoes. Oh, look at that. Look at that. There goes the watermelon. It's stale now. I should have known. I'm not changing course. I've already started this action. That's alright. Hate this. I accidentally picked up some tomatoes that are partially used up. There are a lot of partially used up tomatoes in my fridge because sometimes cooking doesn't tell me that even though it looks like it's going to use up the entirety of a tomato, or just, anything, it's not. It's actually not. The only way I can do is just, like, open it up like this and look through it and get rid of whatever is not the same amount of nutrition as the rest of this bunch right here. Well, actually, that bunch right there, I could probably make, I'm gonna save those for a salad, because salads inherently use smaller portions. So now we're doing 4 of these. And the reason I'm thinking about salads too, in addition to what I'm making, is I want to get rid of that the last of that watermelon there. Potatoes, tomatoes. Like I said before, this sounds really good. Yet another thing that I'm cooking in-game that I would probably eat in real life, unironically. But we're done with these tomatoes and potatoes now. Now the cool thing about these potatoes and tomatoes, I could even once they're rotten, I could pull the seeds out of them. But I don't think I need the seeds, so. There's also been a part of me that was hoping this storm would ease up, so that I could go out to Brandenburg and hit that storage facility. But, yeah, it's not happening. Hang on a second. Am I going insane, or is there something wobbly about the puddles? It doesn't look like it's happening on, well... Yeah, it looks like the puddles are wobbling. It might just be my monitor. My monitor's been doing weird things lately. It doesn't happen when I'm zoomed in either, so that's... Anyway, distracting, but not consequential. Got some butter somewhere here that I need to use up. There we go. And let's go upstairs and spice these up with some of this stuff that's going to go bad. Possibly the worst decision ever was to let us choose between different classifications of things here. When, look at this. Why doesn't it just give me 1 rosemary? Well, there's a flip side to that. But when you get the problem of it going off the screen. Ugh. Okay. Excellent. You can add rosemary to stir fries. Still feel like it's weird that you can't add it to salads. Yep, used the wrong butter. Oh well. Oh well. I am at least keeping the butter that I'm trying to use up separate from the full sticks of butter. Alright, these are all ready to be cooked. Now, while those are cooking, I'm going to split that watermelon up. We're going to smash it instead of slicing it, because it's going to get us less than I probably want. Yeah, see, it's stale. So, that's probably 5... I'm going to stick one of these stale potatoes straight into the oven there, cook it up alongside the what I'm currently cooking. Oh, I went to the sanatorium as practice for Louisville, actually. That was one of the several reasons. I mean, specifically, the sanatorium is very close. It was very close, and I needed to not go too far from base because I had to go back and forth several times while I was there. I think I went back and forth when I was doing the sanatorium over the past couple of streams. I think I went back and forth to the sanatorium and back to base probably about 4 times total throughout the entire operation. That all had to do with agriculture, and also, my generators ran out of fuel at one point. I was not even that far away from base, and my generators ran out of fuel, so that's definitely a concern at the moment. Despite splitting everything into separate circuits. This is going to be a 60 fry. Do I need to do it into series? No, I don't need to split these into series. We're just calling these 60 fries. Because these are actually coming with us. Because we're going out in the field relatively soon here. The soup can go in the fridge. This is a 80 soup, so I'm going to split it into 2 bowls. So what I'm going to do for that, actually, I'm going to name the soup 40, and then I'm going to take 2 bowls. And what that's going to, because you can't rename it once it's been bowled, so by naming the soup 40, which is half of what it's we end up with 2 bowls of 40, right? And they have they reduce 40 hunger. So there's our little secret there. You can't rename bowls of soup once they're split, but you can do something creative with it before you split it. Yeah, you know what? I'm trying to use up some watermelon chunks. I'm okay with it. I will go ahead and use up the stale bits. Cooking is tedious sometimes, it really is. But at least I am able to say now that I am using up a lot of stuff that probably would have gone bad otherwise. So by putting all this into a salad, I can toss these salads into the fridge and extend their lifetime by almost a month. So that's cool. There's a whole bunch of habaneros and jalapenos that would have gone bad, but now they're going into a salad that it's going to make me happier to eat it. I haven't had to pet an animal in a very long time because the food that I've been eating has just been that good. If the food you eat provides so much happiness, then you don't really need to read books or pet animals or any of the other stuff. Now, what did we get? These are basically all 30s, so I'm just going to call each of these 30 salads. 30, give or take. Okay, and all these go into the fridge. Not very compelling content, I know, but it's going to heat up in a bit here. And I take the 60 salad in there with me because that is the one that I need to eat next, basically. And you know what? Maybe I'll add some vegetable oil to it. Yeah, I'll add some veggie oil to it. That may have been a slight mistake, so now I can't rename it back. Yeah, that's, if it's frozen good enough and it doesn't ever, go back up. The ice crystals mess up the texture. But otherwise, we're going to top off the generators before we go on our little trip to Brandenburg. The question of what vehicle to bring comes to mind, and it slightly depresses me because Well, if I bring the big vehicle, then that means I'm coming back with big loot. And what does big loot mean? More loot sorting. I have never felt more turned off by loot sorting than I do now at the moment. Alright, refueling vehicle, and we are refueling the lay generators. Oh, I need to be repairing these too. I need to be repairing these. This one does not even have its own dash of parts, which is unacceptable. I need to fix that, but... I could just start keeping electrical parts in the trunk of the refueling vehicle too. I don't know. Maybe in the passenger seat. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I learned something new. Thankfully with rosemary, instead of any other crop. But yeah, I don't want to mess up the ones that are actually able to be harvested. You couldn't pay me to care about that one in the corner, but yeah. It's down to 60% over here. Hey! Not that electrical level 7 is going to get me anything, but I have it now. I like having electrical level 7. No condition damage to this one yet, thankfully. That does give me a little bit of hope. If it was a blue generator, it would have already taken some, even though it's only been up for a day or two. Again, that is a worrying amount of gas usage, though. It is the most heavily used of my current circuits, and not really by any choice of mine. Basically, my only options right now are fridges. Look at that. That's a nice clean number right there. So whatever gas we have left, I'll just pipe it into the refueling vehicle itself. What does that leave us with? Several empty gas cans? Oh yeah, three of those bad boys. Okay, we are gonna go to the... We've got respawns to kill in the gas station area. What I'm also going to do, though, is I am going to go with that idea I had. We're going to fill up a duffel bag completely full of electric parts. So containers at the top of this stack. This one looks good. And look at that, we got like 400 electric parts in here. Boom. And we're just going to take that duffel bag full of electrical parts and leave it on the passenger seat of the refueling vehicle. So if for some reason we run out of electrical parts when we're doing the rounds on the refueling, we now have the ability to fix that easily. Speaking of fueling, I don't remember if I actually topped off my ambulance. It's fine. I also don't... No, I can't really bring the ambulance right now. It's still full of stuff that I haven't sorted yet. I keep kicking the can down the road on that. Someday that's going to come back and bite me. Now, there are still some zombies to the south that may be attracted by the noise we're making now, but it's whatever. If they want to come up and fight, that's their prerogative. I'll fight them. Alright, time for a little bit of killing. What weapon to use? I don't really have a prerogative on weapons right now. I could use anything and it wouldn't hurt me to use anything. How about... let's level short blade a little bit. We're in a position where it wouldn't hurt. Now, why do I use short blade at all, ever? I do like it for the fact that it is... well, it's the only weapon that's an offensive weapon that you can store on your Alice webbing. So, literally, that in and of itself is an incentive to get good with it. I think it actually needed to sharpen before I got started here. we're gonna be sneaky, we might as well work on the sneak. Range has always been a very important thing to me. So, of course, using the weapon with the shortest range is, well, not always the best of ideas. There's another thing that I will be bringing to Louisville with me. I have a collection of fighting knives. I have been saving my fighting knives specifically for Louisville because fighting knives actually do have a slightly higher damage than hunting knives, and you cannot make them with metalworking. Therefore, whatever you find is all you're ever going to have. Actually, it might not even be different damage. It might just be crit. I think it was just crit that was different about fighting knives. Kind of a redundant jaw stab because it was already dead anyway. Well, look at that, we're already tired. Hey, you know what? I have a place to sleep right here, so we'll sleep at the gas station tonight and resume the killing. Now, you hear that? You hear the door beeping? I left the door open. How would I ever know that I left the door open if there weren't beeping? I just find it really funny that the Indie Stone left a mechanism in there for doors being left open. The only way to do it is by, you have to kind of like hold down the button for combat stance while you're getting out. Like apparently that will make it so that you get out so fast that you forget to shut the door, but there's no animation for it. So you have no idea that the door is shut unless you get close to the vehicle and you hear the beeping. Kind of silly. Oh, look at that. There was one up there this whole time. That's terrifying. Imagine sleeping with a zombie within 40 tiles. That's no good. I don't like that. Messing around with zombies to get the jaw stab just really does not feel like it's worth the reward. Because even though you got that 1 second stun lock, and knives are pretty fast, so it's easy to maintain the stun lock, it's still dangerous. If you're within stabbing distance for the jaw stab, you're within grabbing distance. And that's no good. Literally, I classify that as a mistake, letting yourself get that close to a zombie. Look at that. I got so close just now that I had to push instead of attack. Knives are dangerous, man. Not just to people, but to the people using them. Yeah, it honestly would not take too awful much effort to get ourselves to level 4. Now, another reason that I do like short blade, and it's not just because, you know, it's the only weapon type you can put on your Alice webbing. I also do like it just for the fact that if I'm going to go for a finisher, well, there's situational benefits, right? It is the quietest weapon. If you want to kill a zombie and not have the sound of its death radiate for 40 tiles, knife is the way to go. In fact, the jaw stab, I think, is perfect quiet. I'm not sure on that, don't quote me. I think the jaw stab is actually a perfect quiet kill. As in, like, you could jaw stab a zombie and it would radiate less sound than if you were to just, like, stab one normally, let alone kill one. No, normally I don't care about being stealthy, but having the option to just, stealth and have a stealthy kill weapon, I like options. I really do. See, usually when there's some in the parking lot, it usually means there's some in the cul-de-sac here. Well, hello. Okay, so those two there, and then what do we got? If we have respawns down here, then my theory may be wrong. I don't see any respawns down here. That's cool. So yeah, my theory on respawns had something to do with it being the population growth that you normally see in the early game. My theory was that that actually applies on a yearly cycle. So, like, even though it's been a year since the start of the apocalypse, we're still seeing the population increase as if it was the first, I don't know. I have no way of saying if that's true or not. All I know is that right around the 1 year mark, they started respawning quite a lot. So far, we've only seen one around the fenced area. And that's... I don't know. I have no conclusions yet. See, my brain is desperate to not acknowledge the fact that we might just be getting respawns showing up more regularly. Shit, that's not good. It seems like the headlights on my fire truck are actually pretty bad. Nah, that's a regular black bandana. No use to me. Whenever I see a black bandana, I always want to see if it's the kind that is random color. Because I actually do have a bandana here, the one that I always carry around with me. This is technically a random color bandana. It's not the one that's like default black, has the white designs on it and throws off my color combo. But this is so close to being perfect black that it actually works for my set. So I'm still technically on the lookout for some clothing items, even though I have almost everything I could ever need. There's still some things I'm keeping an eye out for. Okay, that didn't feel quite as bad. But then again, it's like, can I ever do that reliably? I don't think so. Even the people who level short blade specifically have told me that it's not the most reliable thing to go for. You know what? While I'm using this vehicle, let's replace its headlights. These headlights are embarrassingly small. How about I take them out and put them on the ground over here with these other headlights that I randomly got rid of. Yeah, these are all shit condition too. I do appreciate the devs for just not bothering with oh, I've already stolen those. You can use any light bulb in the game as a replacement for your headlights. I've already stolen the light bulb for that one too. It's almost as if I've looted light bulbs from multiple places nearby. But like an idiot, I've already committed to this course of action. So now I gotta go find some light bulbs. Here we go. Could always go back to base, but you know. That is a lot of work. Driving up the road, man. Why would I want to do that? I'd rather enter infested zombie territory and put my life at risk. New headlights coming right up. I'm still kind of baffled at the difference. The headlights we just threw out were only like, I don't know, 75%. But that's night and day right there. That almost tripled the amount of light that we were getting by going from like 75% to 100%. Like the curve of degradation is, sorry, the fall off. we can use something relevant to lighting. The fall off is rather sharp. I don't think I have any graphic artists in my audience who would get that joke, but I'm here to please even the most obscure folks. I've dipped my face into enough topics that if you guys watch my streams long enough, you'll hear me make jokes about some of the most obscure shit ever. I don't think I've found a single other person on the internet who is interested enough in the international phonetic alphabet to understand my references to that. That's some obscure shit right there. Very useful though. I very much enjoy it. I stand by the IPA as a very, very useful thing. But yeah, that's right. We need to do better. Not bad for a midnight activity. We didn't, we didn't get that far with short blade, but we got a little bit of experience, and we did the patrol that I wanted to do, which is clear out the local gas station area. So we are refilling vehicles, taking care of. We're putting it back. What else are we doing? Still haven't. I've been thinking about it. I've been mulling it over. I haven't actually decided what vehicle I want to use for the expedition yet. We just did jalapenos, I think. No, habaneros. So now we're back to jalapenos again. Pick up 5 of those bad boys. Well, for every one of these we do, it's one more that we have on us in the future that we're not going to have soon. I shut down all the lights before because I thought I was getting ready to go out, but not quite. But tomorrow morning I think will be good. I do need to replace my hunting knife. Other than that, I think I will take. I'm gonna take the ambulance. What I'm gonna do is transfer the inventory of the ambulance from the one that I'm currently using to the backup one. Just because I don't yet have a destination for those curtains. I kind of just picked them all up because I wanted to. Wasn't even necessarily that I had a place to put them. I mean, I do have a place to put them, but if anybody watching has seen my base design strategies, it involves a lot of standing around and picking things up and putting them back down again. That's not exactly what I had in mind for this stream. It is a Friday after all. So I have a higher ceiling on my audience. It makes more sense to do something more interesting. So instead of trying to find a home for all of those curtains, we'll just put them in there for now. And then, okay, I do need to do what I need to do with this backpack, because it is mostly full of weapons that are in need of replacement. Let's add the firefighter axe to that list. Okay, so we need a new sword for the passenger seat. We need a new firefighter axe for the passenger seat. Oh, wait a minute. No. This one can go back. It does need a handle repair, but I mean, you know, that's fine. Add materials for handle repair. Yeah, so I just need a sword. I also need to wash this thing. Okay, so the ambulance is more or less prepped. Let's fire up the forge. We've got several hunting knife blades that have already been disassembled and are in need of reforgery. Let's go ahead and get rid of the current one because it's about to break. And the firefighter axe that's in my backpack here is... the head is down to half condition, so I'm done with it. Slated for being reforged. Shall be reborn in the fire. You'll just have to imagine the fire. Right, so all three of these machetes and all three of these swords need to be reforged, which is quite easy. All I got to do is take the blade out of the assembly here. Alright, let's start with swords. I think I've got enough charcoal for... I'm not going to do like a full reforge because I would have to go get more charcoal if I wanted to reforge everything I just brought back. So I'm just going to start with one sword blade. I'll do two. I'm going to get one sword for the ambulance and then one sword for my person. And that'll be good. The machetes can wait. So that only cost me 16 charcoal right there. That's good. So the other sword blades slated for reassembly. That goes on the ground. As do the machete blades. Which just leaves me with stuff that needs to get put away. I have a little bit of stuff that got to get put away. I got a box of 223 that I found. That goes in here. Bottom left-hand corner of the firearms stack. And another big iron and another magnum. So there goes the magnum. There goes the big iron. We do have another big iron that's ready to go, actually. Speaking of ready to go, let's go ahead and make a spear. Because we have the parts for one. And we need one. So there's a spear. That's going on my back. And now I just need to assemble those two swords after reforging their blades. There should still be plenty of small handles up there, so all I gotta do is stand in front of that crate, and it will make them. So there's a sword for my hip. The hatchet can go into my backpack as a backup weapon in case I need one. And now I just need to remember to sharpen both swords. Grinder be here. Now all that blade work, and I forgot the blade work that was actually the impetus for it. The actual impetus was hunting knives, of which I don't know if I have any spares left. Let's double check. Right, so I have 6 hunting knives up here. However, these are the pre-war hunting knives. World War Z term. These are the hunting knives that you cannot forge and therefore look prettier. The ones you forge look very ugly. Now here are butterfly knives, fighting knives, switchblades. I think the fighting knife is actually the best. Yeah, see, the damage is the same as a hunting knife. But I do believe the butterfly knife, the fighting knife... Oh no, the butterfly knife is actually terrible. So is the switchblade. So really it is just the fighting knife. And the one that I have has already got its condition loss. That's really sad, but not entirely unsurprising. Basically all that means is I have a single knife that is special, and everything else is just, well, same. Okay, that means we are making new hunting knives. Unlike the other blades, you cannot make a new hunting knife blade from an old hunting knife blade. Oh, no, you can. I lied. Fake news. So yeah, I just take one of these hunting knife blades that I tossed into the bin. We're actually doing 2 of those. And we're just reforging those. Both of those. Same deal as with the swords. Let's go give them some handles over here. And then we'll sharpen them. And then we've got our knives back. One of those can go straight onto my webbing here, and the other one is going into the ambulance along with the sword. Now, I don't think there's any firearms that I'm going to be going nuts with while I'm in Brandenburg specifically. Mostly because I actually don't have quite as much ammo right now here in Riverside. But also, I feel like if I'm going to be using weapons that I need a level, spear is probably the best thing to do right now. And I say that because spears are, there's no books for them, so I don't have to really think about, the replacement process. Or, sorry, the optimal experience game. That's what I meant to say. I'm on the fence as to whether I should start carrying around respirator masks. There have been a couple of times at the height of my working on the sanitarium, there were a couple of times where I wanted to use a respirator mask instead of a regular bandana, just to keep myself from getting sick. This doesn't feel like a good idea, but I could take the, Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to forsake my club hammer. Am I? Am I really? Should I? No, I really shouldn't. Sorry. Hello, dude. DJ, how you doing? Caught me right at a moment where I'm trying to think about whether I need to redo some of my field kitting. None of this stuff is stuff that I want to sacrifice. I'm always going to be carrying around most of this stuff. Even the backup hammer. That almost feels redundant now, but yeah. Now the crowbar and the club hammer. Those are... Yeah, I can probably live without those. So what does that mean? That means I'm putting the leather jacket under the passenger seat. Because at this point, I'm using it as armor. This leather jacket is basically just armor. Yeah, because technically speaking, in the vanilla game, there's nothing you can do with a crowbar that you really need to worry about out in the field. If you're not really like, you know, windows or garbage bins or floor tiles. A lot of the tool usage of a crowbar is really just aesthetic. So carrying one around all the time is not actually that useful to me. So I will put the half-mask respirator, the leather jacket, in there with the rest of my armor. And that feels good. Yeah, I like that. Now what does that leave me with? That actually leaves me with room for a box of nails. That leaves me with room for a box of nails on the passenger seat. Leave the club hammer and the crowbar here. Now the club hammer and the crowbar that are on my expedition vehicle, I will leave those there because that is a yeah, I'm leaving those there. Maybe I would want to replace a window on one of my field bases. Who's to say I shouldn't? Let's see. Now we're doing box of nails, sorry. Had a brain fart there. Box of nails. My recent experience in Thunderland Hills has taught me that 12 nails just isn't going to cut it. I'm going to be carrying around an entire box now. And I'm going to put that on the driver's seat there, along with, we're going to get one more bag of chips. We should also actually eat. We should also actually eat. Now, I could fit a lot of calories. I'm going to go ahead and eat one of these stir fries straight up here. A little overkill, but it's alright. Now, I got that duct tape out because I wanted to replace the duct tape in my field kit. So that mission's accomplished. Now, if I move the respirator to the glove, that leaves me with 2 encumbrance in the passenger seat. That means I can put... Actually, I already had it. A nightstick wouldn't hurt. The times that I would use a nightstick in my loadout are pretty slim, but it actually goes well to go into the weapon kit here, because, you know, the times I actually would use it is probably when I'd be reaching into the weapon kit anyway. For reference, almost always on my belt right here is just a hammer. One, because it's a great self-defense tool for being level 9 short blunt, but also because I just use a hammer so often. Whether I'm building field defenses or just, you know, Project Zomboid, claw hammer, yeah, you always want to have one. But every once in a while I'll replace the, you know, if I'm doing nothing but killing zombies, then yes, I'm going to put a nightstick on my belt in place of the hammer, and actually fall back to that when I need to, I don't know, smack back zombies without having a two-handed weapon. That's usually the fallback for that. Yeah, because like right now I've got a spear and a sword on my first 3 slots, which means my only one-handed weapon right now is the claw hammer. So if I was going to get into a big fight with zombies, I would be incentivized to replace that with something. But now that I've gotten rid of that, I can say that I have completely emptied my military backpack full of weapons that needs to be sorted through. I was holding on to these because I'm going to burn them for charcoal. So I drop them over here at the charcoal burner and then forget about them forever because, well, since when have I been able to keep track of wood in this game? You know what? I spoke too soon. Let's take these saplings with us, and we're gonna carve those into handles to make some more spears. I don't know if my spear homie is ever gonna watch this, but if he is, shout out. I'm not forgetting about spears. You know, maybe I could in one of my future characters for this game. Maybe I could make a character named Britney Spears. I would have fun with that. But I don't even need to look into the weapons bin. I just need to make some new spear tips. There we go. Long spearhead. Only 4 charcoal. Now, this is what I was thinking of. Okay, so long spearheads, for some godforsaken reason, these are one of the things you cannot reforge from a previous one, right? So I've got a bunch of long metal spearheads here that are about to break that I would have preferred to reforge, but I cannot use a spearhead as a material to make a new spearhead. It used to be that way with everything, but the devs made it nicer for blades. What does that mean? That just means that there's an extra step. If I want to reforge one of these spearheads, I've got to spend charcoal melting it down into a steel chunk first. I'm not going to do that. I'm operating on limited charcoal right now, and I don't feel like doing another burn at the moment. I feel like going out and killing zombies. Yeah, see, I can't even make more than 1. I don't have enough charcoal to make more than 1. That's damn. Okay, that's all right. I would have preferred 2. I'll take 1. The interesting thing about spears is that the handle is such a wear item that it would actually behoove me to have 2 handles. Because I will probably want to replace the handle on the spear that I'm currently rocking, even though it's fresh. Alright, D Charlie can go on the floor here. It is now sorted. And D Alpha and D Bravo are basically just filled with weapons that are gonna start to get deployed once we're going in the direction of Louisville. Like, for example, this is all the 45 auto I have left. For anybody joining, welcome. We're preparing to head to Brandenburg. We're going to hit the storage units there that I've driven past one too many times for me to want to admit. Right. And now, of course, the stream title, or the stream thumbnail, the big iron meme, it's relevant, but unfortunately we are very low on 45 auto, which is what I typically like to use with revolvers in this game. This is all we have left. 45 loose rounds and 4 boxes. This is all we have left in Riverside. So what we're probably doing, short term, we're going to Brandenburg today. Later on in the stream, what we're probably doing after that is we're probably going to Guns Unlimited. And now I want to, you know what, we're probably going to take it even if it's looted and trashed. So I did not, this is where Guns Unlimited is. It's north of Echo Creek. When I first went out and explored the map early game, I did not pass by this area. And I was explaining this before, but just as a quick recap, if you do not explore an area during the early game, then by the time it's late game, after about 6 months, I think there is a 50-50 chance of it already being looted and trashed. So we have a 50-50 chance of about 70% of the loot in here being deleted when we get there. So, but that being said, I don't know exactly what the breakdown of that is likely to be. So I may actually loot it I may fight my way in anyway, even if it is looted and trashed. Because I've never tried to take a gun store that's been looted and trashed before. So I don't know exactly how to best phrase this, consolation prizes may be there. Because to be honest, I have hit a looted and trashed, I have hit the military surplus store once while it was looted and trashed. And if I recall, a lot of the ammo crates were still full. And I don't know how reliable this is. In that particular run, I think I actually found a military backpack on the floor. Like, not in a shelf, but on the floor. Which is kind of wacky in my experience. I don't find military backpacks at the surplus store very much at all, ever, on my characters. That's, in fact, when I try to think about it, that's the only one that I recall finding. So, let's go ahead and carve both of these saplings into spears, or spear handles. And I will go ahead and assemble the one that we've just made. So this is our backup spear. And then to go with it, we have a backup handle. We also have reading material. We have food. Yeah, we've got just about everything. We're going to refill water, and then we're heading out. Now, I don't know exactly how much combat we're going to need to do. The area we're fighting our way into, it's got a few. It's got a number of zombies. I don't have a strong number in my head, though. There could be a lot. There might be a not. I got nothing for that. We are going to be low on protein in the not too distant future. I don't have a good solution for that to bring with me other than a 2 liter of cow's milk, sadly. I would have to, if I wanted to do it the right way, I could thaw some rabbit meat. It doesn't make sense to thaw rabbit meat and cook something else when I already have a whole bunch of food items in my backpack that are already a day old and therefore need to be eaten. So we are deploying now. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? I hate that feeling. I hate it so much. It is not a fun feeling. How about I move the whetstone to the passenger seat and I put the what was I going to put on the I was going to move something around, but you know what? Oh, garbage bags. Yes, I want to put the garbage bags somewhere else. So I'm going to move the respirator filters out of there. Garbage bags. Now, 5 garbage bags is more than enough for an ambulance, so we're good now. Yeah, I already have more garbage bags than I'm going to need. Carrying around 8 garbage bags at once, that's something for a hauler, like one of these step vans. That's not really, you don't have enough room in an ambulance for more than like 6 garbage bags once they're full, even if you have a perfect trunk. So if we're going to Brandenburg, we're taking the north exit. The only other question I have in my head is, am I going to get out and kill anything on the way? Most likely, yes. Yeah, because we're going to need to take this road again to go to Guns Unlimited. So any zombie we don't kill is going to be in the road when we come back, and in the road when we try to go to Guns Unlimited later. you guys aren't familiar with my take on Project Zomboid, this is a strategy game with the occasional tactical moment. You're witnessing the tactical moments now. But otherwise, in my head, this is a strategy and logistics simulator. This is not a first-person shooter. Maybe you could call it a Dota sometimes if you think about it that way, but no. It's a there's not enough constant attacks of zombies. If you had like a 7 days to die mechanic in this game, you can think of it as a Dota. But no, there's no tower defense aspects really. Base defenses are a meme. The only real defense for your base in this game is just constantly patrolling the area. You know, you get these people on YouTube who make these really cool looking castles, and that's great. What's going to happen if a single zombie wanders up to your castle? It's going to start smacking the wall somewhere. And what are you going to have to do? You're going to have to go outside of your castle and run all the way around to wherever the fuck it's smacking the wall, and then you have to kill it there. So it's like, you know, having these big, massive, pretty walls. They look cool. Don't get me wrong. You're never going to hear me say they don't look cool. But no, it's really just a lot of work. Because when a single zombie wanders up to your base, you got to go all the way outside, go all the way around, and kill it where it is. Yeah, no. Possums, you're 100% correct. This is Farmville with extra steps. But if you want to be pedantic about it, you could say that Farmville is really a bit of a logistics simulator in and of itself. It's just a little bit less specific of a description of the mechanics. So I'm pretty sure that people who actually go long on Farmville get a lot of enjoyment out of the routine aspects of it. The planning the plants, planning the harvests, all that. I've never actually played Farmville. I'm just assuming that it's like that. I used to think Farmville was a very, very, very silly game, but no. I get it now. It was actually thanks to Yahtzee, Second Wind, formerly of The Escapist. He came out with a piece on dad games. He called them dad games. Because what are they really? Whenever I see people playing Farmville, a lot of them were boomers, and that makes perfect sense to me. Now that he kind of came out and explained the appeal a little bit better than I could have ever figured it out myself. The other games in the category of dad games would include the truck simulators, the trucking simulators where the people. I mean, if I want to play trucking simulators, I'll play Project Zomboid. I mean, I've got I'll play Project Zomboid and I'll fire up my hauler, and I'll try not to run into rabbits, and also, you know, have something else to do other than just driving from one place to another. But yeah, I guess if you really just want to turn your brain off and you don't want there to be any extremely high stakes, then yeah, games like that are a lot of fun. It's stakes. Again, I haven't talked to my doctor about this, but playing a game where I'm constantly, every time I fight a zombie, I'm just putting 330 hours of a character's lifetime on the line. Yeah, that's probably not good for my blood pressure, to be entirely honest. I've done a pretty good job about chilling out over the years. If I had live streamed probably like 7 or 8 years ago, you guys, I probably would have been canceled already for saying a gamer word. Like I used to be very, very firebrand when playing video games. You could say that maybe I'm just getting more chill over time, but no, my brother is 10 years older than me. He has twice as much gamer age as I do, literally in his 40s. Y'all come out of there, huh? I hate it when they group up in forests. That shit happens, where they just disappear because there's a single tree in the way, so you can't see them. Anyway, yeah, it's not just an age thing, it's a mentality thing. I don't know exactly what it was that chilled me out so much, but yeah. Ever since, like, well, it was probably the day job. It was probably the day job. Because that's what lines up, really. That is partially true, Possum. Maybe it's a fragment of me playing a lot of B42. But I feel like because of B42 breaking your saves, I've got an incentive to start over anyway. That doesn't involve the bruised ego of dying. So that's my current take on it. Also, the people who say that this game is really easy, they're the folks who have gotten lost in the sauce. This game is not easy. The only reason I, have a 330-hour character here and don't feel like I'm at risk of dying anytime soon is because of a billion little things that I'm keeping stored in the back of my brain that most normal people would just be like, why the fuck would you spend all this time learning that for a single video game? And I would have no answer to that. I mean, yes, it's fun, sure. There's many other ways to have fun, though, that don't involve... Our brains are limited in storage space, by the way. And that the worst thing about memory is that when you lose it, you don't know you've lost it. I don't know exactly what my brain decided to overwrite in order to make room for all the shit that I've learned about this game, but it's probably substantial. Yeah, and again, it's like, you don't remember what you've forgotten until you start to remember it. Yes, Possum 100%. People get lost in the sauce. When I say that, I mean, the people with thousands of hours and no self-awareness. I mean, yes, I have 2,000 and about 60 hours in this game, 2,060. But I at least can say that I have the self-awareness to say that, just because I have that many hours and a lot of things are easy to me now, that doesn't mean it's going to be easy, nor is it going to be very intuitive, right? Because there's still things that I'm learning about this game that some people learned after their first 10 hours. And that, of course, truly baffles me. But that's also an artifact of, when you find a way that works for you when you play this game. At least for me, it's hard to get out of the habits. Once something works, I'm just like, yeah, okay, I don't need to do anything different. That's why I know so little about jaw stabs, because 2,000 hours, and I never really seriously started using knives as a weapon, because why? It's literally why. It's not my strong suit, and it's counterintuitive to my combat strategy, which is never let zombies get within grabbing distance of you. Okay, I think that is the hot spot. After this point, we should not... Well, we'll still probably see one or two zombies on the road, but that was the lion's share of it. We don't have to get out and kill them anymore, unless we get random one-off groups. 15, sweet. I guess today it was a good day to start in the morning. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently on our way to Brandenburg to hit some storage units that I thought I didn't actually think I had hit. I just drove past one too many times. Literally the third major expedition I've done to Brandenburg, and I still did not make time to hit the storage units. Now, what I will be really disappointed in is if there is a reason I haven't hit them yet. I don't think they were looted and trashed. Or were they so insubstantial that I didn't even bother to loot them? I don't think that's the case, no. If I can hit storage units, I will. Simple reason for that, there's still some level 5 books that I'm missing. Yeah, no, this low stamina cost is actually one of the reasons I've been training with them. The low stamina cost makes them an amazing finisher. Like, even if you're, let's just say I think I have a level 10 Longblade. Level 10 Longblade, sword, backup sword, it will still cost me less stamina in combat to get an opportunity kill with a knife. And what's an opportunity kill? Well, if I knock down a zombie without killing it, or I just, get an attack of opportunity, then it would be a lot less taxing to switch to the knife. Knives are like sidearms for Longblade, aren't they? Switch to your sidearm, it's faster than reloading. But that comes doubly true when you think of reloading as reforging. That they do, yes they do. They're going to probably pair even better with firearms once the devs fix the silly problems that we're running into with ragdolls being so difficult to target. I only just realized that my frame rate on my face cam is getting cut. That happens a little bit when we drive. This is this highway I'll be using when I go to Guns Unlimited, so we have got to keep this highway clear. At least clear of groups. If there's a one-off, then it never hurts to drive around on the highway because you have plenty of, yeah. There's a lot of habit forming in this game. When I first picked up Build 42, After a very... I must have went almost a year without playing between when I went hard with build 41 and then started with build 42. There were a lot of habits that I had figured out in build 41 that were still relevant to 42, but I just didn't remember. I'm only stopping here because I think there's water in here. And I need some water. No, there's no sink. A gas station without a bathroom. That feels like a nightmare to work at. I would hate to be an employee there. That's alright. I just, like the doofus that I am, I forgot to do something as simple as refilling my, my water. On the bright side, I do have this... I have this bottle of cow's milk. I was going to just chug the whole thing when I needed it, but you know what? I'll drink half of it. It's fine. This will keep my calories up, and it will keep my proteins from going too low. If anybody watching is new to Zomboid and you're not familiar, you generally want to keep your proteins between 50 and 300 if you're actually trying to get experience in the strength stat. We have gone all 330 hours of this character's lifetime, starting at strength level 9, and we are only just coming down the home stretch on getting to strength level 10. By design, it is very, very, very difficult to get. We don't even talk about fitness level 10. I don't ever... I just think of fitness as something that you get a lot of when you start, and then good luck ever getting more. Good luck. Because you lose experience, by the way. It does degrade. Now, that being said, I don't think anybody can ever really play this game and lose fitness and strength experience to such an extent that it becomes a problem. Where did all these guys come from? These are all respawns. Fascinating. Okay. Well, let's, yeah, maybe. It's, okay, so it's not a meme if you are a fire officer. If you take strong, athletic, and then fire officer as the profession. Yeah, I used to do that too. That's why at one point earlier I was saying that I've never actually gained strength or fitness from 9 to 10 normally. That is still true, but I did once get to strength level 10, and that was just because I had boosted the experience rate by like 10 times. Which does kind of, what that really does is it kind of damages the impact of your starting decisions. I do think it needs some balancing, but right now it is, it does make your starting decisions very important when it comes to strength and fitness particularly. Because almost any other skill, as long as you don't take like slow learner or something, almost any other skill is not that hard to grind over a long enough period of time. All of the combat, like even aiming, we've had to get a lot of kills, but because we were smart about it, we are aiming level 7 now and some change. It's going to be very hard to get to 10, but it's not outside of sight. We just, one of our goals, of course. Now that's another thing. That's another thing I didn't even think about. Guns Unlimited, if it's in good shape, it might actually have a copy of Aiming 5. In which case, that would change our calculus for our approach to Louisville. Because right now, my approach to Louisville is to go very combined arms, switch back and forth between Longblade and literally do the Gunblade thing. Switch between sword and firearm constantly because, unfortunately, I'm very close to getting to level 8 both. Level 8 Longblade and level 8 aim. That might sound like a good thing, but once I get there, I don't have the books for the next set. And that's not as big of a problem for Longblade as it is a problem for firearms. Because ammo of a lot of calibers in this game is theoretically finite. The map spawns with a certain amount, and once it's gone, it's gone. Maybe you'll find a zombie with a magazine of 9mm, or a couple of shotgun rounds. And maybe you will get really, really lucky when foraging for trash. Beyond that, good luck. What you start with is what you can rely on. That's the best way I'd like to phrase it. What spawns on the map is what you can rely on in the future. Most useless. It's a bit of a toss-up, and all of my complaints about anything being useless can be solved with just a little bit of additional adding, right? If I was to tell you what I think the most useless profession is prior to build 42, I think electrical, because even before build 42 came out, electrical had very little use in the higher levels, and now that it's out, I still am not. I'm getting nothing after level 6. There is nothing to incentivize me to have anything more than level 6 electrical. And yet, of course, just because I read the book and I'm constantly doing generator maintenance, I'm now level 7 in electrical. I literally just got a level in electrical just by optimizing my gains. Didn't even go out of my way. But, yeah. Electrical after level 6, really needs some work, but before level 6, of course, you know, the devs had the big brain maneuver of making a prerequisite to wire generators without a magazine. So there's the obvious that, but I mean, that's a bit weak. It's a bit weak, to be entirely honest. Most generators are not that complicated, and I'm pretty sure most generators were not that complicated back in the 90s either. Now, of course, generators for things bigger than your standard 120 volt plug, maybe. Powering a fridge with a generator is a little bit more complicated than just plugging it in, because you got to make sure that it can handle the load. I believe there are some generators that are, even today, that are not powerful enough to handle a whole fridge, especially if it's a 240 volt plug. But again, this is not something that would be too difficult for somebody with an owner's manual for a generator to figure out. Like, most of the time, if somebody's willing to sell you a multi-$1,000 generator, they're willing to sell you just bundle in a little owner's manual that tells you everything you need to know. Most of the time. Now, like a silly goober, I told myself that I would never need to drive this road again. But that was silly of me. Because, of course, I'm coming back to Brandenburg. I don't think there's any risk to running into those cones, but I'm not going to, on principle. Okay, we're getting closer to the storage facility. It's right over here on the left, and that is a lot of zombies. Therefore, yeah. So, fun story. I have been to Brandenburg so many times. This is one of my former vehicles right here. This is, I'm pretty sure I've emptied it out. And I no longer have the key for it, because this was, to give you an idea of how long ago I used that vehicle, that was before I could hotwire cars. Yeah, we've been in this area before. Now, that's a lot of zombies. Okay, I was wrong. The storage units are up here. Okay. Now, I do actually have a field base here. Believe it or not. Since my character is getting tired, I am now thinking about a place to sleep. And as fate would have it, I do have a field base here. Like, close enough to be useful. I have two field bases that I like to... Well, I mean, I have one that I always go to, the Chateau, that's north of the checkpoint here. But I have another one that I established more recently when I hit the mall here. I did a full clear of the mall. Pretty much anything useful that I could take from it has been taken from it, as you can see by the copious bloodstains on the wall. We killed quite a few zombies to secure this place. Well, unfortunately, a lot of them will have respawned by now, so... That's not relevant as much as the base that we stayed in while doing it, which is just to the north, I believe. We'll go up this... Damn it. I hate threading the needle next to zombies like that. All they got to do is bump the side of my vehicle, and there's another -5, -6 storage space to the trunk. I also may have lied when I said that I cleared this place. I cleared the Gigamart, but I just saw a store full of stuff that I haven't cleared yet. Interesting. I do know that I don't have a lot of room in my van, so I won't be doing any full clears and no malls. It seemed like a little bit much for a residential unit that's been cleared once already. Alright, let's go, guys. I got a place to sleep here. I can't wait for these spears to get nerfed. Oh god, man. If the Indie Stone watched my streams, well, no, it would be one of the most detrimental things ever to the state of the game if the Indie Stone watched my streams, because they would learn all the fun things and make sure to get rid of them, and they would learn all the things that piss me off and make sure to make them worse. That's the kind of relationship we have, of all the parasocial relationships. The ones between a hardcore survival crafting gamer and the devs who make the games. That's one of the worst parasocial relationships I've ever had. I feel like I actually have a pretty solid parasocial relationship with all the content creators I follow. Like, usually a lot of people will... I've never understood the concept of hate watching personally. Like, I don't hate watch people. If I don't like their content, I just don't watch them. That being said, Short Fat Otaku, I've recently, I don't know if anybody's going to be familiar with him. He's just a small-time YouTuber who tries to go very, very hard into calling himself a centrist. He's failing that, in my opinion. He's definitely chasing away most of the right-wingers in his audience. But he is adamant that he is not a leftoid and is therefore a based big-brain centrist. So I kind of do watch some of his content, even though it feels like he's trying to insult half of his audience sometimes, but I don't really care. I still do watch him, just for, if no other reason than for the fact that with how polarized everything is right now, somebody determined to not fall for the polarization is a breath of fresh air. But otherwise, yeah, that's literally the only content creator I watch that you could say I occasionally hate watch. But otherwise, no, I don't do the hate watch thing. So this is our field base that I've used once already. I actually did a thing to make it so that I could drive around it. That's usually a prerequisite for me. If I'm going to make a field base, I need to be able to not have to back up. So, and it should probably also have some water. Pressure left in the sink, I'm assuming. Yeah, it's fine. We've only used a couple liters from it. Okay, we are just a little bit hungry, so we're gonna eat half of one of these stir fries. I have a feeling I'll have no trouble eating the rest of those and not going hungry. So it is a little early to go to bed. I have an idea. That idea requires stealing some light bulbs, which I cannot do. So right now, the game is a little bit broken with flashlights. Didn't I leave fuel in this? Yeah, there's gas. The battery is... yeah, it's good. Just want to make sure before I start fucking with it. Right now, flashlights are a little bit broken for crafting and reading purposes. So, to get around that, I've been using... literally using vehicles as flashlights. And so, by angling it like that, turning on the headlights, I now have a light source in the bedroom there. A light source that does not consume gasoline or a flashlight battery. But it is still just a little bit early to sleep. I'm going to go ahead and sit down and read pottery for 30 minutes here. Wait a minute. Did that really... okay. I wasn't close enough to the window. So we're just going to read for about 30 minutes here. Seriously? Maybe I should re-angle it. I do want to be able to read because I actually want to step away really quick. Like, you know, to 2 or 3 minutes here. And get some water. So like a moron. I didn't just forget water in-game, I forgot water IRL. Transfer some liquids and whatnot. That should do the trick, right? I don't even need to leave it running to charge the battery. I left this car full of gas because when I was siphoning gas in the area last time I came here, I got so much that I couldn't fit it all in my main vehicle. Okay, that should be enough. Absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and get our first sleep in. And then we are going to read a little bit as I step away briefly. Then finish out the night. And tomorrow we will fight our way to that storage unit, see what it has to offer. As a restless sleeper, we have 2 bedtimes, 22:30 and 4 a.m. So I usually have to come up with a nighttime activity to screw around until 4 a.m. when I can sleep again. Reading is great. That's one of the reasons I leveled pottery, so that I can read the next book. Hello, Richard. I will be back momentarily. I can give you a recap once I'm back. Be right back, folks. 3 minutes tops. Alrighty, we are back. Appreciate everybody for sticking around. Lane's manual for performance. Oh yeah, that, I think for our character here, we had a little bit of trouble finding, I think it was standard. Standard actually took us a while. Alright, so we are just going to fast forward now until 4 a.m. That is our second bedtime. And since I have no idea when these stir fries are actually going to start going bad, I'm going to go ahead and eat that. If it was a vehicle that I cared about, I would also get out and shut the headlights off, but it's a throwaway vehicle. It's full of garbage parts. But yeah, so for anybody joining, as a quick recap, what we're currently working on is we are in, this is Riverside, this is our base. We are now in Brandenburg. We have, in Brandenburg, we have hit the shopping center already, but the first thing we ever did in Brandenburg was the military checkpoint here. This military checkpoint is, in my opinion, the most accessible of the military checkpoints, and so if you want to go get really good military gear, the Brandenburg military checkpoint at the end of KY60 is a fantastic resource. I hit it in the first month of the game. By the time we were in August of the very beginning of this character's lifespan, we already had full military gear. We had five military backpacks, I think, and Alice webbing and all the other good stuff, several jackets. But yeah, that was the first time we went to Brandenburg. The second time we hit the Pondview Shopping Center down here, and then the third time we established a field base. I think it was here on Lawrence Lane at the top there. Yeah, this I didn't even mark it. And then we just cleared the main heart of Louisville here. Or, sorry, not Louisville. Brandenburg. We cleared the heart of it here. Yeah, we came away with a lot of fun stuff. But we have been here 3 times, and we have not yet hit the storage units down here. Which, you know, for me, I like my storage units. I really should have done that by now. I guess the only defense that I can think of for myself is that I have not... It takes a lot of effort to clear the area in this, you know, general vicinity. I really should have hit it when I hit the shopping center. That would have been the most, if I were to do that in the future, I would absolutely hit that at the same time as the shopping center. All of this stuff that I left here is just crap that I don't really care about. Literally just some local use tools and a bunch of cloth. I used to collect clothing all the time because it was assistance to level tailoring, but I'm level 10 tailoring now. I do not have to think about tailoring ever again on this character, and that is oh yeah, maintenance is one of those things that I mean, I got to level 10 in it pretty quickly because I start with a plus just a +1 to it, but yeah, that's the power of +1. Oh, if you don't have a military bag or an Alice kit, very highly recommended. Chest rig is very close. And I think the devs actually recently made it so that a chest rig gives you the most of the same benefits as an Alice webbing. I think you lose 1 slot and you lose like 1 unit of encumbrance or something like that. But it also, what it does is it removes the combat speed debuff that comes with Alice webbing. Me personally, I just eat that. But to be entirely honest, if I had a chest rig, I might use it occasionally. Emphasis on might. Yeah, we've completely cleared this road. I don't have to be too cautious here. And the respawns at the mall don't actually seem that bad, so I think I can take this route. Oh, there's no webbing slots. I thought there was 1. Okay, that's weird. That's actually pretty weird. Of all the things to give you slots for webbing, whatchamacallit, the SCBA gives you at least 1 webbing slot, I think. But not the chest rig. That's okay. I guess the chest rig is literally just a fanny pack replacer then. That's sad. Yeah, in that case, no, I would never use a chest rig if that's the case. I thought I gave you 1. That's so silly. Now, that being said, something that I find to be honestly somewhat unforgivable in this game is the simple fact that you can't put flashlights on your backpack straps. That was something I learned as a Boy Scout. Not even as an Eagle Scout, mind you, as a Boy Scout. Like, when I was still a noob. Like, before I got first class. Before I got first class, I had learned how to do that for evening hikes. But I digest. It's kind of funny that the developers of this game, you would almost assume they have a history with the Scouts because they added those traits and whatnot. Now here's a lovely thing about spears and chain link fences. Poke. We're gonna do a little poke. Great. They can't even get to me. There's a lot of chain link fences like that in Muldraw now, so if you pick Muldraw as a starter city, spears are great. I still find it criminal that there's no skill books for them, though. At the moment, you don't necessarily need them, but I'd like one. Oh yeah, headlamps. That was the go-to for 7 Days to Die. It still technically is, if I can make room for it. With the new armor rework system, I could never make room for it, but something I would make room for if I could. Beautiful. These stupid vagrants down here. Okay, that's a. So what I actually am gonna do is I'm gonna use a sledgehammer on part of this fence. Mostly because climbing up and down when you're trying to loot a place, that's a lot of work. I'm gonna be breaking out the sledgehammer anyway for this place because the doors, I don't feel like beating them down with a regular weapon. That being said, if I'm going to make my own entry with the sledgehammer, I need to be strategic about it. Our most likely angle of approach for zombies is going to be this direction, generally speaking, because there were a lot of them down here just last night when I drove this way. Yeah, so we're most likely going to have them coming from that side. We don't want to touch the fence over there. We want that to be nice and intact. But I would like a nice and easy way out. So I feel like, I mean, it was very peaceful coming down this direction. So that's we're gonna start up here. So sledgehammer I keep in my passenger seat. Put that in my hands. And then I'm probably gonna have to drop it because I gotta kill this asshole before they become an annoyance. I'm not a sledgehammer or a long blunt user. Therefore, this is not ever going to be a viable combat weapon for me. I don't even think, even if you're good with long blunt, if you really want to be using sledgehammers in combat, because, yeah, that's a +3 stamina usage per swing, even if you're, you know, level 10 with the weapon. That is a big waste of stamina. I would never do that. Even if it was a guaranteed one-shot every hit, I would never do that. So, if I'm going to make my own hole big enough for vehicles to traverse, I'm going to do 4 of any fence. So we're halfway there. Because I have no skill with long blunt, 2 usages of the sledgehammer is enough to give me minor muscle strain. Therefore, I need to take a break. Red muscle strain makes you combat ineffective for way too long. So we're just going to do a little killing, wait for the strain to go away, make another 2 holes. Then we'll start taking a look at the loot. Yeah, at least the wood axe has a, you get a couple more options with it. The crit rate is insane. It's like a 70% crit on a similar mult to the rest of the axes, so basically, you would have to look very hard to find a situation where you weren't one-shotting. Ooh, look at that! Oh. Oh, I'm so glad I decided to randomly look at these corpses. We got a key to the storage unit. We don't have to use the sledgehammer. At least, maybe not. Hang on. Nope. Okay. So, the keys to the storage units. Oh, this might be why I never came here. I must have seen this already. It's not a reason not to come to a storage unit if you see one of the units looted and trashed, right? So this is what we're looking at here is a place that's been looted and trashed. We can tell that not just from the trash on the ground there, but the fact that all the doors are busted out. So one set of these storage units are looted and trashed. I had a feeling that might be the case, because I probably saw that and parsed it as a lower value loot target and just ignored it. Probably multiple times now. But there are still some intact units here. So it is more valuable than other places I've been to recently, like the sanitarium. The sanitarium is not just a low-value loot target, it's a no-value loot target. There's literally no loot there. Or, you know, maybe, there was a part of me that wanted to find out if there was something special hidden on the 5th floor, maybe. But that was a lot of killing. And we still weren't done. We killed about 1,600 zombies. 17, or we didn't quite get to 2,000. We killed a lot of zombies at the sanatorium. And we've still only cleared up to the 4th floor. There's 5 floors there. And for the first 4 floors, there's no loot. It's a homeless encampment. There's literally just, as Cave Johnson said, it's all tattered hats and beard dirt. There's nothing of value there. I came away with some cans of soda. That's about it. If I wanted soda, I'd go head up a gas station. But yeah, at least by getting the key to the storage unit, we can get the indoor stuff here. Now I heard a door tapper somewhere here. Is that the back door? No, that's like the, what is this? Is this a bathroom or a supply closet? Interesting. Somebody with a duffel bag. Not somebody important with a duffel bag. It's a 4-screen duffel bag. I'll take that. Okay. Always feels good to be able to open doors like those. Those doors usually take a sledging or many, many hits with your weapon of choice. I like how he had to ragdoll because he was sitting. Thanks, Cindy Stone. We had a lot of fun with ragdolling zombies the other day. That was fun. For anybody watching, if you're not familiar, when I hit the sanatorium, we discovered that there is a very, very interesting problem that comes up with zombies that ragdoll because of a fall from a very tall height. Whatever is wrong with that, the devs are still very, very much working on it. Hopefully. Because right now it's actually so broken that it caused like actual problems for us. It was so bad at one point we had a game crash because we ran into a zombie that was flipping around all over the place so erratically we couldn't even see it when we hit it. And then when we hit it with our van, something stupid happened, and the game froze. But even worse than that, when the game froze, I guess it was still running. And I must have accidentally hit the backup key, like the S key. I must have accidentally hit the S key, because what happened when I closed the game and reloaded it is I heard my van crash into something. Not the zombie that we were hitting, but something behind me, the fence. I had backed up into the fence while the game was frozen. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with Build 42, but your trunk space and your vehicles are a very valuable thing. And it gets reduced anytime you take a collision on the side or the trunk. And you get diminishing returns on the repairs. This is a quality 100 engine ambulance. So any damage that I get to the trunk or the sides or whatever, you can fix it, but you have to be very strategic about when and where you fix it. Because if you fix it too early, then you've wasted a lot of time. Or rather, you've wasted a lot of potential fixing. I guess I will go ahead and I'll tap one of these doors and then leave the sledgehammer behind and go do some interior looting. Ah, look at that. A generator. I was actually hoping to find one. Because one of the generators we're using back at base is actually a red one. I would prefer to use all yellows, so this will be our 6th yellow generator. Once we get back to base and deploy this. This will be the 6th yellow generator. We have more, by the way. We have more than just 6 yellow generators. But they're in Muldraw right now. Muldraw is Generator City. If you're having trouble finding generators in this game, go to Muldraw. Hit all the sheds, hit all the storage units. You will come home with plenty of generators. Probably plenty of the good ones, too. The yellows are the best. Okay, so didn't find a lot there, but we found exactly what we wanted, one of the things we wanted, so what else do we want here? What else is important to us at a place like this? We want books. We want books. The number of books I need are so small now that I literally have a little note here with all the level 5s I need. Aiming, glassmaking, pottery, welding. Glassmaking, pottery, welding. I don't care about glassmaking, pottery. Those are like, those are almost memes in terms of professions. Both of these, once you're past like level 4, you're done. Glassmaking, okay, so glassmaking level 5, you make jars. But jars are fucking worthless once you run out of vinegar. Because you can't make more vinegar. And you need vinegar to jar stuff. Whatever. Basically, long story short, these two professions are useless. Welding is not useless. Welding is very useful, and I would very much like to have the 5th volume. But I don't. So that is one of our big impetuses for actually going to Louisville. Normally, I would not even want to go to Louisville without meeting a certain set of conditions that I don't even feel like I've met yet. But I want Welding 5. Because that is actually impacting some of the things I wanted to build back at base. So Welding 5 is non-negotiable. I will fight my way to LSU if I have to get it. And it's silly because, I found several copies of Welding 5 in the past. But not on this character. This character gets to be unlucky for welding. Yeah. Muldraw is Generator City. Great. Muldraw is also, they've definitely increased the spawn tables. Not so much that I would fear it, but so much that I would question the I'd question whether I would want to start there. I have considered it. I actually have considered starting in Muldraw for a future character. I've considered starting in West Point for a future character. Because, my attachment to Riverside is actually kind of long-term as opposed to short-term. I could start in any one of the starting settings and execute my early game strategy pretty well. And then, late game strategy, I could build a base anywhere in the Ohio River. That's not a problem. I'm still good on dismantling electronics. Of course, okay, so watch my crafting menu carefully right now. What changed just now? Why did I get so many more recipes appear? I'm being facetious. There's something really stupid wrong with flashlights right now. This is why earlier when I was reading by the light of headlights of a vehicle, because for some reason with the latest update 42.11, the devs just fucking broke your ability to reliably use flashlights to craft by. It's such a silly little absurd oversight. And it goes to show you how little testing they do of their internal builds before pushing them to production. We don't say the P word around here. Production. And yes, I'm still salty about it. Deep lore on my channel. One of the only Reddit posts that I've made that got downvoted, that actually bothered me when it got downvoted, was the stupid reasoning behind it. Like everybody that was in the initial post was like, yeah, this guy is right, he's got a point. But then in the comments, I was like, that's an old generator, I'll cover that. In the comments, I was like, wait a minute, why did they even push this to production to begin with? But then, of course, people started to argue that build 42 is not production build because, I don't know, the users have to opt into it. I don't care how technically correct that is. It's not spiritually correct. Ooh. Hang on a second. Is this something I don't have? It is. I might be able to make it. Wait a minute. I can weave cotton from thread? If you've always been able to do that, I completely missed it. Can we make our own looms? Simple loom. We can make a simple loom. I believe I never... Okay, yeah. So a simple loom is for weaving cloth from thread or hemp. I did not know we could weave cloth from thread. That's neat. That changes my calculus with tailoring. Now, of course, I'm already tailoring 10, so I don't really need to think about this very much. I'm just taking this because I don't have one and I can't build one. Absolutely, I'm taking this. That's going in my secondary hand. That's wacky. That I feel like that's got to be a recent addition, but I don't know. That was whelming. Not very impressed by the interior loot here. Okay, we are done with the interior. But yeah, that knowing that I can make an entire roll of cloth just from thread, just to kind of explain why that's significant for leveling tailoring, there are a lot of things you can make with just a bolt of cloth. And the devs have added a lot of recipes for that. But I have always been under the impression, maybe this is just an artifact of previous B42 builds, I've always been under the impression that actually getting a bolt of cloth requires you to have like a harvest of flax, for example. Jug of vinegar, that's neat. But yeah, harvesting flax did not happen for us. So I just completely ignored that as a possibility. Because all of our flax died. Why did our flax die? You're supposed to harvest it in January now. I don't know if there's any farmers that are watching right now. How many crops do you harvest in January? This game, they added growing seasons. They want to make it more realistic. How realistic is it to harvest a crop in January? I don't think it's very realistic. But that's just. I'm just verbally shitposting the devs again. I have a bad habit of starting to do that and not stopping. Removing a little bit of stuff from my backpack here. All the big stuff, really. Now, y'all hear that? It's really hard to hear. This is new. The devs added the sound of nails scratching on a door. So there is a zombie right on the other side of this door. I'm not using the sledgehammer to open that. My favorite tactic to deal with zombies that are in front of a big door like that is to just use the sledgehammer on the door behind them. Right, so that was this one right here. Hang on, let me double check. It was... Yeah, third one in the row. So that means we are sledging open this door and then going all the way back to the other side and then sledging through the wall to flank it. Because I don't do the whole break down a door and then let them charge at you. No, I don't do that shit. I let them break the doors down, or I open them, or I do this. If there is a zombie on the other side of a door and I cannot unlock it, then I am either ignoring it or doing something else. I'm not actually fighting my way through a door and then a zombie. Just minor muscle strain made it so we couldn't one-shot a zombie with the spear. I don't know if I can fully articulate how massive of an impact that is, because spears are really friggin' powerful right now. But oh, we were also hungry. Never mind. We were also hungry. Now, I don't know if you guys are noticing this, but look at this. Why does this zombie disappear when we look away? And you may also notice, if you look at my moodles, when I turn around and see him, I'm getting panicked. Those are all the hallmarks of a zombie still being alive. I don't know about you guys, he doesn't look very alive right now. I think this is one of those really glitched ragdolls that's actually... See, I can't loot him. I can't stab him. Yeah, this is one of the ones we can literally do nothing about. But what that tells me is there's a chance he could just, right himself, figure out how to exit the ragdoll state and actually become maybe a crawler or something. I don't know. In any case, he's still technically a threat. So I ain't messing with... I'm not gonna get too close to him, to say the least. That one that's smacking that door is... I can hit it from the side. Let's have a bite to eat. Right. Animate, I guess, is a better word than alive. You know what? Speaking of things, things with loot on them, this guy right here has a bicycle helmet. I consider those to be a strategic resource, because we cannot make these, anything equivalent to these, we cannot make in any of the crafting professions. What is a bicycle helmet? It is a way to get 40% bite protection on your head without sacrificing any vision or hearing. Pretty much every other piece of armor in this game that I've seen so far that goes on the head, most notably things like the BDU helmets, the military helmets, those reduce your hearing and vision by a notable amount. To me, that's unacceptable, because what is armor but a fallback method in case a zombie reaches you? What is directly going to increase the chances of a zombie reaching you? Not being able to see or hear it. For me, there's no math there. I am never going to wear something that reduces my hearing or vision, ever. It's not challenging, it's just stupid. Murphy's Law, right? What can happen will happen. And if you leave it so that it's easier to happen, if you're increasing the probability, you're doing yourself a disservice. That's my take on that. So we're going to hit this zombie from the side, because we don't have to fight our way through. Now, you may have noticed, the moment I start sledging the wall, that zombie stopped hitting the door. The devs are very aware of this being a way around. Easy. Because, see, one of the other things is I have no idea... These doors are 3 tiles wide. If I were to sledgehammer it on the gamble that, maybe it's not in this corner, that's like a 1 out of 5 chance. No, sorry, 3 out of 5 chance. 5 tiles wide. If I sledged right through here and then took this corner, there's like a 2 out of 5 chances a zombie's right in my face, or something like that. I don't know if I'm getting the math on that right, but that's the calculus that I'm using to justify those flanking maneuvers. Just one of the many things that is helping keep me alive. I could sit here for probably the next 6 hours and try to articulate all the things that I do to try to stay alive. It's all habit forming at the end of the day. If you put yourself into good habits, then survival in this game is, well, never guaranteed. If anybody is new to my streams or my channel, I recently posted a video with an uncut clip of the worst situation I've ever been in this game after more than 2,000 hours. And it happened despite my meticulous preparation. All the knowledge that I have, leading to me doing as much as I can to not put myself in bad situations. All of that was not enough to stop this stupid little thing that happened there. Silly little things can and will happen. That's one of the reasons I play this game, because the organic situational storytelling is just gold sometimes. More, a little bit further back, but still in B42. In this character's previous life, back in 42.7, I made a silly mistake when I sorely underestimated the amount of zombies in the Ekron Community College. At the time, it was not even called a college on B42 map. They just called it a community center. And so me hitting it was like an afterthought when I went to Ekron. I was like, oh, it's just a community center. But hey, look, there's bookshelves on the map there. We should check out its library. Well, yeah, I was correct about that. We should definitely check out its library. What I did not assume is that there's 1,500 zombies between us and the library. I rolled up to the front doors, I honked the horn, and I started killing zombies. And I was like, what? Why are there so many of these? What the fuck is going on? Literally about 500 zombies poured out of the front of the building. And there were so many of them that I lost my vehicle at the time. I lost my vehicle, and I had to survive for like almost a week just by setting up in nearby residences and foraging. That was a fun little side journey that, I think at the time I had still had about 1,500 hours in this game. And still, that's just not understanding the situation. Yes, it is, 100%. Poets, yes, I think I do. Yeah. Second map. Wow, you've churned out a second one. Yeah, sure. Give me just a minute here when I finish up these boxes. Hell yeah, a propane tank. Yeah, I'll take a look. What's it called? Black Pine County? Yeah, I'll take a look in just a moment here. I want to get myself out of Barrett Zone. And you know what? I'm going to start collecting mugs, too. I thought I had all the colors, but I only have a yellow one back at base, so we need to... Just like with the rubber duckies, we've got to have a collection. Yeah, the college... Oh, it's a great place. In the past, I have come away from the college with almost every single Volume 5 there is to find. In the past. This time, I don't know if they nerfed it. I hope they didn't nerf it, but maybe I just got unlucky. But I had quite a substantial number of books that I thought I would get that I did not get. But yeah, we got a homie in the chat who made a map. I would like to see what that looks like, because maps are cool. The most I could say about that is I hope it doesn't get broken. I hope it doesn't get broken when, because we're due for an update next week. Yeah, all these lovely things on the workshop, look at all these lovely 5-star mods. I'm sure a lot of these are cool. I'm sure that a number of these, just right here on the front page, I would probably be like, hey, I might consider adding it to the game if it wasn't for the fact that it's going to inevitably get broken. It's a question of when, not if. And when it does get broken, is the person who's making it, are they going to want to fix it? Or are they going to get burned out by the fact that it keeps getting broken? I don't know. And I don't know if that applies to maps, but I just wanted to point that out about mods. What's it called? Black Pine Forest? Black Pine County, okay. I don't know what, Black Forest, I was thinking of, ooh, look at that. Ooh, that is very aesthetically pleasing. The vines, I always like vines. That looks like a, yeah, military checkpoint sort of thing. Lots of crates. Is there actually loot in those crates? Very rarely do I have somebody who actually works on the maps in chat, so I'm curious. The reason I ask is because I have seen military checkpoints with those particular kinds of crates being empty for some reason. And I always found that curious. I like this, I really like the vines being on the green windows. That's, anybody who's watched my content will know that, I have a thing for matching colors. So this is, just looking at it, it looks like it's south. I would have to double check that, though. If we open our lovely, lovely map here. I wouldn't be able to know, because I have not explored to the south. That would be a job for b42map.com. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. Dark, yeah, 100%. That does give me some TLOU vibes. I'm not even the biggest fan of TLOU, but yeah, this is where I could be wrong, but that looks like a place that would connect to it, if not over here, south of whatever this highway is called. I forget exactly what it's called. Yeah, the little L shape there. Yes, they did, and I was saying this earlier on the stream, Richard. It kind of makes me sad, because I feel like if anybody else out there would know the devs of this game and know their update cadence, the folks who do B42 map are probably going to know it. I don't know what goes into all of the work they do. I know that PZMat to DZI is a very complex thing to work with. I downloaded it. I tried to mess with it. I gave up very quickly. The guys who build this website are more tedious than I am, or they're capable of dealing with more tedium than I am. But yeah, this is pretty cool. I'll put a link to it in chat. This is Black Pine County, made by our homie there. He says it's still work in progress, so you know, definitely take that with as it is. But yeah, just oh hello, just one guy. Let's take care of this guy really quick. We don't take handouts here. Okay, yeah, so I think we had all the pictures here. That's that looks like a whatchamacallit, a shopping center turned into a little okay, yes, I was right. I called it. It is in the corner there, below March Ridge on the map, so south of March Ridge. Not off the corner of the map either. That's just a replacement for stuff that's already on the map, because we can see it is parallel to the lake there. So yeah, March Ridge, there's the lake. What's that called? Dark Wallow Lake. And then this lovely little empty space there. Actually, I'm surprised the devs haven't used that yet. But then again, they have a lot of room right here they haven't used yet. Because I mean, if you think about it, when you've got Muldraw right there, and then you go north and you got Louisville, there's like a huge little swathe that would thematically fit. But yeah, things to think about. Placement of your custom maps is always important, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I've only added very small number of custom maps to my games in the past. I think you can add multiple as long as they don't overlap. Like, I think you have to be very careful about not letting them overlap. So that's significant if you are the kind of guy who likes to have multiple map mods, being aware of, yeah, I mean, actual Fort Knox in Knox County. That would be kind of cool, maybe, a little bit. Oh, there's a video, too. The fog. Gotta love fog. So basically, if I understand right, the homie who I just shouted out in chat there, he both of the maps he's put out, I think, have thematically been like 10-year later sort of things. Like the kind of thing that when you finally get there, it is very heavily overgrown. So if you kind of, I would imagine if you go to this place early game, it won't quite measure up with everything else that you see. But yeah, it looks nice, very nice. Ooh, that is oh, a hospital too. I didn't even notice that. So yeah, hospital as well. That's always nice. Now I imagine that the loot, being as it is a thematically 10-year later sort of thing, I imagine the loot might not be exactly what you would expect from a pristine pre-war building. But anything is better than nothing, right? Am I so over encumbered? Oh, I was carrying a propane tank. Whoops. Doofus moment. Okay, there we go. Empty the propane tank. Now, I should have started a loot bag already. I was hesitant to do so, but yeah. I will put anything that is not a weapon I've picked up so far. Not a weapon and not furniture. For anybody new, I do very much like to put all of my loot into garbage bags to sort it, with the exception of things that I kind of want to keep separate. Yeah, like this sack of gravel, I need to remember to dump the gravel once I bring it back to base. But I think everything else I picked up... Hello, Jamie. I think everything I picked up is, yeah, just going straight into the loot. Yeah. Called it. For context, we just took a look at a custom map that homie in the chat put together there. Looks pretty good. Would try it if, well, if the game was more stable. Like I was saying before, I do expect that there will be an update probably in 4 or 5 days now. Because if there isn't, again, I don't know that for sure. I have no inside intel. This is just looking at past trends. Past trends, there have been no B42 update gaps longer than 6 weeks. 6 weeks has been the longest so far. That does not mean that we won't... Because if we don't get an update in the next 5 or 6 days, then it will mean that we've gone longer than 6 weeks without an update. First time for everything, right? Maybe they're cooking extra hard. But they do seem to be getting things out more often, generally speaking. The average has been less than, well, 3 to 5 weeks, really, has been the average. They only did a 6-week once. Okay, this long stick and empty bowl goes straight into the inventory. There we go. Okay, now I've got things sorted better. I don't even remember why I picked that up, but that doesn't need to stay there. Alright, character maintenance done. We're going to do a little bit more looting here. We've already kind of parsed through this looted and trashed area. Sadly, not much there. To be expected. When something is looted and trashed is, yeah, you're not going to be finding too much. Sledgehammer, we left on the floor up here, I think. Yep. So we're going to go ahead and sledge open these 2 doors. Hopefully we'll find something. Chances of an empty unit are non-zero. Actually, kind of like 1 in 5, actually. It's not empty, but I mean, there's no loot here. These chests are always empty. I wish I knew why this has always been a problem. These silly little chests are always empty in every single non-military loot point. Even loot points that are military, but not a part of a checkpoint, they're still empty. Like the barracks, for example. There's some barracks like that don't have the same zombie counts as a military checkpoint. All the chests there are empty. Why? I don't know. And you'll find plenty of those in residential loot areas. Now, I really wish I could pick this up. My salon needs one. I know a lot of folks. My audience is 100% male. I recently did a breakthrough of my demographics. My audience is 100% male, so I don't think very many of, not too many guys are long hair guys. And those of us who are, not a lot of us spend time in salons. But back when I worked in the office regularly, I would actually hit up a salon periodically to get my hair sorted out. If you're trying to dry your hair and you have long hair, you want one of those. You absolutely want one of those. I don't even know what they're called. Just little dome head dryers. I would absolutely take one. I would have one in my own bathroom at home if I could fit one. If I had a big enough bathroom for it and I could afford one, I would absolutely do that. Let's see. Has the muscle strain gone away? No. Oh, no kidding. Yeah. So that's funny. YouTube doesn't know that. Because there's several folks in chat who I'm like, I'm just by the way they present. Pretty sure that I have at least 3 or 4 ladies in the audience who generally watch, but according to YouTube's dashboards, I have 0%. Actually, hang on a second. I took a screenshot of it so that I could stay aware. Here it is, September 12th, YouTube statistics. According to YouTube, 100% male. Everybody is in their 20s to 30s, which, same as me. Makes sense. 1/3 are actually subscribed already. That's pretty cool. Usual YouTuber schlock, like and subscribe, whatever. This isn't my day job. I do this for fun. So you don't have to worry about supporting me or anything. I wouldn't make this my day job. I've watched enough YouTubers to see how miserable their lives are. Living at the whim of Google. No, I have spent a lot of time in my life trying to not live at the whim of big tech. What have we got? Mannequins here. That's a cute shirt. I don't know if I have one of those. But another thing, would I ever wear it? Probably not. Could take some rope. I'll take some rope. But otherwise, oh, look at that. 2 bags of trash. With almost nothing in them. Now, remember, in Build 42, if you're not familiar, if you see a trash can, you take the garbage bag out and you sift through the garbage. A lot of people who have trouble finding certain things, magazines particularly, you could find magazines that you're looking for in the garbage. I have seen more than one generator magazine in the garbage cans. Specifically, though, in the garbage bags. So, don't worry about the park rangers finding you for looting. There's no more park rangers. Nobody's going to find you for looting. Sorry, not looting. Littering. Yeah, nobody's going to find you for that. Just dump the trash, guys. Dump the trash. You may find something you're looking for. Speaking of something I'm looking for, I didn't come here with the intention of coming home with another single freezer. But I might. Thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, if I have the room for it. I may not have the room for it, because I also know I want to get the other popsicle freezer. So if I want to get the other popsicle freezer, I actually will have to hand carry something. Yeah, because I don't have room for another 40. A popsicle freezer weighs 40 encumbrance. Popsicle freezer is basically just 2 chest freezers fused together. That's all they are. And unfortunately, you cannot selectively power one instead of the other. It does seem as though they're binary. Either both are on or neither are on. The generator menu will confuse you. It will look like half is being powered sometimes. I haven't quite figured that out, but it seems to be a thing that happens. So I'm going to drink some cow's milk because my proteins are getting low. You always want your proteins to be above 50. Unless you're a fire officer. If you picked strong and you're a fire officer, then nah, you don't got to worry about that. I tried it. It just didn't work for me. I'm kind of trying to screw around for a minute. Because I want the muscle strain to go... There it is. Okay, we're good. Oh, as a part of my general loot strategy, AO, my loot strategy is to remind myself that I have already hit a place. I leave stuff on the floor, right? So I don't even need to turn around and go in here to look at it to know that I've looted it, because I intentionally left the shit in the containers that I don't care about, tossed it straight on the floor. That's just sort of a looting strategy that it's also a bit of a... I do it without even thinking about it now. Sucks that there's so few things in these... The game won't even let me fast forward right now. I habitually tried to fast forward the, whatchamacallit. Whenever I sledgehammer, I try to fast forward. This zombie, the game still thinks it's alive. That's spooky. Spooky ragdolls. Because you remember, I can't loot it. I can't loot it. If I try to hit it with something, nothing happens. But yet, if I turn around, it disappears. And if I turn back around, my girl gets panicked. As if it's still alive. And the game also won't let me fast forward if I'm standing next to it. So basically, as far as the game is concerned, that zombie is still animate. Yeah, we don't use the word alive anymore. I'm going to drop the sledgehammer over here. You know what? I have a funny idea. You know what? I'm going to try it. Okay. So actually, if a zombie is still alive, but it's on the ground, you can trip over them. If you're, probably the chance is increased if you're clumsy. But yeah, I have actually tripped over zombies before. Like, fallen all the way down because of it. Very dangerous thing. If you're trying to run around and there's zombies on the ground, ragdoll or something, careful with that. See, I still have muscle strain. Now, that being said, I'm just going to eat it. Usually I do not want to get into red muscle strain while I'm out in the field and there's zombies around. Especially now that I'm fatigued. I'll just deal with it now. That's fine. Another loom. Okay. I already found one of those. So, the disappointment continues. There's only 3 left, though. And I don't think there's any zombies down here. So once we sledge these open, we're done with this storage unit. Rather disappointing, but not unexpected. I've at least found out why I did not, why I haven't hit this place earlier. It was because I saw this being looted and trashed. That's 99% what happened. I don't actually have enough teacups back at base. I'll take that. It could be. For some reason, my brain is telling me that it happens when you're regularly running. I know that most trips don't happen unless you're sprinting, like alt button sprinting. I know that most trips won't fall if that happens, but my brain is telling me for some reason, and I could be wrong, but yeah, I feel like that actually happened with regular running. Now, sometimes I would be like, oh, that's cool. A pause machine. I have 2 back at base already, so. Ooh, a black electric base. That is something I do not have yet. I have the other 2 colors. I have blue and red. I have multiple blue and red, actually. I don't have a black electric base yet, so. We found something else we didn't have. I guess I'll take the seeds. I mean, I have gotten to a point where I literally don't think I'm ever going to plant a crop again on this character, but who knows? If the save doesn't get broken by the next update, we're continuing. I mean, it's basically we're at the whim of fate when it comes to whether we'll continue this character or not. Each time there's an update, it's just a question of whether we start running into errors. Or there is, the alternative is that the devs specifically tell us, as a stability warning, that there will be issues with the saves update. Like, if the devs actually come out and say that there's going to be stability issues like there was with the change to the heat map, if the devs specifically say that, I'm going to go ahead and take their word for it. And no, Passamaya, unfortunately, I cannot pick up that zombie. I cannot, now, the last thing that I have not tried yet is running it over. Because I had a game crash, literally I've crashed because I ran over a ragdoll zombie at one point when I was in the sanatorium. I'm avoiding that as much as humanly possible now. Yeah, so we're high muscle strain, and we've got a zombie. I'm ignoring it. We're going back to our field base, and that is it for tonight. We are going to sleep, and then tomorrow we're going to hit the gas station there and get the chest freezer, and then by tomorrow afternoon we're back to base, continuing prep for Louisville. It is wacky to drive back through a place I've already hit. There were so many zombie corpses right here at one point that I saw fit to put down a cardboard box as a crafting surface so that I could disassemble all the clothing that would get me experience. This is not the right way to go, I don't think. At least it's not a good way to go. That gravel road up there probably is going to have zombies on it. What is this right here? I think this is a gardening shop. I want to say it's a gardening shop. That is one of the few kinds of things I would have not even bothered trying to loot. Maybe I'll check it on my way out. I'll check it on my way out tomorrow and see if it is anything I would want to hit while I'm here. Because my loot storage capacity is going down by the second. Once I pick up that chest freezer, I need to go back to Riverside because I will be full. So here's our field base. Nothing impressive. In fact, it was rather inconvenient when I chose it because of the all of the crappy trees that were growing everywhere. As you can see, I just left the logs on the ground because, anybody got time for that. Instead of a generator, I have this for lighting. The shitty old car with a 100% battery, so there's our light to read by. We will read for 1 hour until 22:30. Hopefully by then, yes, the pain has gone down, the muscle strain has gone away. So we sleep. And then as a overnight activity, we continue reading. Well, actually, as an overnight activity before I start fast forwarding again, I got to make pottery last a little bit longer if I can manage, because that's the last book that I'm going to be able to read for the sake of reading for a while. I only just hit Electrical 7, so we can't touch that for a while. And yeah, I've already read the next napping book. I don't have the 5th glassmaking book, so that's not a thing. I need the 5th welding book, but I don't have it. Basically, anything that I can level, I just haven't started leveling it yet. Like, all the survival skills, foraging has been the only one that I've truly cared about. Despite living on the river, fish are just so chock full of protein that it's almost always a bad decision to eat them if you're trying to level strength. Okay. What do we have left in the trunk? Enough to fit... Yes, enough to fit a 40 encumbrance item, which is the popsicle freezer. We're gonna have to hand carry the chest freezer out on our way out. That's fine. I can do that. It's no problem. But that is what we're dealing with now. So we definitely don't have a lot of loot left to work with here. Room for loot, as it were. All right, we now read until 4 a.m. At which point we have our second sleep. Oh shit, that sucks. I'm very sorry to hear that. Garage doors are dangerous. Even if you know there's a zombie on the other side, because garage doors 3 wide, so it could be on any side. Was it one of those ones that was standing there and not making any noise? Because I've always maintained those are some of the most dangerous zombies in the game. If they're like standing in front of a door, but they don't have the dignity to announce themselves by making some noise and trying to get to you. Those are actually the most dangerous zombies in the game. I have been meaning to make so I have a lot of video ideas for this game, right? You know, just much more interesting ideas than long form content, which is all I do right now. One of the things that I'm doing with long form content here is I am also every little bit of video game footage that I get is not just being streamed to YouTube; it's being saved locally. So I have material to actually make more interesting edited videos with. I'm a somewhat decent video editor. I don't do it professionally, but I actually went to college for it. Yeah. Shout out to my buddies at No Film School, because they're also former GMU dropouts, I think. It's an interesting thing, film school. I'm sure some people can go to film school, just, a university program for film, rather, and just, make good use of it. But it's a specific part of the industry that you have to target. Indie filmmaking is part of it. If you want to do indie filmmaking, sure, you'll get a lot of opportunities to get out there and do it, but yeah, be careful with that. I wanted to do Hollywood, big budget productions, and nobody ever sat my ass down and told me that, might have been a skill issue, but I should have known that if I ever wanted to go anywhere in Hollywood, I would have to spend pretty much my entire life doing other people's jobs, doing other people's creative projects, before I got to do my own. And even then, it's a roll of the dice. Would I ever spend enough time grinding the field? Probably as an editor. I would be an editor if I had gone through with that. Would I be able to edit enough big budget movies to get enough clout that some producer would trust me as a director or something like that? Would that ever happen? Fucking roll the dice. I wish somebody had framed it that way for me when I was thinking about, particularly when I was spending thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours at university. I wish somebody had sat my ass down and told me that. But no, if you're like trying to do indie films, or if you're trying to do broadcasting, like news media stuff, film school will help you objectively useful. There is a lot of stuff there that I learned that I never could have learned just by my usual hands-on shit that I like to do. So here's the gas station. I don't think there's actually that many zombies around it. I purposely avoided those ones behind us. So I think we're actually home free. I will take a cautious approach, folks. I can't fucking see what I'm doing. But yeah, where I was going with that little side tangent, I promised there was a point. I'm decent at video editing. I just have not... It's been a very long time since I've had a project that it felt like it was worth it to edit. Especially because my main channel on YouTube is kind of meme at this point. This is my alt channel. Nothing against my viewers here. I love you guys, but this is not where I would go to post really cool stuff. This is where I go to live stream for the most part. Live stream and low effort videos. Why is this popsicle freezer only weigh 20? I could have swore they weighed 40. I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it. I'm going to put it in my secondary hand and hand carry it. Or actually, no, I can just put that straight in the trunk, can't I? I was making room for 40, and I only needed room for 20. Excellent. Oh, I see. Okay. So it was not one of the silent but deadly ones, but just a, lots of zombies making noise to throw off the auditory. So this is a gas station full of loot. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and... I'll go ahead and loot it. I actually thought there was going to be loot in here. I thought there was not going to be any loot because, whoa. Oh, I thought those were empty tiles. We're good. I hear somebody making noise, doing a perimeter check. Hello. So I just did the same thing as I did to the other one. This may now be a broken zombie. It seems when you kill them while they're staying down, instantly, one-shot them, they become ragdolls that are broken. Fascinating. But yeah, trying to pick out specific noises when there's a crowd of zombies around. I recently ran into problems with that at the sanitarium. That sucks. Whenever I hear that many noises that I can't keep track of it, I turn around and run because that's terrifying. One of the only things in this game that will scare me genuinely is too many noises to keep track of. And that'll be different for everybody as to how many noises you can keep track of. You got to kind of, I think it's variable. Everybody's got their limits, but you can also just expose yourself to certain types of sounds strategically, and you can learn to recognize them better. But everybody's got a limit. Everybody's got a limit when you hit it. Once you go past it, it starts to really get terrifying. That's one of the so recently, I was watching Emesis Blue. If you've never seen it, it is a feature-length film available for free on YouTube, made through Source Filmmaker, and it draws on Team Fortress lore. So, but don't be turned off by that. If you're not a fan of Team Fortress, if you don't know any of the deep lore, it is still a genuinely excellent psychological horror and murder mystery film. Well, not even murder mystery. Well, kind of. There's an element of that. Now, it's focused a lot more on horror than it is murder mystery, but that's an aspect to it. Basically, it's I'm surprised nobody's ever done this before with a video game. Team Fortress is one of those many games that has a respawn mechanic. The people who did this short film, Fortress Films, they thought, okay, what if the respawn mechanic is actually canon, and it is doing some really wacky stuff like reaching into hell and pulling your soul back, and also using time manipulation to warp your body back in time, or more likely push time back through your body. I'm not gonna go further into my theorizing on that. It's such a good film. I'd recommend going into it blind. But yeah, if you're into psychological horror, very, very good. Now, one of the reasons I bring that up is it is a example of a very fantastic film that is genuinely horrifying, that does not use jump scares at all, but it still uses audio as a very important part of its storytelling devices. And there are people who do 2-hour reviews of horror films that are really good. All the YouTubers out there that have done Emesis Blue reviews. Not a single one of them have mentioned some of the audio cues that I've heard, which is maybe I really am. Maybe super hearing really is my superpower. I don't know. I never would have imagined that previously, but we can thank Darktide for that. Darktide, maybe Darktide really genuinely gave me super hearing. I don't know. In any case, there are certain audio cues that actually explain part of the story. And I was baffled to see that many YouTubers just have not even noticed that. Like, I may unironically make an Emesis Blue review, and just add some voice to the discourse that has not been mentioned yet. Because, I mean, you know, the people who wrote it, they're really cool. They even put out a script. The script, I've looked at it, does not have audio references. So, you know, it'll tell you things that you never knew about the story. It won't tell you things like that, though. And it's really hard to articulate exactly what I'm talking about, but there are certain sounds that you hear that will clue you in as to who is doing what off-screen. Which, of course, you know, if you think about playing video games like this, that is an extremely important skill to have. Being able to tell what's going on that you cannot immediately see. Highly recommended. Lovely thing to get better at. It's one of the reasons that I can just, you know, not even really think about, you know, spooky Silent Hill zombies could be coming out of the fog from any direction. But I'm barely even thinking about it because I trust at this point, I trust my hearing to let me know long before they get anywhere near me to know that they're there. Very, very lovely thing. Not that I expect to find any high-level skill books in the trash. I'll take a candy bar, why not? Always down for garbage bags, though. Your garbage bag will make a fine addition to my collection. Some of this isn't going to fit. In fact, none of it's going to fit. We're full. That's okay. Our backpack is full. Our vehicle is full. We've gotten everything I want now. One of the reasons I've been kind of screwing around here instead of just departing back to base. I hate driving in fog. I really do. Hate driving in fog. To such an extent that I might actually just tab over to build42map.com here and take a look and see if there are any other loot sources that I can peep in the area. Small loot sources, of course. There's an entire school here that I haven't hit. No, I have. I have hit this school. Now that I look at it from the top down, yeah, I've hit that. Apartments, pretty, but just residential. So this is where we're at right here. There are some signs. If I needed signs. I have so many wall decorations set aside that I could build a third floor to my base and fully decorate the wall of it and still have a couple left over. So I don't need any more wall decorations. Okay, you know what? I am going to go ahead and head out back to base. Even though I hate driving in the fog, I'm going to be driving slow through this area anyway. So that's fine. Hello. Okay, we're good. That's the lovely thing about having a quality 100 engine, is it will start almost 100% of the time. None of that, oh no, zombies are coming and my vehicle won't start. None of that. Not when you have a quality 100 engine. For anybody watching, if you're not familiar, I didn't know this for at least 1900 hours of playing this game. There is a stat called engine quality. It is separate from engine condition. Do not confuse quality with condition. Condition is the obvious thing. That's the little percentage number that you see when you first look at it. Quality is innate, and it is a number from 1 through 100, and it is inversely proportional to how often your vehicle will fail to start. I used to think it had something to do with some combination of battery and engine condition. No, it is engine quality, and it is innate. You cannot increase it or decrease it. So this ambulance right here that we're driving, this was a wreck. When we found it, it was one of those wrecked ambulances that had nothing, normally I would never have given it a second look, because I already had a decent ambulance. But my decent ambulance had a 70 engine quality as opposed to 100. So something like, I don't know, 1/5 of the time it would just fail to start. That was a no-brainer. When I saw that this had a 100 quality engine, I'm like, yeah, I'm fixing this bitch up. This is great. I can't wait to play around with this bad boy. And that was one of the best decisions I ever made in this game. Having a van that will just always start when you turn the key, 100%, 100%. This is also ambulances, just generally speaking. I should probably have explained why I like ambulances so much. They are the best hybrid vehicle, in my opinion. They won't store as much as a step van, the big box-shaped vans. They won't store as much as that, and nor will they tow as much as a Corvette. Again, Corvettes, best towing vehicle. Fucking Corvettes. A 93 Corvette, your best towing vehicle. Whatever. Anyway. But it is really good at both. Like, I would say 9 out of 10 at both. Well, maybe 8 out of 10 at storage, 9 out of 10 at towing. There are very few towing situations that the Corvette can do that the ambulance can't. And so, because of that, I like to use ambulances as combat vehicles. Whenever I'm going to a place and not necessarily trying to come home with mountains and mountains of loot, but I do want to kill everything in my way. Yeah, ambulances highly recommended. Oh yeah, catch you later, Possum. Wonder if they're going to watch Emesis Blue. That would be funny. But I think that I didn't even check chat before they might have left. But yeah, I know I was waffling about it before, but very, very highly recommended. And even if you're familiar with Team Fortress lore, there's a lot of references. There's a lot of references in general. If you're just a fan of horror films, there are more references in Emesis Blue to other horror films that I could even count. The Shining, Cabin in the Woods, all the classics, and then some really obscure ones. One of the recurrent ones that's actually there's a little bit of it showed on screen. A 1930s German horror film called M, about a serial killer who kills a bunch of kids in a town, and when they finally catch him, it's like he's got schizophrenia. He doesn't know he has a dual personality or whatever. Very, very, very niche references. One of my buddies, he's got German ancestry. He actually said that he saw it once as a kid. So that's how you know it's extremely obscure. I am actually the biggest hipster in my friend group, so I cannot even jab anybody at that. When it comes to obscure things and obscure knowledge about obscure things, I'm that guy. How people sometimes say never be that guy. It's not that bad being the trivia buff. Of course, it's got to be trivia in certain categories. Video games, movies, or maybe some programming languages. I can tell you some pretty obscure things about PowerShell, but probably not as much as a dedicated developer could. But then again, when I think about it, what developers actually use PowerShell as part of their regular job? When I think about my own enterprise at work, there's a number of folks who do, but it's not like the only tool in their toolkit, right? They'll write a PowerShell script and then go back to what they were doing before with like building packages. My client has to vet everything that gets installed on any computer. So we have an entire team of contractors that, under the same contract as me, they'll just go through and just pick apart the software and find out how to optimally deliver it. I don't go anywhere near that. That would be too cynical for me. Once somebody from that team, I overheard them talking about acceptable losses, and what that meant was there's just a percentage of computers that will fail to install the packages they put out, and they're like, yeah, you can't stop that. All the computers are too different from each other, and he made sense. Everything he said is 100% correct. But being as my team is the one who's going to deal with the people who run into broken software installations, they're gonna be calling my team. So hearing him talk about acceptable losses, yeah, I don't think I'll ever do package management. That's no bueno. I'm cynical enough as it is. I don't want to get a line of work that will make me even more cynical. And believe it or not, I do think there are lines of work that will make you more cynical than frontline IT or retail. Those are some of there's a lot of memes going around. You know, retail workers have got to deal with some of the worst of humanity, because that's what I did before I got into the tech sector. I worked retail for about a cumulative 6 years, something like that. Had a retail job right when I got out of high school, and then there's a gap in my employment history for a little while for some dumb reasons. But then when I got back into the workforce, that was when I worked at a grocery store for like 4 years, I think it was. Yeah, so like 5 or 6 years total. Can't remember if I did 1 or 2 years at the hardware store. Been a while. That was more than a decade ago. The transition from blue collar to white collar was interesting, to say the least. I think everybody in my friend group went through something similar. One of my best friends, he went through. He was blue collar for almost all of his adult life, I think, until he started working on my team. I think that's technically his first white collar job. White collar it's definitely not the same, but you will still sometimes run into all the same silly stuff as you do in blue collar, especially customer facing blue collar. Customer non facing blue collar, where you're like hard to think of off the top of my head. Maybe well, actually, there's a lot of blue collar. It's technically customer facing, but not frontline customer facing, if that makes sense. My team is very frontline, because if somebody calls, we're the first ones to answer, and just by dint of that, that's why we have 20 of us, and we have to have 24-hour coverage. Okay, we are back to base, and we are having a bite to eat really quick because we're hungry. Wait a minute, did we eat all of our... No, we didn't. Okay. So I'm going to eat the rest of the stir fry. And that's a good first order of business, is to clear up the food items. So for anybody watching, I appreciate you guys sticking around. We're kind of in a low points of the stream. There's not going to be a lot of combat right now. We've got to sort through the stuff we picked up. And then after we're done sorting through the stuff we picked up, we've got to do a little bit more prep before we can start deploying in the general direction of Louisville. And when I say deploying in the general direction of Louisville, there are steps that we've got to take on the way there. Most likely what I'll probably do is bring the breeding pair of cows down with me, along with an ambulance. No, I'll bring the cows along with my primary ambulance. I'll bring both of those down with me. And I will actually leave both of those, take a throwaway car to come back here, and then bring the hauler with the trailer. And I've got to do it that way, both to get my ambulance down there and get my hauler down there and get both trailers down there. Right? So I have two different types of trailers. You got the animal trailer and you got the hauler trailer. Yeah. So we've got a lot of logistics to do before we are fighting our way into Louisville. And really, what our general plan is, if we look at the map here, at the edge of West Point, this little B here, this is a warehouse. This is a field base. I have a pretty hefty cache of firearms and ammunition here. What I want to do is combine most of what I already have with that. So what I will do is my first trip down towards Louisville will basically be me driving my ambulance down here with the breeding pair of Holstein cows and leaving both. Like the ambulance and the trailer will be left here at this field base, and then I will come back with a throwaway car back to Riverside to get my hauler, the vehicle and its trailer, fill that up with guns and ammunition, and then rejoin my ambulance and the cows at my field base. So that is my plan for pretty much, that'll definitely take the rest of the stream. Now, the reason I say that is because, if you guys are here for combat, I do expect some later. But because what we're going to do is we are going to hit the Guns Unlimited store north of Echo Creek. So I do plan on doing a little bit more combat before actually going to Louisville. And I do expect there to be quite a few zombies. It does seem to have, every time I hear somebody talk about the Guns Unlimited place, lots of zombies are mentioned. What particularly stood out to me is somebody told me they killed all the zombies and got in, and it was looted and trashed already. And they were very disappointed at how many zombies they had to kill. Now me, I'm not necessarily worried about that because I'm at a point where zombies killed, I'm kind of just doing it for the experience. Like there are plenty of there are plenty of things I could be doing in this game without killing zombies. But yeah, I'm killing them for the sake of killing them at this point. So now I picked up a lot of soda. Unfortunately, I don't have room for soda in any of my containers. I really need more containers. I really need more containers. I'm going to do that now. I'm going to stop trying to sort loot because I'm just going to get more and more frustrated if I do. I'm going to stop trying to sort loot. I'm going to build a couple more crates. This is long overdue. I should have done this a while ago. I have some, whatchamacallits. I have some loose boards over here. I'm going to build a row of crates on the front wall. So you can fit 12 planks into a military backpack. And look at that, I can fit the rest of these in my main one. Then I just need some nails. I believe I left my loose nails, most of them on the floor upstairs. But there are a couple here. Let's put away this box of garbage bags along with the spare loose ones. Most of the spare loose ones. So our... when I said I was not being facetious, we have 154 loose garbage bags in this crate. Yeah, I stock all of my vehicles with garbage bags. Just so that I can sort loot if I happen to be using that vehicle when I find some. What do we got up here? We've got some seeds. Let's get rid of those. Sunflower seeds, right. Some cigarette packs. I think I might have enough to make a carton at this point. Unless I already did. Now, one of the things I was hoping to find at that gas station, I was hoping to find a box of sparklers, maybe one. They're very hard to find, and they're a requirement to make one of the bombs that you can make in this game. That said, I recently did notice that you can make pipe bombs out of just gunpowder. Gunpowder would be the only thing that's hard to find. Unfortunately, I don't have the recipe for that. So I have 3 crates full of magazines. Skill magazines. Not regular magazines, skill magazines. Look at this. 1 crate, 78 out of 78. Full of skill magazines. I have this other box. 78 out of 78. Filled with nothing but skill magazines. And then let's look at my third box. This one is just a general duplicates box. And I am starting to add magazines to it. I don't even think I could... I would not be interested in trying to count how many magazines I have. But over 140 encumbrance of it. And I still am missing some. Fucking insanity. That's all I can say about that. Fucking insanity. Because... what does that mean? That means if there is a specific magazine I haven't found yet, that means it is absurdly unlikely to be found. Or maybe I'm just getting absurdly unlucky. Either scenario sucks. It's like, I don't even care what it is, whether I'm just getting unlucky or if it's just really actually genuinely hard to find. I don't really care. One of those two is the case, and I hate it. Alright, we're starting soda boxes. New soda boxes. Because that is probably the bulkiest thing we're trying to sort that we're just not really able to sort. No, actually, you know what? Canned food is the bulkiest crap we're trying to sort. As you can see, there's canned food boxes on the floor right here. We're going to be sorting... We're we're going to put our canned food in there first. I'll probably need more than one crate for that. Nails that were on the floor up here. Unfortunately, all of the habaneros and jalapenos are now rotten. So I'm going to take those and toss them into the trash downstairs. Sad. But not unexpected. There's a reason that's why I was drying them every chance I got earlier in the stream. Because I knew that was coming. I don't have room for those in any of my fridges, so there may be a little bit of room left in the one I put outside just earlier. But by the time I put that out there, those were already stale, so they wouldn't have lasted long anyway. On the bright side, we saved about 20 of each type, so that's cool. In addition to what's already in the fridge, so... Alright, we are now building a couple more crates in the kitchen. Now, why do I not like to do storage on this wall? Because if you stack the crates 3 high, your character is blocked. I don't like that. I hate that. So I don't usually put crates higher than just 1 high on this side of any base. But I can do a single row, and that will take a lot of the stress off of the situation that I'm in right now with storage in the kitchen. I will be able to just start moving all of these boxes of canned food into these containers, and then the large form food as well. So we're going to start with just boxes of canned food. And that will free up a lot of these corner counters here. That will free up a lot of these, and I'm good with that. Now, the boxes I just built, technically they store more than these counters. Not that much more, unfortunately. But it is a non-zero amount more. Therefore, yes, please. Something that snuck its way into my boxes of canned food is actually a box of mac and cheese. And that is because mac and cheese is one of the other few food items that actually can be boxed up. I really wish you could box up more stuff. I very much enjoy the mechanic that they introduced. Oops, that one's full. This one is now... I wonder if you could make a carton of canned food. That'd be really cool. I don't think it exists, though. So there's a recipe that says pack 12 boxes into carton. No, the recipe only applies to nails and screws. Everything else is boxes of ammo. And then there's cigarette cartons. And that's it. Sad. I would, I mean, it would be supremely difficult to actually get 12 boxes of any canned food type, really. But if I got there, that'd be cool. So that means all of the rest of our loose canned food is going to start going in those boxes, too. Yeah, these are just going to be, this is just our expanded pantry here is what this is. I'm going to start from the left to the right with loose canned food, and then boxes from the right to the left. Speaking thereof, I can actually make a couple boxes now. Yeah, 6s. So if you get 6 of any canned food item, you can pack it into a box. Makes it easier to store. And look at that, I can do several. There's 3 more boxes packed in here. And would you look at that? Those 2 crates are now completely full. So we have 2 full wooden crates of canned food. All I can say is the people who complained about there being too much loot, yes, but also no. I mean, I'm not upset about this. This doesn't bother me. The people who get bothered when they have too much stuff, that's a skill issue. Figure out something else to do. Stop worrying about the basics. Stop surviving. Start thriving. Yeah, that's my message to the people who get bored. Now, it's not necessarily that I'm like, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. If you're having trouble figuring out what to do, no, that's okay. But don't go crying to the developers because of that. Instead I would recommend actually just figuring out something to do. Playing around a little bit more, thinking about goals and whatnot. If you can't do that, well, you don't have to ruin the fun of the people who can. Don't do that either. Okay. So what I'm doing now is I'm just separating the soda out into separate, there's no way I can make a box of... I would love to make a box of soda. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like we can. I've certainly found enough cans of soda. And, I'm sure even in the 90s, you could make caps of soda. Or, sorry. Cartons of soda. Those were a thing. I remember them. They're still a thing today. They were still a thing back then. But yeah, what I'm going to do is just have like a primary and then an overflow for the soda. Right, so we're going to start with cans in this corner. Yeah, we're going to start with cans in that corner, and then the absurdly large numbers of cans, like Diet Cola, Cola, and Ginger Ale, those will get separated into the corner here. And here I thought that by making a larger kitchen and having more counters, oh boy, little did I know. If I feel like I can just bring everything back to base, I will. And that's a problem, because then I need to find places to store everything. Very much looking forward to having, yeah, it has been, Jamie. Absolutely. Very wacky week. 100%. Next week is going to get fun for me as well. I have a new guy starting. Well, he's actually technically starting today. We're basically just focused on trying to make sure he gets his equipment. And I mean, he won't even be starting until a little bit like nowish. And I'm already off the clock. I'm long off the clock, so I can't help him now. But starting next week, I'll be working with him a lot. And he is on the other side of the country from me. I'm on the East Coast. He's on the West Coast. So I won't even be able to start with him until he wakes up and gets to work at 6 a.m. his time, which is 9 a.m. my time. So, yeah, that'll be fun. My shift is 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. IRL, so it's like, it's... All right. What have we accomplished there? We have... With that seltzer water, I guess I'll put that in the... Does seltzer water count as a cola? Not really. Or a soda? Not really, but that's all right. All right, so the water container's bin is nice and empty. So now the goal now is to actually clean up all of the overflow, because there's a lot of it. When I say overflow, what do I mean? I mean the bag or the box that something was supposed to go into was full, so I started putting a bunch of stuff into a different box where it doesn't belong. Once I have this sorted, I will feel a lot better about multiple things. Now, I think I will keep small form overflow in here. Small form overflow being like the really small stuff that would normally go in the corner next to the fridge over there. I will keep small form overflow in here, as well as cleaning supplies, just because I don't really have anywhere else to put it right now. Caffeine as well? Yeah. That feels good. Because even though I have room now, I don't want to be just emptying these containers that could be holding stuff. I don't want to do that either. There's a happy balance, and we're gonna find it. I suppose it really does make more sense to move all the soda up one. It really does. Yeah, we're gonna move. Basically, we're just gonna move everything up one. This shouldn't be too hard. At least the 2 liters are instantaneous to move. Okay, so these go up one. I do realize that I've been so over encumbered for a while that I'm losing health. Pro tip: you will never lose enough health for it to be a danger to you as long as you're not fighting zombies. The health loss stops at 75, so you'll never over encumber yourself to death. Thankfully. Now, the reason I'm moving these back up is actually because it makes sense to me, just thinking about it. It makes sense for the soda to be underneath the sinks because the sink is where you go to drink things. So, yeah. It also rhymes. It's as silly as it sounds, but I'm doing this for a reason. Okay. So we actually we went back and forth at the soda a little bit, but we did do a bit of a redistribution of it. So now we've got these 2 containers here for large form, or do we move? Lots of questions on that. Lots of questions on that. See, I've been improvising for so long that trying to put myself back into something that actually makes sense is actually kind of hard. Improvisation in storage systems is a bit of a rabbit hole. We're going to go ahead and eat this entire bowl of food right here because we're really hungry and we need calories, so. That didn't even take care of our thirst. Sorting all of this soda got us thirsty. Okay, this backpack sprayer that I'm never going to use, at least now I have room for it in water container storage here. Okay, large form overflow is going to go in this corner. I was hesitant, but that's what we're doing. So anything that is a food item that weighs 2.0 encumbrance, chickpeas, cornflour, flour, lentils, pasta, rice, split beans, white beans, they're all large form food. That's what I call them. They all weigh 2.0 encumbrance or less if you started using them. Now, everything else that's in here, for the most part, is small form overflow, with the exception of the cleaning stuff there. But then there's the coffee and the tea bags, which... the coffee and the tea bags, I'm going to merge caffeine storage with water container storage, because that makes sense to me. Water container storage is very... I need it early game. I don't really need it late game. The only time I do need it late game is when I'm trying to brew a drink. So it actually is directly useful to me to have it in here. I wish I'd come to that conclusion sooner. Yeah, everything else in here except for the cleaning supplies. And honestly, the cleaning supplies, it's a great thing that I just randomly found a duffel bag that I hadn't sorted before. I'm going to use the duffel bag as a cleaning duffel. So this corner is, and the reason I'm happy about this corner is now the small form food overflow. which this corner is small form food storage. So that actually, mental hierarchies, I can find small form food in one of the two corners now. Right, if none of this makes sense, I apologize. I'm rambling. It isn't necessarily a good thing to be thinking about this out loud, because that slows me down a little bit. But the alternative is just me running around base without any yap. And I know some people enjoy the yap, so blame those guys, I guess. So this is duffel bag cleaning supplies. I am now going to leave that right here next to the front door, because actually, ironically, I need mop and bucket for cleaning stuff outside more often than inside, because I do that to clean up zombie blood all over the place. Okay, and now, after all that, I am finally working on actually emptying the loot that I brought back with me. It's alright, we have fun here. So whenever I have a box with overflow, like small form food and then small form overflow, what my process is I empty a lot of a specific item that I've collected. In this case, it was like yeah, it was soda, diet soda, and ginger ale. I just pull that out of the main box and put it into the secondary box, and that helps me like keep the main box as a destination, like a designated destination for everything I pick up. Now, my main soda bin is full for the 2 liters. So what does that mean? That means I am now putting 2 liters in here with the can overflow. So 2-liter overflow and can overflow is kind of just in between them here. If I keep picking up soda, to be entirely honest, soda is one of those things, if you pick it up every time you find it, you'll probably fill up your containers pretty fast. It's bulky and it weighs a lot. The only thing that I could do that I haven't done yet is just make a soda, an entire dispenser of soda. I could do that, but no. That's a lot of work. Habaneros, there we go. I know I came over here for a reason. Alright, almost everything else is just small form of some variety or another. Now, I have not solved the problem of this right here. This display cabinet. The whole savory versus sweet dichotomy. It's not working out for me very well at this point. I have too much stuff. Yeah, I'm going to have to put brain power into that later. I'll just continue using the small form food bins here as just overflow for sweet and savory. Because, I mean, yeah, I'm coming full circle in that regard. That's what I do normally, is just put all small form food into the same bin. By that logic, technically speaking, separating things into sweet and savory is just an overflow. You could just think of these two as overflow for small form food. And well, that's it. However, like I said, small form food, despite the name, is going to get filled up pretty quick if we let it. Let's have salt be one of the things that I separate. It's useful. I like to keep it together normally, but a couple boxes of mac and cheese. I can probably make another crate of it. Yeah, pretty much everything else in here that is contributing to the weight is a not substantial amount of stuff. Okay, that's fine. We've done a fair bit of sorting. Yeah, we can make another crate of mac and cheese. Look at that. Always happy to do that. Wish I could do it more. Alright, this... I don't think I'll ever use this dog food, but, I'll put it in there. Everything else is just standard loot. Very easy to sort. But, of course, there's also the garbage bags in the ambulance. It is, however, 22:30. We're hitting the sack. The remaining loot to be sorted will be, done as an overnight activity between when we wake up and 4 a.m. Now, I've had a decent drop-off in my viewership over the past hour or so. I think that is mostly due to scheduling. One of the fun things that I learned about my audience, these YouTube analytics, is it shows me these little windows here. The shading of the little bar here is basically how many people who view my content, how many of them are actually on YouTube during that block of time. Very useful stuff. So basically, I know now that actually streaming in the mornings is generally a good thing for my audience base who actually seem to want to watch my stuff. Streaming in the morning for me is going to reach, more likely to reach people. That said, the afternoon is a little bit more reliable because, you know, the medium shade here, these are the golden hours. Because, like, even on Wednesdays where everybody is kind of, you know, not tuning in for YouTube stuff. Because remember, this is also not like this doesn't mean that people are watching my stuff. This is just anybody who has ever watched my stuff for a substantial amount of time. This is what time they are generally on YouTube. So it is useful to me. But yeah, this tells me I'm probably going to be doing streams a little bit earlier in the day from now on. I used to kind of do a lot of them overnight, but yeah. Relevant, sort of. Now, what are we doing next? We are candles. I should have put those in here a while ago. Candles. I really do. I really need a better spot for fire sources. I'm gonna do that now. Before I get caught up doing something else. I'm gonna put fire sources where they always should have been. A backpack on top of one of the crates over here. Now, why a backpack? Well, I don't want to stack crates more than 2 high because it'll start blocking my vision, so I can't see where I'm going. So I'm going to put a hiking backpack on this crate right here. And that's where I'm going to put my fire sources. Why? Because I'm most likely to need to use them either at the kiln here or at the forge here. The furnace, rather. So if I have them in this crate or whatever's on top of the crate, if I put it there, I can reach it for both spots. Remember, with crafting stations like these, you can reach them from up to 2 tiles away. So if you're planning your logistics, always consider that you don't have to have your storage directly next to it as if you were crafting directly to inventory, thankfully. Aha! I knew there was some more small form overflow to be sorted. I'm going to go ahead and actually move all of this small form overflow, like the sugar. I'm going to put that in the bin where I'm currently putting fire, because I'm going to move the fire now that I have a place to move it to. I can actually make several boxes of candles now. I can make 5 boxes of candles out of all the candles in there. Now, some of the candles I put into the boxes are probably, some of them are probably burnt out. Because sometimes you'll find candles that are like almost burnt out. I'll still pick them up though, because even if they're almost all the way burnt out, they're still very useful. While I'm here, I'm going to consolidate all of my matchbooks. Beautiful. Okay. Alright, so now all of my fire starters are out of the kitchen. They never should have been there to begin with. Skill issue. Now they are where they belong, which is over here. Now, that being said, if this backpack starts getting full, I'll move these boxes of candles somewhere else. I don't need to have the full boxes in here. Yeah, not too much else to worry about sorting. I can put these painkillers away for now. I was going to do some more working out. I'm hesitant on that. Loose nails can get put away. Yes. I don't need to build any more crates just yet. And then electrical. Electrical is full. Again, can I pack any light bulbs into a box? I don't really care about light bulbs. I'll pack anything I can pack. Nope, I cannot. So all these light bulbs I have, I cannot pack any of them into boxes right now. When I hit that point, what I do is I like to separate the yellow ones. And I put them in the middle. Well, I can't put them in the middle because the middle is full. It's, oh, okay, so the middle is full, but I can move a lot of stuff out of it, because I did recently empty a whole bunch of electrical parts to put into my refueling vehicle. Glad I had the foresight to do that. Oh, I can put the remotes up there, too. I have a lot of remotes, but not quite enough. See, this, in my standard storage system, overflow should go above the crate in its same category, right? So I drop electrical stuff into the bottom, and then when the bottom fills up, I start moving stuff that filled it up into the top, if that makes sense. In this case, TV remotes are rather hefty, but you use them to make long-range detonators, so I don't want to disassemble them for experience. So they go straight into one of the crates. Electrical parts. Okay, so the top is full once again, but that's okay. The stuff that's going into the top is generally not stuff that I have to worry about picking up too much often. Like these blue and red light bulbs, you have to go kind of far away to find those. So, and these random color light bulbs, yeah, okay. So I got a little bit of storage space figured out, but only so much. Electrical wire into the second row. So I'm actually kind of doing it backwards. I just talked all that shit about the boxes above in the stack being overflow, but now, once again, I have filled up the boxes higher in the stack. So now the bottom one, where I put stuff into to begin with, that's all right. Oh, you know what? I know exactly where I'm going to put those light bulbs, because those light bulbs are going to go in with the cleaning supplies. Yeah, we'll call it janitorial supplies. Because what do janitors do? They change light bulbs. Hell yeah. Beyond that, we've got a empty gas can that is not going to fit in here, because nothing else is going to fit in that particular container. Shit. I literally don't have very much to do with gas cans right now. My refueling vehicle, I don't think I can fit another full gas can in it. Therefore, my refueling vehicle, actually, I don't think I can. I'm gonna have to try. I'm gonna try, because I don't have any other anything else anywhere else to put that. You guys can see, if it's not exceedingly obvious already, why I'm putting off sorting loot for so long. It's not fun when your base is full. It really isn't. Trying to sort loot is not fun when your base is full. That's why I've got so much stuff that I left out at my field bases that I'm probably never going to bring back to my main base, because I don't have room for it. And even if I built, well, let's just say I built a billion more of these, that I would have to build them upstairs. And at that point, that is increasing the number of trips I have to go up and down the stairs. I'm already annoyed with having to go upstairs to sort my booze Because that's where my booze goes up here now. In the, whatchamacallit, this row. Oh, this one ran out. Hey, good thing I didn't put away those light bulbs yet. Ta-da! Only booze up here. I don't think I have it. I may have put soda. Never mind. Yeah, I did start putting soda up here. So there's an opportunity to... But if I start bringing this downstairs, I'm going to fill it up. So maybe I will go ahead and leave this up here. Yeah, this is fine. It's fine. Don't got to think about it too much. Now, if I was still carrying that, the base that I found, I did find a base in another color to add to my collection. So I am absolutely going to include many General Grievous memes when I finally make videos talking about my storage system in a more piecemeal, straightforward, easy to understand way. Because just sitting here rambling, yapping about it on stream is not really going to help too many people figure it out unless they've been watching for a while, which, you know. Shout out to the folks who watch all of my stuff. I know there's a few out there. You guys are the MVPs. Because I couldn't even watch all of my own stuff. I do this for fun, not necessarily because I would watch somebody who live streams this game sometimes up to 8 to 12 hours a day. That's insane. But if you enjoy it, then that's what I'm here for. I definitely enjoy playing the game, so if people like to see it played, then yeah, let's just share the fun. I'm also particularly good at just rambling and talking to myself, so that's I would be talking to myself anyway. Maybe not quite as much. There would be a lot more long gaps of awkward silences if I was not actually streaming live, but just recording myself. I would forget to yap, and but then I would start talking to myself at some point, for sure. It would happen, and that's just because I do that a lot. My internal monologue is more like an internal guy on the street with a megaphone. It doesn't shut up very often. Okay, so we did come up with a solution for small form overflow. It's just not perfect. It's very convenient though. I should have done this a long time ago. What am I going to do? I think I will split certain things that I know I can make a lot of use of. Oh, no. Well, sorry. Brain's going too fast to think. Yeah, there we go. Just certain things that I know I'll use a lot of if given the opportunity. I should have actually gone to sleep. That's okay. We can go to sleep now after we have a quick bite to eat here. How are we on? We really need more proteins. I did not yet, Dark. I am on my way there once I finish. Unfortunately, I started going nuts with sorting loot. And that's all she wrote. Once you start going nuts sorting loot, well... Actually, when it comes to what I should eat next, these tomatoes that are currently at the top of the fridge have probably they've probably gone the longest. So I also need to do a second sleep here, so we're going to do that. Now, that being said, I did successfully empty everything in my backpack. Then I just got to find a home for some of the furniture. We picked up a loom, which is neat. I think I know of a place I can put another crafting item for the tailoring area. Yeah. Yeah, no, it happens. This game, logistics simulator game. Okay, complex loom, there it is. Now, all that can stay. All that can stay, actually. Now, I picked up a grindstone, because I was going to make one anyway for the Louisville base. So that was actually just a stroke of luck that I found that. That was actually cool. Because a grindstone, so this is probably not going to be the case forever. Currently, grindstones only weigh 5 encumbrance. The materials to build them weigh like, I don't know, 60. Because you got to cut a couple of large stone wheels and stuff. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be quite as convenient to move forever. But currently, they're very convenient to move, which is great. Oh my God, no, yeah. I've looked at Factorio, and I have backed away slowly without ever speaking of it. Just like Minecraft. One of my buddies, I've always had an aversion to Minecraft because of the aesthetics of it. Like the first time I looked at Minecraft, I was like, if I wanted to play with Legos, I would just go fucking play with Legos. I literally have a box of Legos from my childhood that is like a massive Rubbermaid 10-liter crate full. If I wanted to go play with those, I'd just go play with those. Now, of course, I know a little bit more about Minecraft now than I did back then. I know there's more to it than just building things Lego style. But I never quite got over that mentality of just kind of looking at it as Legos but more advanced. It's really hard to think of it any other way. Yeah, Factorio is a lot. In fact, I think I own it. Do I own it? Hang on. Forgot that I could actually search. I can search, right? Yeah. Okay, no. Satisfactory. That was what I was thinking of. Satisfactory is one that I actually own. And that, of course, after reading about it, I'm terrified of this too, because it is a game I probably will enjoy a lot. And you guys have seen, anybody who's looked at my Steam list, you know what happens when I enjoy a video game. This happens. This happens. Now, on the bright side, Minecraft, Factorio, Satisfactory, all those games, as far as I know, those are not games that the developers can shut down some servers and then make so that I can never play it again. We've got one. My top game here. My top game. Redo went out of business, and now nobody can ever play this game again. God, now I'm depressed. No, but a lot of some of the other games like Factorio, Satisfactory, most of those are just offline games that'll continue to work long after the developers shut them down. That's great. More games should be like that. All games should be like that. I still do like MMOs. I'll never hate MMOs, but I do think it should be, I don't know, it's hard for me to go as far as some people have gone to say that every game has to have a sunset plan that involves just making it so that community servers can be run. Because then what you're doing is you're telling people that they have to release code. And not even like code that, functional code, but code like, code that they may rely on to make money in the future, that they would be, financially damaged if they released it. I'm not saying I'm necessarily sympathetic to that argument, but I also can say for certain that there are examples where that can go awry. People should not necessarily be forced to disclose source code for things, and that is kind of the direction that you would have to go in if you did that. Because, I mean, remember, like the Stop Killing Games initiative, for example, nobody is asking for source code with that. Nobody is asking. But the industry is not doing a very good job of communicating this. There are situations where to preserve a game is basically going to require either exposing part of its source code or just, exposing something that the developers would never want to be exposed for financial reasons. I'm not very sympathetic to those financial reasons, but I do recognize that they exist, and that without them, the number of games that get made is going to go down. So that's just kind of my pragmatic take on it. Like, I do think, generally speaking, I'll agree with almost most of the talking points for Stop Killing Games, and in fact, some of it is my bread and butter. Some of it I agree very strongly with, but there are points that the industry is making. They're just not articulated very well. And the funny thing is, one of the only other people out there who's going out there and trying to advocate for the industry's perspective, he literally burned his career doing so because he was being very disingenuous when he did it. So it's like, it's that, honestly, I find that kind of sad. Pirate Software could have He could have just done a few things to bring the message across differently, and I don't think he would have lost a fraction of the subscribers he lost. Like, I'm pretty sure his career is over on YouTube. The rest of his career is probably fine. He can still churn out slop code. You know what? With the exception of this electric base. And this propane tank. And these bottles of dye. Jug of vinegar. Okay, I kind of glossed over this when I found it. I have a jug of vinegar now. That might have come along... Well, so what is a jug of vinegar? That's probably... that might be as many as 20 cans. Or, sorry, 20 jars of food that I can make now. I might be able to actually get rid of, like, an entire freezer's worth of stuff that I'm trying to preserve just with that one jug of vinegar. I needed to investigate that, though, because I'm not sure exactly how many charges there are of vinegar. Because it's 2 charges for each jar you're trying to make. That's what the recipe uses, so I got to figure that out. And then, of course, I got to deploy this generator, and then we are done emptying the ambulance, and we can go to Firearms Unlimited and do something more interesting. Because trust me, if you guys are here to watch combat and you enjoy that more than just watching bro swords base and yap all the time, yes, to be entirely honest, I am kind of in the same boat. I would like to be killing some more zombies right now, but this is my play style. This is how I sort things. Only the game was just a little bit easier to deal with in the logistical side. I am upstairs to put up this electrical base alongside the other 2 that I have. I have a red one, a blue one, and now I have a black one. More DACA, let's buy. 100%, yep. If I could, I would, and I will. But, all in good time, I suppose. Now, when it comes to assaulting... Alright, so, one thing I did not consider, that I kind of wish I considered before, I didn't know how big Guns Unlimited is. It's big. Like, just in terms of real estate, it's bigger than Stendo's. Now, I don't know what that means necessarily in terms of loot, but I also do know that if I'm going to get a chance at aiming 5 without going to Louisville State University, which I don't even know if it's at LSU, I'm just assuming it is, but if it's not at LSU, or if it was going to be anywhere but LSU, I would bet on it being somewhere at Guns Unlimited. Now, what does that mean for my calculus going forward? That means that all this ammo that I've packed together for Louisville, it actually kind of makes sense to use some of it for assaulting Guns Unlimited, because I know there's going to be a lot of zombies in the way. I feel good about that, yeah. I think I'm going to do that. I think I am going to go ahead and expend a lot of the ammo that I've gathered here that I would have expended fighting my way into Louisville, because we're going to replenish all of this. Assuming, of course, that Guns Unlimited is not looted and trashed, and even if it is, assuming there's going to be a bunch of ammo. I do think that even if it's looted and trashed, we'll find a fair bit of ammo. So that's not necessarily what I'm worried about. Now my proteins are starting to get into the negatives, so I'm going to drop the pretenses, and we're going to have some rabbit meat. We no longer have to worry about... Sorry, trailed off for a second there. If I jarred up these tomatoes... No, I wouldn't want to... Well, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters what you put into the jar. In terms of it being fresh. Or, sorry, not fresh, but, in terms of how long the jar is going to last after you make it. I don't think that matters. If I were to catch some of this stuff right before it spoils, but it's still fresh, it'll probably still have as much usefulness once I jar it up. But in any case, I'm going to go ahead and thaw this rabbit meat. And while that's thawing, I'm going to get started on another food item of some sort here. Just take a frying pan. We'll just cook us I'm going to put 2 helpings of rabbit in it, because I would like to fix my silly protein problem for a long time. 2 helpings of rabbit, to be perfectly honest. That actually might put me really, really, really high. But that's okay. And we're not trying to cook this, we're just trying to defrost it there. Okay. Now we add 2 helpings rabbit. And we are attempting to put on weight, so we are putting some butter on it. And of course we have a bunch of habaneros and jalapenos that have been in the fridge, so are going to last a lot longer, but are still at risk. So there's our next meal. We're cooking that up. I'm going to go ahead and put the rabbit meat back because this was, despite being an average cut, there's a lot of it. So I'm just going to put that back. It would be amazing if I never have to get out and kill a rabbit again. I'm sure I will. They spawn directly in the middle of the road. The devs literally put them in front of me. So, yeah, I'm going to have to deal with them again sometime. That's going to take a minute. Propane tank. I know where I can put that. Actually, I can probably sort all the rest of this loot now. I know where the propane tank's going, and I know where the jug of vinegar, I know where that's going. Oh, there's also small form food getting put in the front here. So I can reorder this while I'm waiting for that. Dried meats is what I'll classify this display cabinet as. You know, dried meat being one of those things that we should be able to make, but we can't. Because, well, it's something that would be useful. So of course the devs haven't added it just yet. Why rush? You know, we can add ragdolls instead. Why would they do anything else? All right, you know what? This corner cabinet, I'm going to repurpose it. It did make sense to me initially to use it as small form overflow, but we have this crate now. No, I have no plans post Louisville. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if there's a substantial loot point in Louisville, I'll probably hit it. I don't even know if I'll see. Remember, I don't actually plan on coming back from Louisville with very much loot. I'm gonna build a base in Louisville in the area. Hang on, this is done. I'm gonna build a base in Louisville, the Louisville area, and that's where the loot's gonna get centralized. Now, of course, just to complete my collections here in Riverside, I will probably build a or I'll bring back certain things. But yeah, we're not going to be actually worrying about ferrying too much stuff back from Louisville. Like, probably we'll be spending most of the rest of the game, this character's life will be spent in Louisville. Like, we'll probably be there more often than we will be anywhere else because, well, if we are going to fight our way in, then it only makes sense to make use of it while we've got, you know, the area traversable until when the respawns start coming in. I don't want to be sticking around in Louisville for the respawns. So I guess when we're done in Louisville, we're going to be done when the respawns start showing up. Maybe it depends on how bad they get. So basically, all of my small form food is once again in this area, which is what I always wanted. So that is, at least we've got that going for us. I did successfully separate yet another category of things for display cases, which is good. Do I want to bother with this jar project? Okay, I do want to see something. I'm just going to open up the crafting menu and see if I were to try to make a jar of produce. Okay, it doesn't show. It says 2 uses, But how many uses are in there? How do I find out how many uses are in a jug of vinegar? I don't know. To be entirely honest, I think it's just gonna be a I think it's just gonna be twice as much as a bottle, and a bottle is enough to make a bottle is 10 uses, and I'm going by weight for that. I think a full bottle of vinegar is 1.0 encumbrance, a jug of vinegar is 2.0 encumbrance. So that means this is 10. I'm gonna assume this is 10 jars of produce here, which nothing to knock at. I'm happy to have 10 more jars of something that I don't have to waste gasoline on preserving. Okay, next order of business is a couple of things we got to do. Really just a question of what order to do them in. Let's get the generator circuit established that I've been thinking about here. So we've got our we've got our yellow generator that we found when we were out in brain fart. Brandenburg, yeah. Got our yellow generator. So what we need to do is basically this has always been a temporary fix. I don't want to waste gas trying to keep one of these powered because this is expensive, relatively speaking. This is very expensive to try to keep powered. So what we're going to do is we're going to replace it with this generator, and then also with some freezers, specifically a popsicle freezer. Now, in order to do that, you've got to empty this and then move it. This is going to look silly, but we're just going to dump it on the floor. It's faster than picking it up and putting it in our inventory. And thankfully, there's no germs in this game. In real life, I would not want to dump a bunch of stuff on the floor. But in real life, I wouldn't have to do any of this dumb bullshit. In real life, there would be a very sensible way of load balancing multiple generators so that I didn't have to separate them by space. That I didn't have to... Yeah, I won't even begin to start talking about that. You guys know what I'm talking about. This game's representation of generators is just really stupid. There's so many silly things that you should be able to do. It really is. It really is. It really is. Okay, what did I do with that godforsaken... I actually forgot where I put it. Was it in the pottery? It was. Okay. Here's our popsicle freezer. So we picked that up. We're going to put it in the offhand. And we are just going to empty everything out of this fridge now. Because once I drop it on the floor, yeah, I'll pick it back up, put it into the these things are big. I was hesitant to do this, to be honest, but no. If I tried to keep this powered while I was away from base, that would be no bueno. There's so much here that some of it probably is already thawed just by trying to replace this dumb shit. Now, I forgot to go get gas, because of course I did. I'm an absolute doof. But that's what my refueling vehicle is for. I always know where to find one. Yeah, that is, and almost all of it is tomatoes. That was always going to happen. We planted a lot of tomatoes, and each one we harvested got us the maximum amount because we're agriculture level 10 now. Okay, so we're going to start with whatever is still, nothing is still frozen. Right. As expected, literally nothing but tomatoes. We have over 200 encumbrance of stuff here. Yeah, this one freezer, or I'm sorry, 2 freezers was never going to be enough. As expected, we are going to need a lot more room. Now the jars, I just kind of put them in there because I had room for them. That's how that worked. But geez Louise, I've been at this for so long that I'm really hungry. I guess moving around all this food makes sense. And we have so many jars that we need, well, I'm going to need to find I need to find a more permanent place for jars, really. Because there's so much of it that it's going to need its own crate. Alright, so that is everything that needs to be stored somewhere. And I was hoping that after I established that circuit, I was going to be able to do away with, no. I mean, now I'm unironically considering yet another circuit because F my life. But that being said, I'm not too worried about that. We're just going to we'll start by putting the jars in here because we have room in here. Yeah, we just spent almost an entire day just moving stuff. The shit you get up to in this game. I'll put the rest of the stale potatoes in the corner there. I don't expect that I'll have a lot of use for them, but I'll try to use what I can before I deploy to before deploying to Louisville. Now, some of this stuff is, and in fact, okay, so part of the logistical challenge to get to Louisville, part of the logistical challenge is actually going to be getting our perishables to come with us, because I am not going to be leaving perishables here in Riverside just to come back here once a week to make sure that the generators are refueled. I'm not doing that. When we go to Louisville, we are leaving nothing behind that is time sensitive. No crops, no generators running. The animals will be set for literal months. They're already set for literal months, but I will top the animals off so that they can live for months without me. We're not, no loose ends. There will be no loose ends when we go to Louisville. We will leave ourselves in a position where we don't have to think about coming back to Riverside on a timer. Because otherwise I wouldn't want to go to Louisville. I know it's going to take a long time to accomplish just getting to LSU. That's probably, I'm thinking, multiple weeks. Just to fully secure the area. And that's my style. I fully secure areas when I go to them. I don't do the stealth thing. I know some folks have had some interesting times by going to Louisville and playing stealth. But that's not how I operate. I don't do stealth. I go loud. And if that means I have a lot of work ahead of me, so be it. I've read World War Z. I know what happens when you try to stealth against zombies. It just doesn't work long term. It does not work long term. Eventually you'll get found. Now, okay. Something about World War Z, if you've never read the book, the zombies in World War Z are actually more terrifying than the ones in this world, even though they're not sprinters. Now, if you had the, and that was another thing when I watched the Brad Pitt movie. I was particularly perturbed that they did sprinters, because if they did them the same way they did them in the book, but then made them go fast, those are the worst zombies I've seen outside of fantasy. Of course, in fantasy settings, you can have, well, I guess, technically speaking, all zombie media is fantasy. Technically speaking, all zombie media is fantasy, because zombies, just by their existence, violate the laws of thermodynamics, and therefore you cannot even call it science fiction. Well, there's a lot of good science fiction that unfortunately violates the laws of thermodynamics, but not quite as overtly. It's not quite as offensive to the laws of thermodynamics. One of my favorite science fiction, you could call it soft sci-fi. My favorite soft sci-fi of all time is easily the Stargate series, Atlantis and SG-1. Universe is okay, but they wasted a lot of my time with Universe. They added way too much character drama with Universe SGU. But yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of things that violate the laws of thermodynamics in Stargate, which is all right. And what are the laws of thermodynamics, in essence? I never miss an opportunity to spread knowledge about this. The laws of thermodynamics: 1, you can't win. 2, you can't break even. 3, don't even try. And just apply that to energy. I really loved that description. I don't even remember where I saw it first, but it was that's a very apt description, and I'm always glad to spread that around if I ever get an opportunity to do so. We're about to hit the sack. Now, this is fascinating. I am going to go back through my footage of this run, and I'm going to watch my carb levels. Why? Because at the beginning of this stream, we were at 1,000 carbs. We haven't gone through too many days, and yet I have burned off all of those carbs. That's a lot of carbs. Maybe the diet change is the explanation. I guess I was eating food with lots of carbs in it. It was one of the vegetables that I was eating. I mean, there could have been a number of them. Anyway, 22:30. Let's hit the sack, and then I can't believe I'm considering another freezer. The funny thing is, though, I could do another freezer, and the reason being is that no, I'm not doing another freezer. No, not doing another freezer. I need to. It's time to stop. It's just that, yeah. I think my brain started to shut down when I started considering another freezer. Not doing it. Nope. We're good on freezers. We're good. Because they have to be on different circuits, so you can't always see them in my base here. I think you can see them all with this wall down here. Not quite, but close. Okay, so the popsicle freezers count as 2 from electrical perspective. So 1, 2 down here, 3, 4 up here. Now with this circuit, 5, 6 over here. Now we count the white ones, so 7, 8, and then in this shed there are 9 and 10. We are currently powering 10 freezers, and that's still not enough. That is still not enough. The freezer of this fridge was not counted. We're powering that as well. The freezer of this fridge is full, obviously, and the fridge portion is chunky. Now, of all the stuff that we have, tomatoes, we have billions of tomatoes. I think we have 3. Or no, this one's bell peppers. And then both of the sides of this one out here are tomatoes. So when it comes to what I want to make jars of, I'm going to thaw out like 6 of these cabbages. That's 3 jars of cabbages right there. I think it's 2 each. So we're going to thaw out those. What else can I make jars of? Unfortunately, I don't remember the numbers, but... broccoli, carrots, eggplant, leeks, potatoes, radishes, tomatoes. Now, I have a billion potatoes. Unfortunately, they've already gone stale. And I don't know if stale potatoes come out with less nutrition in them if you jar them up. Right? Are all jars of potatoes the same nutritionally when you open them up? I don't think they are. I think what you get out is close to what you put in, I think. But in any case, we're going to focus on just what is still fresh, is what we're going to jar up. So that rules out the potatoes, sadly. Broccoli. I think broccoli is 6 per jar. So that's 12, 18. We're getting 18 broccoli. So that's 3 jars of cabbage and then 3 jars of broccoli. And then I wish I could jar kale. I would in a heartbeat if I could. We've already got a bunch of jars of tomatoes. So for the sake of keeping my jarred food diverse, we'll do bell peppers next. I think I already got a fair amount of bell peppers already. Oh, they're all here now. I've actually collected them all together. Cool. Okay. Now remember, if I would do more jars of potatoes if I knew whether preserving them was worth it, but I don't, so I'm not going to. Because a potential waste of vinegar is actually a substantial problem for me. I do not want to waste the vinegar on jarring something if I'm not getting the maximum amount for it. So I suppose I'll do one more of tomatoes just to even it out with the bell peppers. Do I even have carrots? If I did, they'd probably be over here. I do. Okay, we can do more carrots. I don't remember how many carrots were to a jar. I'm just going to assume that it's 6 per jar, and if it's not, I'll just eat whatever's left over. It's fine. Anything to get some of this stuff consolidated. So assuming it's 6 per jar, we've got 6 jars already, so that's 7. Eight and 9, and then what did I say I was going to do? Tomatoes after that? Yeah, we'll do tomatoes after that. So all these I'm putting the stuff I just separated from the freezers, putting those into the fridge so that they thaw into the fridge, and then just double checking to make sure that tomatoes are not. There's no half tomatoes in here. Because remember, when you start using them in cooking, they eat fucking leftovers. God, that leftovers really annoy me in this game now. There's a reason I've stopped thinking about leftovers. If I thought about leftovers, it would take me twice as long to go through the food. 10 freezers already. I don't need anything making it harder to get through the food. Yeah, that's fine. So, that actually does it for sorting the food. We're just going to wait for that stuff to thaw. And we need to eat. We are, you know what? I'm actually at a point where, wow, I'm already, okay. You want to generally stay between 75 and 85 kilo in your character's weight. I'm at 84.6. It's actually a great thing that I burned all those carbs because now I'm no longer gaining weight rapidly. So I actually don't want to be putting on weight right now. Do I have... Yes, okay, so these salads here, these salads did not have any chunky things put in them. So these salads are not going to be high in calories. Well, they'll have calories, but not too many. Okay, that's good. We've got an idea of what to eat now. We do need to be rather vigorous with burning the calories. So, if I'm going to be spending, well, we've got this is a rather substantial storm. Whenever you see fog at night, That's either a hurricane or a severe thunderstorm. It's hurricane season in game. It's also the same day in game. September 12th, 1994. IRL, it's September 12th, 2025. That's funny. Um, yeah. So this could be a hurricane. If this is a hurricane, we're in for several days of this. Not optimal weather to be fighting massive crowds of zombies in. I'm not going to let that stop me, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm thinking about that. I'm going to think about that. I'm going to sleep on it in-game. While I'm sleeping on it in-game, I'm going to move this generator back to collection with the other red ones. Now, the last crop that I have here to harvest is this kale. I really wish I could jar kale, but the growing season's still great, so... Now, when we go hit Guns Unlimited, I'm going to need to bring my hauler. I'm going to need to bring my hauler to Guns Unlimited. So we're not taking the ambulance, we're taking the step van. So this right here, I've talked about it many times on stream, but actually, it's been a little while since I've actually used it. This is the hauler. This is my pristine, princely van. Its storage space is not perfect, but it's close enough. It's got 202 encumbrance in the trunk, and then this is a perfect trailer here at 130. So between the trailer and the trunk, this is peak vanilla Zomboid right here, what you're looking at. This truck with this trailer, you're haggling for bits to get better than this. So if we need to move a lot of things, like we're going to when we go down to whatchamacallit, Guns Unlimited. Yeah. Okay, so another thing, when we go to Guns Unlimited, we're going to need a field base. And I'm going to take a generator for that. So this blue generator here. My field bases get their blue generators. That can go in here. Yeah. Yeah, I just, yeah. I wish there were, RimWorld. I will never not cite RimWorld as an example of what to do for survival crafting games. Because, my God, if we had the mechanics of RimWorld in a survival crafting game where it was player direct control instead of, RimWorld style. It's not that I hate RimWorld, it's just, God, I wish there was more direct control. Sure, we can recruit our pawns. No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about at all. I want a combat system that's not entirely RNG. Because RimWorld's combat system, you can command your guys strategically, but at the end of the day, when they shoot, it's RNG to hit. All you're doing is influencing the RNG to hit. It's not like this. This game, you have a lot more autonomy. My God, if we had the mechanics of RimWorld with the autonomy of... Well, the perfect game, in my opinion, would be a halfway point between 7 Days to Die and RimWorld. You would be hard-pressed to ever get me to play another game if there was something like that, but we're never going to see that. The only reason RimWorld is so complex is because the devs didn't have to waste time on other things to make it more enjoyable for people who are not interested in entire RNG-based combat. There's a time and a place for RNG, and RimWorld in and of itself is great. Terra Invicta has billions of it. Terra Invicta literally has a achievement called Solomon's Curse. 900 hours in that game, and I still haven't gotten it. Solomon's Curse is triggered by failing a mission that has a 99% chance of completion. That's the kind of game Terra Invicta is. I do plan to stream it someday. The game hasn't been updated since May, so I am waiting for that. In any case, we're cooking. Yeah, we're going to cook first because we want to... Well, no, not cook. We're going to jar. That's what we're doing. Now we need to get some jars. So how do I get jars? Oh, no, not jars, just jar lids, sorry. So, Advanced Forge. We need to make jar lids. We need steel sheets for that. I'm pretty sure I have plenty of steel sheets, but they need to be cut into small steel sheets. Now, I don't have the book for welding. But since I'm done with metalworking, if I'm going to have to expend some resource to do this, then sure, I'll go ahead and use welding instead of metalworking to cut some steel sheets and turn them into jar lids. Whoa, hello. I'm putting steel sheets over here too, aren't I? Doof, okay. Well, we want to use up the welding torches that are not full first. So we'll start with that. I need a blinder, don't I? Yeah, this is either a severe thunderstorm or a hurricane. Perfect timing. Ugh, disgusting. I would have preferred to go fight the Guns Unlimited Horde sooner rather than later. But maybe I can get down there and establish a base and start getting a foothold together, and maybe by the time I finish all that, the storm will be done. In any case, here's our jar lids. We're doing this twice, or am I going to run out of charcoal? Of course I'm going to run out of charcoal. God damn it. So close. Literally just 3 charcoal short. Sorry, one of my friends just posted something in Discord and I'm laughing really hard. Yeah, you run into some weird people when you work in Arlington and DC. My buddy works in Arlington, and yeah, he ran into a weirdo. That's the long and short of it that I can talk about. Okay, so we've got 22 jars and 4 jar lids. So we're literally 1 jar lid short. Okay. I could go outside, burn some charcoal. However, what I would prefer to do instead, I'm going to get a jar lid by opening this jar of potatoes, particularly. Now, why am I opening this particular jar of potatoes? This is the one that I made that used the stale potatoes instead of the regular ones. So what I'm going to do is open this up, and I want to see what the nutritional value is. 74? Holy shit, I don't think. Okay, hang on. Where are all of my stale potatoes? Jar, make jar of produce. You only need 3 potatoes. Okay, so just to illustrate why that was important to me. We turned 3 stale potatoes that each reduce 13 hunger. We turned 3 stale potatoes into a jar that reduces 74 hunger. Let's just do some math on that. That's 74 divided by 13. So we basically got twice as much. That tells me that, yes, it does not matter if the food is stale. When you put it into a jar and open up the jar, you're getting about the same you would normally get. But let me run that one more time, because we do still have a fresh potato here. Fresh potatoes give 18. So if we divide that 74 divided by 18, we actually still increased it a little bit. That's wild. I wonder if that's because we're high-level cooking. We are cooking level 10, so things we cook will have more nutritional value than what we put in. So that actually does make sense to me a little bit. Yeah, that could be it, yeah. The vinegar itself, so we're not necessarily vinegar and salt. I think salt and vinegar, and when you cook it, you release things that will sort of mess with the calorie count somehow. But yeah, that's I'm not going to question that. I'm okay with it because again, vinegar is so hard to find in this game relative to anything else you'll find that I'm perfectly okay with that. So now, unfortunately, because I opened that jar of potatoes, I do have to use it up sometime soon. But that was worth it. That was worth it to do that, because now we've learned something very important. And we got ourselves a jar lid, so we don't have to go make more. So let's get, there's our 10 jars, there's our 10 jar lids. We need some salt. Salt, is there anyone that I'm currently using? Yes, take that, that, and that. And we are making some more jars. Start with the carrots. Oh, we need water. Almost forgot water. Okay, it was 5 carrots instead of 6. So we're just going to have a couple of carrots left over. That's fine. So we can make, our plan was to make 3 of these, I think. Yeah, we got the materials for 3. Assuming that we needed 6, so we'll have, like, 7 left over. That's fine. Boom, 3 jars of carrots for the collection. Our collection grows. I think I was correct. Yes, I was correct. So, a jug of vinegar does get you 10 jars. Because just looking at that bar, even though the bar, you know, don't get me started on bars in this game, colored bars. I could go the rest of my life without seeing another colored bar. But yeah, just looking at that, I can visually tell that we planned correctly. So we got that, we got that. We now need to refill the bucket of water we've been using. Threaten me with a good time. Fresh water is, I'm literally never going to run out at this rate. Because I'm just filling it straight from the ceiling. I'm thinking this is definitely a hurricane that we're seeing right now. Oops, wrong button. Okay, I'm going to start moving the milk. And use this as a milk container for now. That'll change momentarily because I'm actually going to take all of the milk that I currently have with me. Stale potatoes. Okay, so like I said, our calculus has changed a little bit now because we are now we're gonna make some of those jars of potatoes. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and use all 4 of my remaining jars to make jars of potatoes, because that's, you know, of all the things that you can jar that I've been able to sow and harvest, potatoes is the only thing I didn't get very much of, because by the time I realized that they're going stale, I realized that well, I started questioning whether it was worth the vinegar, but now I know for sure it is worth the vinegar. We only had to sacrifice 1 jar of potatoes to figure that out. But there goes all the vinegar. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. We haven't emptied any freezers, but you know, we did some progress in that general direction. Now, what do I do with the space that I opened up in the freezers by pulling all the stuff out that I just jarred? I'm going to replace it with tomatoes, and I'm going to start from the bottom, right? Yes, I'm going to start from the bottom, because the tomatoes starting from the bottom are more fresh from the ones I put in earlier. So basically all the freezer space that we just took up is now going to be replaced with a little bit more tomato. And it's not like we have anything else to put in there. It's just stuff that is currently in the fridge that needs to go somewhere that's going to make it last longer than the fridge. So what am I going to do with all this stuff when I go to Louisville if I don't plan on coming back here and constantly refueling the generators? You know, I'm going to have to, I'll have to play that by ear. But generally speaking, my current plan is to just, my current plan is to see what I can fit into the hauler and throw everything else out. Right, so right now we have, I'm assuming that every single one of my freezers is 39 encumbrance. I think that's correct, yes. Every freezer I have, 39 encumbrance, that's 390. I shouldn't even need to whip out the calculator for that. We have 390 encumbrance of food in freezers. Because right now, I just double-checked, they're all full now that I replaced the little bit that I took out. So we have 390 encumbrance. Our vans can carry around 202 plus 130, 332. So we literally, if we wanted to move all of our frozen produce at once, we couldn't do it. Nor would I actually want to do that. I would not want to move all of my frozen produce at once. So, alternatively, how many freezers can I fit into a van? That's just basically 332 divided by 20. So I can carry a lot of freezers, that's not a problem. But I can't do them both. So let's try something else. Let's do 130, which is the encumbrance of the trailer, divided by 20. That's 6 freezers. We can carry 6 freezers with us. What is 6 freezers times 39? That's 234 encumbrance. So that's the trunk plus a little bit of, I guess I'll hand carry some. So if I was to do it in sort of a situation where I would reduce my total number of freezers down to 6, and then just take everything with me, I could do that. In fact, that is exactly what I'm going to do. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm going to do. Okay, I have my plan then. That is my plan for Louisville. I'm going to set up base before I start doing that. My plan, generally speaking, for Louisville is going to be we're going to do it in phases. We're not going to move everything at once because we don't yet have a base site. I don't know where I'm going to base. That's TBA. What I do know is I'm going to use my West Point base as a staging ground. So here is Riverside. That's where we're at. Here is West Point. This is our staging ground. And here is, well, there's Valley Station, and there's Louisville. Valley Station is just in the way. I'm going to fight through Valley Station into Louisville. Valley Station, which side of the... Oh, okay, never mind. Valley Station I thought was like kind of past the checkpoint a little bit as well, but it's not. So we're going to fight into Louisville, and I'm probably going to set up a temporary base somewhere, such as... here. Now, why would I set up here? The Leaf Hill Height offices. Not necessarily there, per se, but close to it. Is that the place that I had my eye on? Give me just a moment. Yes, that was the place I had my eye on. Okay, now why did I have my eye on that? I don't think I'm going to go forward with the bridge, but I did consider building a bridge. And the reason I considered building the bridge was because I could use the other side of the river as a way to get into Louisville safely. But if I was going to do that, I'd have to build my own. I would have to build my own road, because as we can see, the wilderness overgrowth system does apply to this area that's outside of the normal map. So if we went there, trees everywhere in front of us, we would have to build our own road. Not worth it, not necessarily. But just in the spirit of that, I'm going to, when I get to Louisville, I'm going to build my base in this area. Because basically this area, I did the math, this area would be where, kind of the last area that we can make our, it's also not bad, it's right next to the hospital. Spiffos there, Pizza Worlds. Also, that being said, though, I don't know where the, I don't know what the population counts look like in this area. I really should not have closed that, that Reddit image. Okay. Let me take a look at the kale really quick. See if we have weeks or if we're down to days yet. Because that will actually determine that'll determine some things. I do want to harvest the kale before we go. It's down to days. Okay. So less than a week. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's ready to harvest. I can harvest it now. So we're not on a kale timer. Not at all. No, no, no. Because once it goes to blooming, it'll still have a little bit of time. 10th house near the river has 3 doors garage. Now remember, okay, so I bet I probably should have articulated this. I'm not going to build in Louisville. I'm going to do this. What you're looking at right here with Riverside, with the base being outside of the map, technically speaking. I'm doing the same thing in Louisville. We are going to build a base in the river in Louisville. So basically, I'm just kind of looking for a spot that is next to the edge of the river and convenient to drive into from the river, if that makes sense. So anywhere where there's a wall or like a road that leads straight up to the river, like there is right here. Yeah, that's kind of just my calculus. That's what I'm looking for. Possibly. I mean, you know. Oh, no, I'm probably going to do that here. I'm going to build an actual base in Louisville. Yeah. And I don't want... Basically, the problem is, I am expecting there to be both spawns and respawns, a lot of them. So I am expecting to want to build on the water. Now, of course, we got the train yard here at this lake. However, I have heard reports that even if you build on a lake, you will eventually run into zombies respawning in your base. That's what I've been told. I've never observed it, so I take that with a grain of salt. But yeah. Oh, that's right. I picked up these tomatoes so that I could fill this up. There we go. That's what I was expecting, yes. The hospital, definitely one of the upper echelons of... Yeah, definitely one of the upper echelons of zombie populations in the game. Okay. So all of my freezers are completely full now. Now I need to lose weight. I feel like currently my best option to lose weight is actually going to just be to straight up eat tomatoes. So that's probably what I'm going to do. Yeah, anytime I get hungry, tomato, straight up. They're not bad. You can eat them. I wouldn't want to do this IRL, but if it was my only choice, I'll do it. All right. Now, if I do a freezer run, as I was theorizing, I will definitely need to do multiple trips with the hauler to establish my presence in Louisville. But that is going to be a gradual progression from Riverside to West Point first. Riverside to West Point to get the stuff so that I don't have to go back and forth quite as far. Because West Point to Louisville is much better than Riverside to West Point. Or, well, yeah, even that. West Point to Louisville is more tolerable than Riverside to West Point. And God forbid Riverside to Louisville. I don't want to have to do that very much. That is a reason that I was actually planning to build my own road. But no, I'm not doing that because storage situation here at base is just that bad. I'm not fucking with that. We'll put away this welding materials. I'm not going to need this for a while. Who knows when I will find welding 5. There it is. Empty welding torches are now being separated. All right, we are next. We are Guns Unlimited. That's next on my agenda. I was kind of burning a little bit of time there, just trying to see if I can wait out some of this storm before going. But I think we've waited out the worst of it. And I say that because it's starting to clear up a little bit. If it was a hurricane, that would mean that the clearing up means that it's almost done. Because hurricanes are just basically linear. They get bad and then they stop getting bad and then everything's good. Okay, I cannot carry more than one of these at once. So what we're doing is, because Guns Unlimited is going to contain... Well, I'm not going to say that it's guaranteed to contain a lot of stuff, but I'm going to go on a leap of faith and assume that it is. We're going to bring all of our weapons with us. Yeah. Oh, this bucket of water can get put away. I'm done with it. Forgot I was carrying it. There we go. So what are these? What are these military backpacks specifically? These are my weapon bags, basically. I kind of split them up a little bit, but there's no real designated storage system for them. I just kind of put things that I'm going to use, like the 1911 and all of the magazines I filled to get to the next level of reloading. The big iron, as it were, along with all of the boxes I have left of big iron ammo, and a bandolier that I would wear when I'm ready to use it. We have all that put together in one bag. And then this bag is just my reloads for certain calibers. M14. I don't know if I'm gonna bring all my guns with me. I'm gonna go out on a leap of faith here and assume that Guns Unlimited is gonna have some good stuff in it. That's what I'm gonna assume. And if I'm wrong, well, I've been wrong before. It sucks, but I'm used to it. I have no shame admitting when I'm wrong. So, we're going to take, this is all of our guns that are, like, modded and ready to use. That's why I keep them out on display over here. So, we're taking our M14, we're taking our shotgun, we are taking the, yeah, we'll take the, I'll do an ammo count before I fuck with the MSR 700. Because MSR 700, 223, that's something that I kind of fucked with for a while, so my ammo supply of it is going to be somewhat lower. The DE, maybe, I mean, I don't know. MSR 788, I don't know. I think the ammo, the damage is actually identical. Yeah, the damage is identical to the M14. So there literally is no point in using an MSR 788 if you have an M14 that is properly modded. Because the M14, I think, has better mods. I think the red dot sight is objectively superior to any of the scopes if you're just talking about general usage. So I'm going to go ahead and leave behind the 788. What is this other one over here? It's a different 700, isn't it? Why do I have two 700s? What's going on there, huh? I don't know if I'll use the Magnum, but I'll take it. Yeah, I'm just going to put this MSR 700 along with the other one here to remind myself that I have two of them out here for some reason. What else? We need blades. Lots of blades. We're going to take the machete that... No, we're not. That's a machete that's damaged. This damaged machete is going over here to be reforged. I don't fuck with damaged weapons. Now, in terms of melee, we're pretty good. I think. I need to double check the weapon supply in the expedition vehicle, the hauler. Need to check what we've got in there. Okay, yeah, so we've got 6 loose boxes and 2 cartons of 223. Not too much, really. Not too much. And we don't want to bring too much with us, because I have no idea how much I'm going to expend. Could be a lot, might not be not. It might be not. So it's kind of hard to expend 38 special because the only thing that shoots it only has five rounds in the chamber, or the cylinder rather. These cartons of 44 mag rounds are kind of hard to justify bringing. You know what? I use the big iron thumbnail so much, I might as well take the big iron with me. All of it. We're taking all the big iron ammo, with the hopes that we're going to come back with more. So we'll do that. These M9 magazines are not loaded because I have I have picked up all of my M9 magazine, all of my M9 ammo has been loaded into magazines, rather. So we don't even have to think about M9 anymore. That's what we're currently using, but we don't have to think about it anymore. So there's our weapons bags. I'm going to resort some of them here just to get things of similar caliber together. So the 45 auto should go together at least. Move the weapons to the top one here. Now, M1911 is 45 auto, so we are going to use that a little bit at some point. To be entirely honest, I like the big iron a lot, so I don't think I'll be using too much of the 45 auto. So these two go in with the 45 auto, and then the M14 goes in here, because that's where we've got the M14 magazines. We got 20 of those bad boys. Now, I have an M16 magazine. I have 2 of them filled and packed, ready to go. I don't have anything to shoot it with. I don't have an M16, but I have a couple of magazines ready to go when I find one. Question of when, not if, right? So what does that leave us with? That leaves us with a backpack that we can fill with some ammo for our other calibers. That's what we'll do next. We'll just, we've already got the shotgun in there. We'll take a little bit of 44 mag for the Desert Eagle and the Magnum. Because remember, anything that we don't use when we retake Guns Unlimited, anything we don't use when we get to that point, will just stay in this vehicle. And we actually might go straight from Guns Unlimited down to West Point. Because already down in West Point, we have a massive cache of ammo. So it actually makes more sense to me to just go straight from Guns Unlimited once we get the ammo. Go straight from Guns Unlimited down to West Point and fill our cache down there. That's exactly what we're doing. Okay. I am glad that I thought of that, because that's what we were doing. So, shotgun. Shotgun, bar none, the best weapon type in this game right now. If you're doing firearms, shotgun is the best. There's nothing I can say to qualify that statement. The range is amazing, and even when I was only aim like level 4, I was one-shotting zombies. That being said, I have not gone too hard with it just yet, because I'm saving it for, like, discharging the rounds at the highest possible level. So, yeah. We're taking a shotgun with us, and anything we don't use taking Guns Unlimited is going to stay in West Point when we go there. I'm not going to be able to fit all this. Shit. Okay. What can I do to ease that? Nothing. I can't do anything to ease that. So what I'm going to do instead is just put the, just going to move the guns to the trunk. It's fine. So just to recap what we're doing here, logistically speaking, I'm taking the lion's share of my guns with me out to go fight my way into Guns Unlimited. And I'm going to assume that I'm going to expend a fair bit of this ammo. And whatever I don't expend, I expect to top up so that this van is completely full of guns and ammo, and then take it down to my West Point base to stage it, get ready to go to Louisville. So that is the current plan. Yeah. Can I, if I wanted to, could I fit these M9 magazines in here. Probably not. Yeah, we're gonna put the M14 stuff back in this other bag. We'll call Alpha our high caliber bag, I guess. Or that, what is that, Bravo? Yeah, this is Bravo. Bravo is now designated our high caliber bag. Well, okay. Maybe not. Gotta sort it out how I can here. I need to go get a shells bandolier for the shotgun. And then our full heavy weapons kit shall be completed. Passenger seat. Did I make another coat of plates? I did. So I have a coat of plates already in here. Backup sword already in here. I need to upgrade the field kit in here so that I have a, yeah, the club hammer and the crowbar need to go. They need to be replaced with something more interesting. Now, this is several months out of date, this field kit in here. A lot of the fundamentals are the same, but there's a couple changes I need to make. We're gonna get... I need a hunting knife. I'm gonna be lazy. I'm just gonna take what I need from here. Because we're not gonna be switching back to the ambulance for at least a little while. So we'll take the hunting knife. And the nightstick. Half mask respirator. Respirator filters, box of nails. Those are all easy to replace when the time comes. But I don't want to be going back and forth just to replace that right now. Alright. Hunting knife and nightstick can go here. Leather jacket is technically armor. That goes into the passenger seat. Replace that with the box of nails over here. Whetstone also goes into front right seat. What else did I retool for the driver's seat? I retooled one other thing. Did I move the frying pan? I keep a... No, I didn't. So I keep a frying pan on my driver's seat nowadays. What is going on there? Interesting. Oh, I just never found something to put there. That's the long and short of that. Now, I cannot have them be identical. The field kits cannot be identical because I need to have more garbage bags in here than I would in the other van, because this van has more room. So we've got to actually use the room properly. I don't have any twine in here. The bath towels can go... Oh, I can put 2 bath towels on the driver's seat. Right? Bath towels are weird. The game will bug out sometimes when you try to put them on a... it'll tell you that you can't fit it when you fucking can. See, I knew mathematically I could fit 2 bath towels, but for some reason the game said fuck you. So I removed one thing from the driver's seat. Now I can fit 2 bath towels. I have no idea what causes that. But 2 bath towels ought to be enough. So we'll put the respirator filters in here, and then oh, we got room for the rest, so that's fine. So just the rest of the garbage bags, let's leave them in here. And yeah. So there's the van is fully stocked. Fully stocked. Feeling good about that. Okay. I am going to leave the club hammer and crowbar in here. Normally, in the ambulance, I got rid of them, but I'm going to leave them in here for this van because, yeah. Look at me being lazy and not washing some pieces of armor here. Fix that now, and then after fix this is the last thing. We will be set to go. Okay, so as a quick recap, for anybody joining, I haven't really articulated everything I'm doing here for a while, so just to explain it, what our current plan is now, we're going to hit Guns Unlimited. It's a gun shop that is near Echo Creek. Now, it is something that I did not consider, well, I didn't really think about it much at all, so I don't know, I've never looked at it yet. I don't know if it is been looted and trashed or not. So there's basically a 50-50 chance of us showing up at Guns Unlimited and there being, like, I don't know, a fraction of the loot that there would otherwise be. That being said, I have looted a similar POI to the Guns Unlimited, which is the military surplus store. I have looted that after it has already been looted and trashed. And I still came home with a lot of ammo. So even if it's looted and trashed, I think it is still worth it to fight into. So with all that being said, we're definitely going to go down there and fight our way in and take what we can. Now, after we finish up there, what we're actually going to do is we're going to go straight from Echo Creek, probably through the center of the map, most likely, and we are going to go to, have I really never taken this road? KY60 this way? Okay. So we're actually going to do a little bit of road exploration in addition to, so after we go to the Guns Unlimited, which is in this area right here north of Echo Creek, we're actually going to take KY60 past the north of Rosewood here, all the way down to Muldraw, and then cut north. Maybe not. And I say that because, what is that? Oh, that's the stripper van. The strip club van. Not really worried about that right now. I was wondering what that marker was. This is our destination. This is where we want, when we go to Guns Unlimited, we're expending a bunch of ammunition to fight our way in. And then once we're out, this is where we need to bring it. So this is our destination. This is a base that I'm using to assault West Point from. It's also a staging ground base for the progression into Louisville. This is just a warehouse at the south side of West Point. So that's our destination for all of the ammo and weapons we just put together, pulled out of storage here in Riverside. We're going to merge that with whatever we get in Echo Creek in the gun store there. Now, I do not necessarily want to take the route all the way down to Muldraw and then cut north. I don't really want to do that because we're going to, as much as I would like to explore all of KY60, we're probably going to run into interference when trying to go through 31 West here. There's still some roadblocks, which makes it very inconvenient. So, mapping out my route here to take. We'll play some of it by ear for sure. We don't necessarily have to plan out everything in autistic detail, but I do kind of, generally speaking, I want to know where I'm going, you know. I want my detours to be somewhat limited, so I know, yeah, okay. We have a general idea. We know what we're doing to get to Guns Unlimited, and we know our destination after that. I mean, the ways into West Point are limited. I've got this road here, Riverside Road, and I've got 31 West. Those are basically the only two roads in. Because after that, you got this branch up here, and then, yeah, it's whatever. So, maybe if I cut north at Rosewood. Yeah, I'll take KY60 to Rosewood, cut north on Shotgun Road here. Yeah, that feels good. I think I have... I believe I've hit the police department at Rosewood, right? I believe. I don't know. We might go to Echo Creek, hit the Guns Unlimited store, and then stop by Rosewood. Maybe. I don't know. Because, I mean, if our goal is to stockpile weapons and ammo, guns and ammo specifically, we could do worse than to forget to stop by Rosewood. It's got a police department. It's rather hefty. I have cleared the fire department at Rosewood, so that's not a question. So if we did want to hit something other than Guns Unlimited before going to West Point and dropping off the cash, Rosewood would be the most likely destination. Now, of course, March Ridge is here. March Ridge is a lot of zombies for an unknown factor. I don't know if there's really anything. I mean, I know March Ridge is going to have some guns and ammo. I think it doesn't have quite as much as one might assume. Yeah. All right, so we have our general plan. And that wasted a lot of time. We are now hungry. What am I eating? Whole 30 salad. And I was going to make I was going to jar up some broccoli. But we ran out of vinegar, so... I could, yes. The prison armory in Rosewood is probably okay. Now, that being said, that is... as far as I recall, that is a lot of zombies. We'll have to assess what our fighting capacity is after we take Guns Unlimited, and then kind of make a decision from there. That's, I think, is probably the best way to go about it, because we're going to have... well, at that point, the question is going to be whether we want to... we're also going to be limited by the generators here at base. I am going to top them off before I head out. But that is also going to be a factor. We're not going to be able to stay away from the base area here for more than about a week, because otherwise the generators will run out of fuel. That's the reality of having to power 10 freezers. I've established separate circuits for everything, but at the end of the day, it's not quite enough. Oh, I do have another idea, though. And that is I'm going to... is this necessary? Not really. No. I had an idea to collapse my power usage a little bit. It's not necessary. No, it won't save me that much. Okay, so I have a bullets bandolier. I need to go get a put this bullet bandolier away and get a shells bandolier. Plenty of those. Just got to make sure I have one. This one's a spare, so that can get put away. Yeah, so 44 mag is not something I intend to use too much. In fact, okay, I have an idea. But I'm going to do this with something other than 44 mag. I'm going to actually break down some of my 556. Because that is currently a caliber that I cannot use if I wanted to. I don't have any M16s, and the only thing that shoots 556 in this game is an M16. So, what I'm actually going to do right now, I am going to harvest gunpowder from this box of bullets. I need pliers, and just literally it's by the bullet. So, okay. What I'm going to do with that, we're going to... Oh, I can't make pipe bombs. Yeah, I'm electrical level 7, but I still have not magically learned the recipe. And I don't... Well, hang on a second, let me see if I can research it. It's been a while since I've had to really think about researching because of all the magazines I found. The way researching works, if you're not familiar with Build 42, researching is you right-click on one of the ingredients that would be used in a crafting recipe that you don't know yet, and if you're high enough level, you can research that ingredient and come up with a recipe you'd be able to use in it. So if that was possible, iron pipe. No, I can't do that. So if I was high enough electrical, I could research the iron pipe and perhaps learn how to make a pipe bomb. The only other thing that I could think of is maybe, what about the gunpowder? I'll try that. I will go ahead and cut some of these bullets into gunpowder. Where are my pliers? I have pliers over here. Can't wait for the devs to be like, okay, now there's a 10% chance every time you harvest gunpowder to fucking explode yourself. Unfortunately, we cannot research gunpowder. So basically, we have no way to make pipe bombs. Electrical level 7. There's no level requirement to make pipe bombs. There's literally no level requirement. It's just you got to find the fucking recipe. Fuck. I'm actually kind of mad about that. Actually kind of mad about that, to be perfectly honest. So, why am I thinking about this? Well, bombs. Long and short of it. When I think about bombs, oh, the armory isn't in the prison. It's like a... You know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at that. It's worth it to know. Knowledge is power. We're just going to take a peek at Rosewood Prison and see if we can see where the armory is, if it's obvious. There it is, Rosewood Prison. Because, I mean, we got a sledgehammer, so we don't necessarily have to fight all of the prisoners. Yeah, no, that's, I definitely knew it was a magazine. This is just a question of where to find that magazine. What I was saying earlier is I've got literally 3 crates full of magazines. A rough estimate would be 78 plus 78 plus, let's just call it 30. I don't know exactly how much. So let's just call this is a rough estimate of how much encumbrance of magazines we have. So we have to divide that by 0.5. We have about 300 some odd, we have about 300 magazines. And somehow we haven't found the one that gives you pipe bombs. Somehow. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. Because, I mean, you know, it's valuable. You won't hear me say it's not valuable. It's definitely valuable. Is this it right here? It's the guardhouse. Connected to the main prison by a single corridor on the 2nd floor. Okay. Oh, look at that. We've got names now. Instead of layer 0, it's ground floor and then roof floor 1. Okay, that I think is what you were talking about before. This is easy to get into. We've got a sledgehammer. We can just break into the ground floor right here. I mean, honestly, even if we didn't have the sledgehammer. That being said, now that I'm looking at this place, I do know that there's a high potential for zombies here, just in this area. I remember seeing somebody park a vehicle, like right here somewhere, and leave a siren running on that vehicle, and like thousands of zombies around it. Fascinating. Okay. Anyway, we're doing that. I'm going to go ahead and make my pipe bombs. It's not like I can make very many of them. Not pipe bombs, sorry. I'm going to go ahead and make my aerosol can bombs. Because I can make those. I do have the recipe for those. And unfortunately, I can only make 6. Because of all the sparklers that I've found. I've found 6 boxes of sparklers. So, yeah. I'll refrain from sharing my opinion on that. I was also wrong about the storm. I thought that it would have lulls and then go away. No, it's not going away. Maybe we'll get lucky and tomorrow morning it'll be done. For now... Oh, I can make fire bombs. No, fire bombs are not that good. I don't necessarily want to set zombies on fire. I want to blow them up and then, ideally, not set anything on fire. In which case, it actually probably would be better to start fighting them in the middle of the storm. But yeah, we do have one aerosol bomb that we've already... This one we found was already made. So I'm taking that with me. So I've got 6 boxes of sparklers. I'm going to go get 6 aerosol cans out of the 47 that I have. There we go. Those are the materials needed to make 6 of those aerosol bombs. What are the other materials, I wonder? Duct tape, that's it. We got plenty of that. I've been making sure not to use it for anything but essential repairs. Now, even though it looks like I don't have too much, there's only 3 rolls in there. I have boxes of it. I have several boxes of it. Okay, so we need a crafted trigger. That means I have 1 of those on hand. I'm going to need to make 5 more. Need pliers and glue for that. I need to get a pair of pliers and put it in the electrical box. And some glue, because I won't be able to reach that from there. Glue is also one of the things I've not really been using very much at all, because I knew I just knew I would need it for something interesting. Ah, pliers, they're there. Okay. There we go. Okay. Make aerosol bomb. Oh, I need an entire thing of aluminum foil. Okay, so that's one route. You can use an entire thing of aluminum foil. I think the other route is fragments. It'll require a different amount. But this is going to use up the aluminum foil, and now... Oh, I only need 1 aluminum fragment? Really? Alright, I regret using up the aluminum foil. Alright, we're a little late to get into bed, but we have now made all of the aerosol bombs that we can make. So that's cool. We can actually use a little bit of explosives. Wait a minute. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to leave the pliers there, along with the duct tape. And it's bedtime. I'm going to go ahead and hit the sack. We'll see how bad the weather looks tomorrow. But, to be entirely honest, I might see if I can use the... maybe I can use the rain to my advantage, right? Because, I want to use explosives against zombies, but I don't want there to be any risk of important loot burning down. So, fire bombs are basically out anytime I'm going to be anywhere near a good loot source. But these aerosol bombs, I have used one once on this stream. That's how rare they are. I've used one once just to see how good it is, and it's okay. It'll kill a bunch of zombies in a tight cluster. What I really want to do is make sure that none of them are going to catch on fire. So, okay, I'll think about that more after we sleep here. Basically, if I toss an aerosol bomb in the rain, we don't have to worry about burning down important sources of loot if there aren't some nearby. Yeah, thanks, RealPage, sending me 2 emails at once. Worthless. Okay. Let's get a bite to eat, and, put those aerosol bombs into the van. Now, we can put detonators on them. In fact, I don't see any reason not to put some detonators on them. Using a bomb grenade style, just throwing it. That doesn't make sense to me. Not when we can use detonators. Especially now that we also have noisemakers. As fate would have it, I have a noisemaker right here. And I know how to use them now. Can we put... Can we put remote controllers on noisemakers? Holy shit, we can. That is... Okay, I think we have to add a remote trigger, but what if I wanted to make a better trigger? Don't I have long-range triggers in here already? Wait a minute. Am I a doofus? You know, I never really got into this. So I may be a doofus. I'm going to make one of these long-range remote controllers. I thought I already made some. 54 experience for making that, that's cool. But, so it doesn't look like you're actually adding the long-range detonator thing itself to the bomb. You're just adding a trigger to the bomb. So the long-range detonator that I just built is actually how I detonate the bomb. It doesn't matter what kind of like basically everything has a crafted trigger the same. We're going to test this with a noisemaker because I've never done this before and I want to find out how this works. So now we have a noisemaker with a trigger on it. And now we've got a remote controller. Oh, we have to link it. Okay. Interesting. Okay, okay. It's linked now. If I equip this, can I use it weapon style? Give me a second. I'm going to deploy the noisemaker. I don't even know if there's any zombies out here. If there are, we're about to find out. I'm just going to do this as sort of an experiment nearby my base, but not in it. Because I actually don't know if the noise generator is going to piss the animals off, so we'll do it down here. Okay, do I have to arm and set it? Do I have to arm and set it if I'm going to... Let's just drop it and see if that works. Because if dropping it doesn't work, we'll find out. And if I equip it, can I just... No. Okay, so weapon style doesn't work. You have to right-click. Not quite as cool. I would have loved to just pick up a detonator and click it, you know. But, okay, so, let's see how far away we can trigger this from. We're at zoom level max right now. And that is in the, about... Yeah, that's right at the edge of my center quadrant. Whenever I think of screen divisions, I always think of the golden ratio. So, or rule of thirds, rather. Sorry, rule of thirds. So, rule of thirds, just imagine your screen is separated into 9 boxes. You know, top right, center top, top I got lights, rights and left confused. Top right, top center, top left, mid left, center, mid right, bottom left, bottom center, bottom right. Okay. And I'm thinking about it in that terms because if I zoom all the way out, I want to know what quadrant to be thinking of to know how far away I can trigger these. So all we got to do now is right click and see if this triggers. I didn't get any feedback. Alright, I don't hear any noise, so I don't think it's... Yeah, I think we do have to hit the arm and set button. Okay, so it is now armed and set. Let's try that again. Alright, zoom all the way out. Approximate rule of thirds. I'm not perfect at this. So let's try it from here. Because remember, if we can use rule of thirds to determine how far away, that is something we can do even if zombies are coming at us, relatively speaking. It's a lot faster than having to, like, count tiles or something. Perfect, perfect. Unfortunately, I cannot trigger it again to shut it off. Okay, so we have learned that that is good enough. Let's try that again. I'm going to try that again. We're going to go for halfway through the center here, or the center left. So let's assume we're going to try it from, like, how about all the way to the edge of the screen here? Yeah, all the way to the edge of the screen. That's like center of mid left. Center mid left. I like that. Let's trigger it now and see if we're still within range. Am I even close enough to hear it? Nope, that wasn't close enough. Okay. So that complicates things a little bit. I can't use rule of thirds to perfectly, accurately identify the range. But at least I can say for sure that if it's at the edge of the center box, then that is a reliable. So that basically just means we have a bit of a dead zone here. We can go a little bit outside of that range and probably still reach it. That's great. Okay. So we've got a little bit of knowledge about how to use remote bombs now. Thankfully, we can reuse the remote noise generator plenty of times to estimate this. I use this, there's a reason that those floodlights are there. It's just, this is my garage, for anybody watching if you're not familiar. All these vehicles are full of heavy-duty vehicle parts. And when I need to do a repair, I just pull up the vehicle I need to repair, park it there, and get to work. I don't have to go far to get all of my vehicle parts together. That being said, that only applies to heavy-duty. My normal and sport are not that well put together, but as you can see, the majority of my fleet is heavy-duty. 4:30, we're hitting the sack. And I think the rain's done. Let's see how bad it looks when we wake up, but, yeah. Unfortunately. I was kind of hoping to catch it while it was still a drizzle or something, because then it would not affect us too much in combat, but it would help us with the fire spread. Maybe, damn it. Of course we would have fog. Why wouldn't we have fog? So we traded one thing that reduces your frame rate while traveling for another thing. Whatever, game. Whatever. Wait, these salads have room for another ingredient? Hell yeah. Let's, I'm gonna cook these potatoes. This jar of potatoes that I opened, I'm gonna cook it. And use that to add to some salads here. So, based on that information, what did I learn just now? I learned some very interesting ways to make zombie traps. I think we can make different detonators for different traps. So, I can put together a bunch of bombs in one area and put a noisemaker in the middle of the bombs and trigger the noisemaker on a different frequency. I think I can do that. I'm going to find out. We're experimenting with things we've never done before in this game, or at least that I've never done, so absolutely doing that. Again, all of this knowledge we're getting, are we really going to be able to practically use it for more than the 7 aerosol bombs that I have here? Maybe. I mean, so the fire bombs are the one thing that I can make a lot of right now. I can make a lot of fire bombs. The problem is the fire bombs is it deletes all the loot on the zombies. So, yes, it works, but at the same time, damn it. And it's also dangerous. When you have a bunch of Zeds on fire, I have learned through very, very intimate experience that fire can ruin your day. By design, of course. The devs absolutely want to make sure that is the case. Okay, so these salads are our finger food for the next couple of days. Well, let's go ahead and add triggers to all these bombs. I don't even know. I feel like at this point, because I can make triggers, I'm going to. I'm not gonna just arm and throw bombs. It just doesn't feel like a good thing to do when bombs are so... right now, they're just so fucking rare. I don't have options to make bombs with any materials that I have lots of. Every single material that I can make bombs out of are something that I have not found very much of. And that's really fucking sad, but, you know, what are we going to do about it, right? Don't think there's much we can do about that. Well, there's also timers. I can make one timer. I'm pretty sure there's... Yeah, I could go loot some alarm clocks for that. Not something I've been doing, but something I could do. So that's cool, but I like detonators a lot better than timers. A lot better than timers, just fundamentally, just on principle. Okay. Huh. Interesting. So, regardless of the range, it's the same material requirements. But that's just for detonators. We don't even need to think too hard about detonators right now. I have definitely been stockpiling a little bit more than I need to, in terms of TV remotes and pagers and whatever the hell else. That's okay. I'd rather be over-prepared than under-prepared. And now that I know how much I have over-prepared, I can make future runs a little bit more optimal. Okay, so we ran out of glue, so we got some more now. Let's start by adding triggers to these aerosol bombs. Every time we do this, we get plenty of electrical, so who knows? Maybe I'll get really lucky, and electrical level 8 will come along, and that'll be enough to, maybe that'll actually be enough to, research pipe bombs. Who knows? In any case, triggers. We need to make 6 the right number? Yeah. Yeah, we've got 6 bombs left. We want to put a trigger on each. Actually, I need to make one more because I want to make a trigger for the other noisemaker. See, I'm not going to link the aerosol bombs yet. I'm just going to make them into remote aerosol bombs because I don't want them going off. Not yet. I'm not going to link them to a detonator for a little while until I've experimented a little bit more with what our options are with multiple detonators. It'd be kind of cool if we could rename them. I would very much like to be able to rename my detonators. Oh, we're just adding the detonators to the bombs now. Now we are out of duct tape. Did I put some over here? I believe I did. Yeah. There's a little bit of duct tape over here. And probably some in here. Oh yeah, lots in here. Been a little while since I've actually used duct tape for something that I've been saving it for. This is what I've been waiting my whole life for. Quite literally, this character's whole life I've been waiting. So these remote aerosol bombs, protective case would be nice to carry them in. The military has lots of regulations for carrying around explosives, all for very damn good reason. We're not the military, but it would not possibly hurt us to operate like the military. At least not in this regard. So, we'll put bomb-making stuff in Bravo here, or Alpha. Yeah, Alpha here. So aerosol bombs go in there. Okay, all the aerosol bombs are there. They are not linked, so I do not have to worry about them accidentally going off. Once you add detonators, you gotta start worrying about that kind of dumb shit. So we're just making one more trigger, and then we're gonna append it to the other noisemaker. One more trigger, and then one more remote controller, because we already have one. Now we have two. So right now, and I don't know if this is from debug mode or not, but we have a remote ID. We have a remote ID, so I'm guessing that is a way to differentiate between detonators. Am I out of duct tape? No, I've got some duct tape. What's going on there? It's not letting me use this noisemaker. There's something glitched with that. So I'm going to make another noisemaker. I got billions of materials for them. The funny thing about this is if I wanted to level electrical just by blowing materials that I have in storage, I could probably go straight to level 8. And it wouldn't hurt me to. Okay. Okay, I see. So, when you right-click the remote controller, it shows you a right-click menu of what to link it to. And we can tell that this one already has been linked, so this one is the one we linked this one to. So now we have two remote detonators with two noise generators. And they have two different remote IDs. So this is pretty straightforward. I assume that it works exactly how I think it does, but we're going to confirm. We are going to confirm. So in this test, we've got a noisemaker that is going to be the noisemaker we're going to use, and then the other one is going to be the bomb. So basically, our plan is we're going to use the noisemaker to draw the zombies in, and then after the noisemaker is run for a little bit, we will actually detonate the bomb. So, we've got two different noisemakers here. So what is that? That's about the edge of the center box. Looks good to me. So, trigger 1. We need to make note of the ID. Okay, so we've got one ID here. It starts with 12. This one starts with 68. So 12, that's our remote controller for the noisemaker. Didn't work. Did I misjudge that distance? That didn't feel like it was that far away. What the hell? Okay, that worked. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to lowball my estimations of distances. But it works exactly as I thought it would. Okay, that's good. Good to confirm. So, basically the plan is we set a trap, and then we arm a noisemaker, and then we arm a bunch of bombs around the noisemaker. We lure a group of zombies nearby. We lose their attention because if a zombie is fixated on us, they won't get distracted by a noisemaker. I already learned that through testing a noisemaker without detonators. So we cannot rely on the noisemakers to actually get the zombies' attention if they can see us. But if they can't see us, then that's where the noisemakers come in. So what I do is I plant the bombs ahead of time, like before the zombies are even there, and then gather the zombies, most likely with a vehicle. I'll use a vehicle to gather the zombies and then drive away quickly, just, accelerate as quickly as I can to get out of there. And that will lose the attention of the zombies on me, and on my way out, I trigger the detonator for the noisemaker. So once I am out of the picture, the zombies will lose interest in me, and they will start collapsing onto the noisemaker. Once they have collapsed into a nice little group directly on top of the noisemaker, that's when we trigger the other detonator and blow up the bomb. So, yeah, I'm feeling good about that. We've got 7 tries to see how that works. I look forward to that. So I'm gonna make a couple of extra detonators, because right now I have 2 noisemakers linked to 2 different detonators. I'm just gonna make 2 spare detonators as a part of my bomb kit, and we'll see how that goes out. Just in case I need to make more out in the field, I'm going to also bring some pliers. I don't have pliers in my field kit here. And that bit me in the ass, because I actually wanted to make I wanted to make some noise generators when I was hitting, whatchamacallit. But I couldn't. Probably would behoove me to just have a separate bomb bag at this point. Well, actually, here's a better idea. I'm gonna store the detonators and the bombs that are linked. So these 2 are linked. I'm gonna store those together in a different bag. I'll put the other set that's linked. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Especially since we can't rename them. I was kind of hoping we could rename them. That would be great, but I still really wish they were equipable like weapons, and I could just pull it off of my belt and the cinematic C4 usage. That would be pretty kino, as the kids would say. But there's our pliers for the field kits, and let's have a bite of salad. I'm thinking about what do I need to cook before I go? Ideally, I would use up... Well, okay, I don't even need to cook. I was thinking about using up the fridge here somehow, but I don't need to do that. What I need to do is bring the fridge with me. At least the contents, the inner contents of the fridge here. What's in the freezer, that's fine, that can stay. I just need to bring the contents of the fridge itself and maybe some rabbit meat for when I inevitably run out of... proteins. So we'll do that. I will bring 5 bowls with me. I've got 2 bowls in use right now, so 3 plus the 2 that are in use. So there's our cookware, there's our food. And like I said, this is what I did when I went to the sanatorium and spent a few days there. I brought the food that I wanted to use with me, and then I And then sorry, brain fart. I brought the food that I wanted to bring with me. I locally sourced a fridge because, residential areas, plenty of fridges. And then I just put down a generator that I brought with me and powered the fridge. And, yeah, temporary field base. So I don't have to think too hard about that. Now, I do have a generator-powered field base out in Ekron. I don't really care about that, though. That's a little too far to be useful for the purposes of our attack on Guns Unlimited, I think. Hang on a second. Guns Unlimited is here. Ekron is right here. This is our field base in Ekron. It's already got a generator, fridge, field materials. There's Guns Unlimited right there. It's a hike. It is a bit of a hike. This house has got a fridge. I would probably use this house to stage my attack. It does seem a little close. Unfortunately, that is the only house that is, effectively close. Because beyond that, we're getting into Echo Creek. We've got this here. Sure, this house has a fridge. Yeah, there it is, right there. So, that's our backup base right there. That is our backup. This will be our field base, assuming we can get into it and use it properly. If the zombies are all over the place in here, then no. Now, another problem. So, this house right here, you guys will notice the only way to get to it is dirt roads. What does that mean for this playthrough for this character? Who's, what are we, 12 months in now? 16 months? 14 months. We're 14 months in. Every dirt road you look out on the map is going to be covered in trees. Small trees. But the stupid kind of small trees that are just big enough to block your movement, unfortunately. So that's... Basically, that house is not a convenient option in the slightest. Because we could use it, but we would have to break a bunch of trees to get in. Fuck that. I don't feel like doing that for a small base like this. So we're going to... I'm standing here because I need to make 2 more generators. Or, not detonators. 2 more long-range detonators. And for that, I need glue. I don't know if I'll need both of these long-range detonators that I plan to make just now. I may not need any of them, but these, from what I've seen so far, these are going to be the hardest thing to make out in the field. At least that's what it seems like. Oh, no, I mean, okay, so they're the same as everything else. Glue is not very easy to find. In the field, I have found duct tape easier than glue. And I carry around duct tape with me all the time. I do not carry around glue with me. I don't have the room in my field kit to continue adding more things. I'll squeeze by adding some pliers, but beyond that, no. Oh, I made 3. Okay, so I made an extra. Shit. I'll leave 1 behind, take 2 with me. This duct tape and pliers. I'm going to take another roll of duct tape. I'll take 2. Fuck it. I'll take 2. Because duct tape is going to be used more often to add detonators to bombs. Because you got to do that every time you want to add a detonator to a bomb. So, I'll make a couple more crafted triggers. Oh, those require glue as well. This will piss through our glue quickly. This will actually piss through our glue pretty quickly. So we cannot go nuts with bombs, ever, really. Because, look at this. We have 7... This is all glue I've picked up. This is all... no, I have not gone that far out of my way to find glue. There are places to find it, and I have probably overlooked some, but not too much. This sucks. That actually sucks. Because we have identified yet another, not quite as powerful, but annoying roadblock to us making more bombs. So bombs are... I'm just going to come out and say it now. In the current way of the game, bombs are a meme. You'll make a couple of really cool traps using supplies that you've spent hundreds of hours collecting. Does that sound like fun to any of you? It doesn't sound like fun to me. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you guys know where to find some things that I don't know where to find. I don't know. All I know is right now we're going to have a little bit of fun with this, and then we're never going to use bombs again because we don't have the materials. And after 300 hours, we've only found so many materials. So, whatever. We will see how much use we can get out of them, and then we will take it from there. So that's really the best we can do. So, let's get this the bomb making materials put into the bags, and the bandolier here. All right, you know what? Oh, Bravo is hereby designated as my one of my weapons bags. It's all right. I'll live. Maybe I'll make a duffel bag at some point in the future, but for now, Oh, Bravo will suffice. So most of my bomb making materials that are not currently in use are going to go in there. That feels good. As well as spare backup tools and whatnot. The shotgun ammo can go in there too. So as you can see, we're leaving Riverside with a lot of shit already. But that's fine, because even if we are super over encumbered on our way out of our battle at Guns Unlimited, it all needs to go to the same place anyway. And the trailer here will be emptied out because this generator is going to be done. Yeah. All right, we got our reading material. Now it's just all that's left to consider is the trunk here, which still has some stuff. Melee weapons, of course. We're still going to need plenty of melee. That's not going anywhere. The sledgehammer should have been put back into the passenger seat. Okay, now, I've been very lazy about getting my charcoal, so I actually don't have very many long blades right now. But that's okay. We're going to do... I'm going to take some axes. Or am I? I could finish out short blunt. Could always finish that out. Things to consider. Okay. Because again, we're going to be focusing primarily on firearms down there. So I don't have to think too hard. I don't have to think too hard about alternative weapons. This is one of those axes that I need to use up, so I'll go ahead and take that with me. All of these firefighter axe heads, I think they're all in perfect condition. So basically, whenever I find a firefighter axe head out in the... or just a firefighter axe in general, whenever I find one out in the field, I just break it up. I break it down, I remove the head from the handle, and take it... I just take the head back, because the head weighs 2.0 encumbrance, while the handle... or the whole thing weighs 3. So, when I'm out there looting... Alright, I'm going to top off the generators, and unload the fridge, and we're deploying. Refueling vehicle. Refueling vehicle with a low-quality engine that does not automatically start every time we try. Shame for shame. It's really, these generators have not had a chance to expend very much in the way of condition. So I don't even really need to think about condition at this point. We just need a couple of encumbrance worth of, gasoline. Now, while I'm here, I need to go and hit the one upstairs. Make sure all of the lights are out. I could cycle that and dry some rosemary. I don't care. I literally don't care. I still have rosemary that I can just walk outside and harvest right now, so you couldn't pay me to care right now. I wish I didn't need a refueling vehicle. I wish I could just have all of my generators in the same place and just have a refueling depot, because that is far more realistic, far more efficient. But this is Project Zomboid. There are certain weird hang-ups that the devs have. No, you're having too much fun. You need to be more miserable, so we're not going to make this any easier. Stop it! Stop him! He's having fun! Stop! Fucking devs of this game. Might actually finish this out without fully emptying this gas can. This whatchamacallit, this generator right here has the highest load right now. Yeah, we did not even finish that off. Okay, starting another can. Notice it took the same amount of time to fuel the generator as it did when we put in 4 liters than it did when we put in 1. It's, I used to store my gasoline in smaller increments. Like I used to have like these little 2 liters full of gasoline. I don't do that anymore. There's no point. It was an okay idea, but in reality, the devs have so much inconsistency going on right now that the I'm just emptying the rest of this can. Now, what I'm also going to do is, just right now while I'm here, fill up the generator. This is the generator that I will use when we establish a field base to take down Guns Unlimited. Alright, so that's all 6 generators topped off. Fucking 6... wait a minute. No. 6 generators, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 prostitutes. No, it's a little silly that I have to do this to preserve my crops. It's a little silly. Why can't I... aren't dried tomatoes a thing? Aren't dried tomatoes a thing? I'm sorry. Yeah, sun-dried tomatoes. Why can't I sun-dry my tomatoes so that I don't have to use refrigerator and freezer space to store them, or jar them? Why can't I just sun-dry them? I'm sure it would cost salt or something else that would be annoying to find, but I do have a lot of salt, way more than I have vinegar. Usually preservation options in real life are also kind of... There are some requirements, even in real life. So before we grab the food, I'm thinking I am going to take some M36. Or 38 special, rather, because I do have a lot. And these are 50s, boxes of 50. So I'm just going to take like 5 of these. There's no way I'm going to use all 5, but That is a caliber that I can expend a lot of. So, no reason not to. Alright. We are going to get a bite to eat now. Empty the fridge itself. And we are out of here. Oh, refill our water, of course. Of course, of course. I almost forgot again. Almost forgot again. This black sage is literally 100% useless. I'm tossing it. And the ginseng is actually, How about... So ginseng, we can find that anywhere. It's not even... I don't even need to preserve it. Ginseng is interesting because if you eat it, it gives you endurance. That's the only thing I know of in the game that does that. So I do find that interesting. Not really in any other form other than a curiosity. But that's kind of cool. Okay, we've got our bowls and all of our produce that we're taking with us. It's like I actually can't fit some of it. But I bring this with me because if I leave it in the fridge and I'm gone for longer than a week, I'm going to come back here and a fair bit of it's going to be stale. And I don't want that. So that's coming with us. As is a helping of rabbit. Yeah. Helping of rabbit. That's all we need. That will fix the proteins once they decay. Okay, we're good. We're out of here. We are deploying to Echo Creek. Gonna find a base close to the Guns Unlimited. I was not looking forward to this. I have been very spoiled by my ambulance. I have been very spoiled by the vehicle that starts up instantly every time I try. Alas. Alas. Alright, on our way out, we're stopping by the gas station to refill this bad boy. We're just topping it off, really. Plenty of gas already in it, but I don't feel right going on an expedition with the tank not being 100% full. So I will top it off. Something to consider. I could just build my own base. A very small one, but a base nonetheless. I'll do that. I'll do that when I get out there. If that seems to be the best course of action, I'll do that. Now, of course, I've got camping equipment. That's a thing. But all right, we are. I'm putting my spare melee weapons directly into the trunk, along with these boxes of 38 Special that I pulled out. I need to get out of the vehicle and kill zombies that are too close to my base, such as these assholes. This is an interesting choice for this guy to be the only one in this area, because I just checked this area recently, and there's been nothing in this area for a couple of weeks. So to just see a random guy here, is he a herald of a new wave of respawns? What do I know? I have no idea. Okay. Did I forget to refill my water? Refill my water? I think I did. I think I'm an actual literal moron. Like, I literally said the mouth words, I'm going to remember to refill my water, and then I fucking didn't, because I'm an actual literal moron. Thankfully, there is a sink right here that I know still has pressure in it. No, don't look at it. Don't look at it. I looked at it. I'll use that in my salads. Since I'm going to be making salads. Look at this. I'm a fucking... I never looted this place, like, thoroughly. I never had any reason to. I didn't think I would find vinegar. I didn't think I would find a full container of vinegar. Fuck. I'm actually mad about that now. Because now I feel morally obligated to go back to base to jar some stuff before it goes bad. But no, we're not going to do that. I'm going to take it with me, though, to remember. Because of... What? So, what does this mean? We can now make 15 more jars of produce. We can now make 15 more jars of produce. The potatoes are still going to be there when I come back. I know they're not going to rot. It takes a long time for potatoes to rot. So I'm okay with that. I'm still a little bit mad, though. Damn it. I mean, okay. We just came in here for some water, and we came out with three more containers of vinegar. I need to consider burger joints to be slightly more valuable. I mean, if they all have a high chance to spawn vinegar like that, okay, good to know. All right, and then there's this asshole. All right, we're out of here. Just a very, very fun little side quest for no damn reason. Yeah, that is actually that effect. Just having something valuable right next to your base. That is the reason that I went through every single residence in Riverside. Every single house in Riverside has been cleared. But apparently just a couple of key oversights. There are some clothing shops I haven't even looked in. Mostly because, you know, a civilian clothing shop is almost 0% chance to have something I need. But now I'm even questioning that. Because, I mean, damn it. Alright, we're actually going to get tired on the road at this rate. I wasted so much time today that I didn't really, yeah, we're actually going to get tired on the road. Now, is that not that big of a deal? Not that big of a deal. We have... Actually, okay. We do have a safe house right here. It's going to be behind a few zombies. I know that for a fact. There's going to be respawns here. I think that might be where we sleep tonight. Because it'll probably be... Well, it'll be dark by the time we get there. We'll definitely be tired by the time we get there. We've got a spear, though. If we're stage 1 fatigue, we're still combat effective. So I'm not too worried about that. Now, this is the problem with clearing this particular road. You think you've cleared it, and then, no, you haven't. Hey, at least we reset the music. See, stopping and getting out to kill the zombies in the road before is exactly why there's zombies in the road now. Because these assholes we couldn't see in the trees heard us fighting, and now they're here. So this really is a losing battle. That being said, god damn it, get away from my fucking van. This is my princely van. I'm taking no risks with it. A single hit to the side would be even worse for this van than it would be for the ambulance. So we are not fucking around here. We're not threading any needles. Not with this vehicle. Other vehicles, I'll be a little risky. No, we're not threading any needles. If there's multiple zombies in the way, we're gonna get out and we're gonna fucking kill them. Might not seem like the most efficient use of our time, but... yeah. Efficiency can sit and spin when it comes measured against safety. One bite, that's all it takes. Well, safety, okay. My vehicle's safety is just as important as mine at this point. Alright, so we are now leaving Riverside proper. So we are now committed to driving down the highway and making it to that safe spot. Now, I do have an entire cup of coffee on me, so I could cancel one of my sleep sessions if I had to, but I'm not doing that. No, I'm not too... Well, no. Fuck, I hate I hate being tempted. You see, I brought the cup of coffee. I brought it with me to use it when I'm forced to, right? If fatigue creeps up on me in the middle of a fight, a big fight, which is what I'm prepared for, that's what it's there for. It's not there for logistical convenience. So no, I'm not doing that. You may notice not always. I won't always be driving at very high speeds. Multiple reasons for that. The biggest being I've got a trailer. Bad things can happen in trailers when you drive at high speeds. Yeah, I'll show you guys while I'm doing an overnight read. Bad things can happen in trailers when you're driving too fast. I pulled a trailer with a Corvette once. That led to almost a week-long adventure because of a very stupid thing that happened because of that. Yeah, we have fun here. I've already been at this for 7 hours today. That's wacky. Wait, what did I do with that salad? I had a salad. Oh, I put it in the trunk because I'm a doofus. This is a 40 salad, but it's currently my only finger food, so I'm gonna go slow on that. All right, KY 60 headed south. I am a little bit overweight right now. I had kind of hoped that I would cook off those calories, and I don't need to get out and kill that guy. He literally didn't even hear me. I'm using a performance muffler on the van here, so this is the quietest van that I own, relatively speaking. It's hardly quiet, but I don't want to be attracting attention in this thing. Anything that will have fewer zombies close to me is better. I am curious when we have to start worrying about trees growing on asphalt. I think that's a 10-year later thing, but I don't know if it happens sometime between. We've started year 2 now. Do I have to start worrying about that in year 3? I don't know. I forgot about this. This little edge of the road that stopped getting painted. Not unrealistic, but that's almost a meter wide. That wouldn't happen in real life. Not too often. I have seen some wacky roads in real life. I have driven America's backcountry on occasion, even just in my own state. Ah, this is what I was waiting to see. This shit right here. These fucking things. The developers spawned them here. These fucking things, they don't... Anyway. If one of them hits your van, it's no different than if a zombie hits your van, because that's how vehicles work and animals. I will get out and kill them if they don't get out of the road in 5, 4, 3. Okay. They learned. They got smart. Mammals that abandon their young don't deserve to live. But in this case, I got lucky. Alright. We're not too far away from that safe house. Actually, it's right there. Yeah, we're gonna... So, unfortunately, the safe house that I'm referring to, there are a lot of zombies that could spawn around it. Therefore, what I'm actually gonna do, when I see the road that leads to it, which is just gonna be basically the next turn into the south here, I'm actually just gonna get out on foot and sneak through the woods. Because, if I try to drive through the town there, I will incur spawns to an nth degree. Yeah, like if there are spawns there. I would prefer not to attract too much attention. Did I do this? Did I? I think I did do that. Yeah, I camped here once. Of course, I took my camping equipment with me, so that's no longer useful. All right. I'm turtling a little too hard. I don't need to be this cautious. It has been... So one of the problems is I'm used to using the ambulance. So I'm being a little bit extra cautious because I'm not... It's been a while since I've used this van. I need to reacquaint myself with its limitations, of which there are, unfortunately, several. Now, I killed a lot of the zombies here just because I didn't like them. But like I said, I do expect respawns. Yeah, there's definitely some down there in the road. I am not going to drive down the road. I'm going to leave the van there. I'm going to go on foot to the safe house. I will kill anybody in the road itself. Alright, here is our quote-unquote safe house. It has been looted and trashed, and the actual house is not that good. But as somebody who is a level 10 carpenter, it is in fact my privilege to move beds wherever the hell I want to. Up to and including in the nearest shed that still has all of its doors and windows intact. So, yeah, this is all the stuff I left here. It's not much. It's pretty much nothing. Yeah, nothing that would actually be useful to me. Now, okay, so the contents of the fridge are not refrigerated at the moment. Fuck. Should I have actually brought the generator with me and hooked it up here? There's no reason not to. There is quite literally no reason not to. Because I would prefer not to have this stuff spoiled. That's literally why I brought it with me. So I am actually going to hook up the generator here. I have it. I might as well. Actually, you know what? I'm probably being overcautious here. It does not look like there are many zombies here. If I'm going to be plugging in a generator, then I can't be worried about noise footprint with the vehicle. So, yeah, I'm going loud, folks. I'm going loud. I mean, we still have about an hour, half hour before we go to sleep anyway, so 45 minutes, something like that. As for where we're actually going to put it, it's not a permanent location. It's just got to last pretty much just overnight. Now, where to actually put it, we're going to put it, whenever I do a field base like this, I always like to put it, you know, a healthy distance away from the place itself. So I'm going to try here and see if this is within range of the fridge. Oops. Yep, it's within range of the fridge. That's all I need out of life. Remember, like I said, this building itself is not the safe house. Anything, I have to consider this compromised territory inside the building here. If there's a zombie out in the woods and they get woken up by the generator sound and they wander over here, not good. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to put anything that I'm not immediately using into the freezer instead of the fridge. That will make it lose even less freshness when I transport it tomorrow. Perfect. That was a perfect usage of my evening time. Oh, I don't need to throw that in there, that's fine. I don't suppose this is in range. No, that's a little too far away. That's fine. Bedtime. Alright. So we didn't quite make it all the way out to where I wanted to make it, but we are taking this pit stop because, honestly, I may need to do some fighting to establish a field base up there. So I would rather be well rested and have a fresh start to the day before we do that. How's my flashlight holding up? It's alright, it's at half-mast. I have an idea. I'm not going to waste my battery on this. What I am going to do is use this battery that's in storage here. And just read overnight. Oh yeah, I was going to show you guys, if you haven't seen it. I don't have too many live viewers right now, but anybody who hasn't seen it, it is worth mentioning why you don't want to go too fast with trailers. Where's my channel here? Here's my channel under my videos tab. This is the third most recent video I published that's not a live stream, so you can find it pretty easily on my channel. This is why we don't do...
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
Hello. This is why we don't go too fast with trailers. What was that? That was about 6 months ago for this character. Yeah, right around six. That is about exactly 6 months ago right there. That was a fun thing, because if you look, I flipped the Corvette completely over because of that. And I was just out in the middle of fucking nowhere. How do I unflip it? Well, that's what the video is for. I'll post a link to it in chat if you guys are interested. It's funny. It's only like a 6-minute. This is one of my earliest supercut attempts, so it is actually an attempt to tell a very concise story. Look at that. I actually used up that battery in its entirety. I'm happy about that. I got, that was a little bit luck, but, you know, just so happened to be the correct amount of time spent. All right, we're hungry. Let's put the new battery, or the old battery back in the flashlight. Put away the book for now. And have this salad. Nothing else I care about here. We're out of here. Alrighty. Easy peasy. I can't wait for the update that makes it so that electrical things stop working after a couple of years, so I can no longer conveniently carry a generator around with me and just have fridges work. You know, that is a real thing. I mean, just me IRL, I have had a fridge go bad on me because it was a very low quality fridge, and I stored it improperly at one point. Like I kind of it leaned on its side, and the radiator started bumping against something, and that was all. That was all it took. The radiators behind your fridge. Pro tip: I mean, if you ever move fridges, like a mini fridge or something, don't let anything touch the radiator. Make sure the radiator's unobstructed. I thought just because it had airflow, it would be good enough. No, no, no. You want your radiators to not have anything touching them at all, anywhere, ever. Now, on our way down there to Echo Creek, we're actually going to drive past Mad Dan's Den. It's like a mall of some kind, but it's like a mini mall. I don't know. I've driven past it several times and never even looked inside. I'm almost tempted to look inside, but there's a lot of zombies, so the ebb and flow of this game. And we've seen the sanatorium. We know that just lots of zombies doesn't mean anything for the fact that whether there's loot there or not. So that is one of the roads north, but I don't think that is the one I need. Echo Creek is further down. Yeah. It is after this turn. This turn will take me to Mad Dan's Den. And there's some random residentials right there. I'm passing those. I made a temporary base at the house to the north there once, a while ago. But I think that was Barb the Builder. I did that once. So yeah, Mad Dan's Den right here. Lots of zombies. I don't know what they're defending. Which, I mean, you know, that's kind of how you got to think about it in this game. Why are there lots of zombies anywhere, ever? You know what? Let's take a quick peek. B42map.com. Especially now that it's been updated. It's very relevant. Interesting. That's a little bit of everything there. Now, what I care most about are books, of course. That looks like all furniture. Cool, but not really of my interest. So pretty much what I was expecting. A little bit more of a diverse selection than I thought. Like, I don't even know what's in this building here. Neat. Good to know. But yeah. So we're not taking this. This is what we would take if we were going to Ekron. We are not going to Ekron. We are going to Echo Creek. No. I thought that was a zombie with a fanny pack. So we're actually starting to get hungry now, but we are going to be able to eat these tomatoes just straight up as soon as they finish freezing. More optimally to eat them in a recipe, but for now. The next thing we need to actually eat, just full on, is some rabbit meat, because once again we're out of proteins. I burned quite a few more days than I actually intended to by spending time sorting through stuff in my base, getting prepped for this operation. Okay, this will take us to Echo Creek. Did I leave that? Yes, okay. So, I left a shirt on the ground here. It is a hoodie, a pink hoodie. I don't remember when I left that there. There must have been a Survivor Zombie event or something. Are these the leftovers of a Survivor Zombie event? That would explain their existence. A random cluster in the middle of nowhere. Feel history repeating itself. You see these blood stains on the road? I know I killed some zombies here before. Interesting. I gotta be careful up here because they were coming out of these trees, so that direction is not secure right now. Hello. See, that is probably the most dangerous aspect of the spear right now is its one-shot. You get stun locked for 1 second doing that little one-shot animation thing with the face poke or whatever the fuck it's called. The eye poke. The touch of death. Yeah, see, lots of zombies here. Whenever I see a cluster like this in the middle of nowhere, my brain says, look for somebody with a backpack. But the time for that might have passed. I think that blood pile on the ground there was actually the result of me killing a survivor zombie. And these are just leftovers. My memory is pretty good, but it's not that good. It's been a while since I've come this way. I think Echo Creek. I don't think I've been there since the beginning of this, as in we have not been here for a year. Yeah, it was the beginning of this character, the map tour. And that was it. Dangerous. I hate that stun lock. Technically an animation lock, it feels like a stun lock. It lasts as long as a stun lock. In this game, if you get hit with a melee weapon, even like by another player in PvP, you're stun locked for 1 second as if that player was hitting a zombie. I think that's actually a big annoyance in PvP. I'm not sure 100% on that, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure PvP in this game sucks because if somebody gets the drop on you and their attack speed is fast enough, you can't retaliate. So how about them NPCs, huh? What the fuck is... How is there a wrecked vehicle event up here? I'm curious about this. I've never seen a wreck this far away from the road. I didn't move these up here. If I did, I would not have left them stuck together like that. So you're telling me that two people just randomly decided to both drive off-road and ram each other. Okay. Okay, whatever you say. Hey, look, a fountain cup. The only reason I was intrigued by this is the, you can sometimes find very interesting things in step van trunks. That was not one of them. I'm actually always down for fountain cups, just for various reasons that related to cow's milk portioning, but I'm post-scarcity on those. I have almost 100 now. You know, I didn't even need to bring the generator with me. And the reason is, I know of a generator that spawns in Echo Creek. We're going to drive right past it. But that's okay. It is what it is. Now, while I am here, there's a part of me that definitely wants to go steal the, there's a flag here. One of the big ones, the big wide US flags. I kind of want to steal one of those. There's a very limited number in the game, and I think back at base I have 2. I did just see some cows. To be entirely honest, I was tempted to kill them because that means I don't have to kill my own herd to get some leather. But I'm actually good on leather right now. But that is a calculus to consider in the future. So all the chickens are still here. That's interesting. I don't see any dead ones. So either these are some really lucky chickens or animals don't starve necessarily quite as bad if the player isn't near them. I have not looked at those chickens in over a year, and they're all still alive, so sucks for their stress levels. I'm pretty sure the zombies that they've they've been exposed to for the entire year are probably stress them to oblivion. Animals get stressed if they're near a zombie. Okay, this is the outer bit of... There's nothing I would need from a... No. Alright, now I need to make the decision now. Am I going to commit to clearing Echo Creek? I don't think so. So that means I'm going to try to make my way through it. See how that plays out. I would sooner get out. Fuck. This is not good. I can turn around here. But yeah, I would sooner just fucking get out of the van and run away than fight, or then try to avoid all of these guys if they get too close. Because remember, one tap to the side of this van, and I lose 6 to 12 storage space. But I think I can navigate this. So the generator I was talking about, I think it's up here on the left, or the right, rather. Not that I need it, but just something to think about. Right, so there's a lot of zombies up ahead and a lot of zombies behind me. Anytime I would come through here when I'm doing my map tour, I do map tours with throwaway vehicles. So I don't even care if I bump into a few zombies with them. This is not a throwaway vehicle. This is the opposite of a throwaway vehicle. I should have considered this a little bit better. Oh, this is a survivor house. Okay, yeah, we're hitting Echo Creek. That just pushed my decision over. I was unconfirmed until I saw this place boarded up. Well, hang on a second. Okay, no, this is not a survivor house. It's not a survivor house. It's a house that is boarded up for other reasons. I think it's like that by default. Let's double check. We got our map. We don't need to be in the dark on these things. Here's Echo Creek. Kind of hard to recognize some of these places. This is the house we're looking at? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, okay. See? By default, it is like this. So this is not a survivor house. So we're not hitting Echo Creek. Sorry, guys. My calculus for whether to hit a place, there's got to be something that I might need. A survivor house could have many things that I might need. Could have many things that I might need. But that's not a survivor house, so no. We do have our eyes peeled for other houses like that that are not by default like that, but yeah. That wasn't a survivor house, that was just a meth lab house, most likely. Okay, this is not good. So how to deal with this, I have an idea. An idea that does not involve ramming them, because no, we don't do that here. Especially not with a trailer. However, we do have a horn. So what I do right there is I blow the horn, and that's going to pull pretty much everybody out of the road that was blocking my way here. And it also is going to bring a lot more our direction, but we have an option here. Remember, if I get surrounded, I am just going to fucking get out and run. I am not going to risk taking damage to this van. But thanks to a strategic horn honk, we're out of here. And we did not damage the van at all. Stand by, I need to test something. I'm hearing a suspicious lack of engine noises. I am hearing a suspicious lack of any noise. Yeah, okay. We've got the audio glitch. It's right on time. We're 8 hours in. I'm not going to let that cancel the stream. I'm just going to close and reopen the game. So if you're watching, if you're not familiar, there is a audio buffer overflow. It's very slow to build up. I usually see it between 6 to 8 hours into playing the game. The fix is simple. Just close and reopen the game. So we don't even have to interrupt the zombies up there on lunch break. We're just far enough away that, well, I usually, if I'm going to close the game, I would like to be far enough away that there's not going to be any surprises when I finish loading in. I think we're good. Yeah. So I'm just going to close and reopen the game right here. And that will solve the audio buffer overflow problem. You know what else would solve it? Playing the game in more reasonable chunks instead of 8 hours at a time. I've said this before, and I'll always say it again. The devs don't notice bugs like this because they don't play their fucking game that long. Very, very, very few play this game that long. We're probably in the top 2 or 3% of autistics right here, just constantly playing it in such large chunks. In fact, I probably would have called it a little earlier if we were not planning a major operation and getting ready to execute it. So, now that being said, I may not actually be able to finish taking Guns Unlimited. I don't know how big of a fight we're in for. I've never done it before. I've never even driven past it before. I have heard a lot of people say that it felt challenging, but I feel like a lot of those people who said it were challenging, maybe not all of them, but some of them, definitely some of them who said that it was challenging are probably thinking about it in terms of using Echo Creek as a starter, like a starting place, and then trying to go to Guns Unlimited from there. Because sure, yeah. That's if you try to do that, you try to go to Guns Unlimited very early game. Yeah, you're probably gonna have a rough time because I'm predicting anywhere between 500 to 1,000 zombies, if not 1,500. That would be a very difficult ask early game. I wouldn't want to do it early game. But late game, no problem. That's not that bad of a challenge late game. But we are now entering roads we have never looked at on this character before. So what does that mean? We're keeping our eyes peeled for Survivor Zombie events. Because if we see those, that's a chance for good books, good readings. I may be going a little hard clearing the road entirely, but I'm actually, at this point, this is my flank. We are north of Echo Creek, so I don't want anything coming up behind me while I start taking Guns Unlimited. So we've got some dead sheep over there. There is nothing I can do to make use of them, unfortunately. Because right now the only thing I would want from them would be leather. But without a butcher hook, you don't get leather. And the days of being able to very easily build a butcher hook are over. You now have to actually have an item, a large hook. Good luck finding that when you actually need it. The solution to that is to build one at your forge. I ain't got no forge out here, so the days of being able to conveniently butcher animals that just you come across out in the field, no, not happening anymore. Unless you want to carry around a large hook everywhere you go. You could do that. That's 10 encumbrance that I could do something else with. I'm not doing that. A large hook is exactly what it sounds like. It's pretty large. Well, actually, it might be smaller than that. I just know it's big. Remember, I had to twist my brain a little bit to justify carrying around an entire box of nails. I used to just carry around 12 nails. That used to be good enough for boarding up purposes. Now, is this where we're turning for a field base? Oops. We are at this turn, and here's Guns Unlimited. Yeah. So again, this was a candidate for a field base, but then I saw this dirt road. Let's see how bad the dirt roads are. If you guys have not seen a dirt road after a couple of years, well, we're about to see how bad it looks. Look at that. There's a dirt road right there. Look at all those fucking trees on it. We've got saplings, we got bushes, but most importantly, these things right here. And, yeah, they could be anywhere. It's just not a good idea, generally speaking. Especially not in a vehicle like this. This is not my ambulance. I cannot plow through multiple bushes and still reliably get past a group of zombies. That's an ambulance thing. This is not the ambulance. So we are going to play this extra safe. We're going to back up. We're going to go to the other farmhouse that I looked at on the map. That is this way. I am pretty much expecting everything I see to have the 50-50 chance of being looted and trashed. So, yeah. Looted and trashed, what does that mean for a house? Well, it means no intact windows. The fridge will still be there, most likely. I've never seen a house have its fridge stolen. So at least we got that going for us. This is why part of my brain was just like, no, let's just build a field base out of our own materials. Honestly, if the house up here, if we get up here to a house and it is looted and trashed, there it is. Yeah. If this place is looted and trashed, I'm just gonna steal its bed and a fridge, and just build my own damn base. Just a shed with doors and windows. Not even windows, just a shed with doors. That's all I need. By carrying around an entire box of nails, it is now my privilege to be able to do that relatively easily. I don't know what used to be in that field, but it ain't there now. If there ever were animals, now there are not. There's a part of me that wants to go forward with that, what I was just describing, building my own base. Even if this place isn't looted and trashed, just because of how far out of the way it is. This is the second closest house to Guns Unlimited that I can see. It's not looted and trashed. That's cool, I guess, but very far out of the way. There's a well. That's cool. There's a lot of zombies. That's not cool. There's a lot of zombies. That is enough zombies to be genuinely concerned. Not that I couldn't handle them, but not all at once. We will split them up and move strategically. Because remember, we are surrounded by trees here. Spears are great. I really do like my spear. But always be wary of that animation lock. It's like half of the doors in this house are being hit right now. Even sounds like one of them's about to break. Just look at all that. A second big group. That's why. There's a door to the kitchen. You don't see that in a lot of house designs. Alright, if we're fighting indoors, sword, I guess? Yeah, sword. It's not the ideal solution. In a perfect world, I'd have a machete. Was that a full clear? I don't know. We have a lot of windows down here. Oh, I thought this was disappointed. I thought that was going to be a basement, alas. So what do radios mean when I find them in the field now? Parts to potentially make some detonators if I really need to. But also batteries. A couple spare batteries for my flashlight can't hurt. Alright, I'm going to do one more perimeter check. Just because I feel very... I don't like this place, just for a number of reasons. The tight forest around me is one reason. I hate setting up a base anywhere for more than a day or two, tops. Like just sleeping somewhere for the night, sure. But anything more substantial than that, and I don't like it. See, especially remember, if I hook up a generator, who knows how many of them are going to come wandering out of the woods here. That could be applicable in many places, but what have we got here? This is interesting. Is that a gun locker in a residential location? No. No such luck. The only thing that I could find here that I would actually take... I'll take these sacks of gravel. I'll probably empty them. Oops, I didn't mean to take those. Whoa, whoa, shit. Did she actually start eating that? I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, I stopped myself. I don't think I ate any of it. I accidentally clicked on the rabbit meat instead of the tomato. That could have killed us. If we ate the whole thing, if we ate that whole thing of rabbit meat raw, that actually unironically would have fucking killed us. We have weak stomach as a character trait. Because of that, we need to never accidentally touch, ever. Never, ever accidentally touch something that is, rotted, sorry, uncooked or rotten or whatever. Just never, ever. But yeah, this wasn't not a bad little side trip. I was hoping for a box of nails. That's okay. No nails, whatever. The box of nails would have meant that I don't even need to replenish the nails of my Another reason that I don't really like the idea of turning this into a field base is the convenience of driving the trailer all the way back here. That is a very narrow road back there. I have no room to turn around. So... I have a newfound awareness of timers. Timers are now useful because they are, you can make bomb timers with them. too light. I'm still on the lookout for a bandana that actually matches forest camo. I've found some pretty close matches, but not quite yet. Nope. Alright, so that is everything in the kitchen has been checked. Kind of neat to find some floating cabinets. Always a bottle of alcohol, absolutely. Okay, I need to make an executive decision quickly on the idea of to base here or not. No, I'm gonna build my own base because I want to experiment with the viability of that idea. Just building my own base with blackjack and hookers. Free up a little bit of room in my backpack here. So we've got not enough room in the trunk for a fridge. If I turn back around and take these hatchets out and the firefighter axe and something else. We now have enough room in the trunk for a fridge. So I'm going to put everything else let's use this duffel bag as a sort of field kit for the moment. Get everything out of the way, put it in there. Anything else that is locally sourced that I don't immediately need is going in there. Okay. My backpack is going on the ground, as is my spear and both of my M9s and my M36, and that's it. I can now lift up a 40 encumbrance fridge, no problem, and I still have weapons just in case. Don't ever leave yourself that vulnerable. Fridge is picked up, putting it in my offhand. Oven acquired, and you know what? I don't have any coffee to brew, but if I'm going to build a tiny little field base, yeah, I'll take a coffee machine. If you're going to put one right in front of me. Alright, so the fridge goes in the trunk because we made sure there's at least 40 encumbrance room for that. And then the oven goes in the trailer. Now remember, all we need to do in order to actually have a start is to get a bed, put it on the ground, get the fridge, put it on the ground, and fire up the generator. And voila, we've got a field base started. Of course, defenses are necessary. But if it comes down to it, that's what I'll do. I put on a backpack that is not my main one, so that I don't have to empty my main one. Just going to steal a bed now. And then I just need materials sufficient to make a single door. This is a 3-story house with a corner desk facing north. Ooh. Oh, I'm not taking it now, but I might unironically come back for that. So these corner desks, you cannot change their orientation. I have seen corner desks, several of them facing the opposite direction, facing south. I've never seen one facing north. I may have seen one facing other directions. That's actually really cool. I could combine it probably with one that faces south and just make a a pan wall desk. Um, that's good to know. Now I know where one is. Oh shit. I see a kid's room and I'm thinking a bunk bed. We found the one bunk bed on, or the one kid's room on the planet that doesn't have a bunk bed in it. Bunk bed would have been perfect. Of course, the attic has pretty much nothing in it. Some planks are already ready for us to use. That's cool, but not what I was looking for. You're really going to tell me that the only option right now is a 4-post bed? I'll do it, but I'm not going to be happy about it. That's 4 parts of a bed. Each one of them weighs 20, I believe. All right, fine. Now, the problem with this is I don't have a I can make this work, I think. It's going to cost a lot of storage space though, so I'm going to transfer all of the foodstuffs to this garbage bag so that I can have a free and open backpack. This may not quite be enough. I may not quite have enough room for the bed under these circumstances. But I know now I can at least put 1 part in my handbag, 1 part in my backpack, 1 part in my main hand. And I just barely have enough room to raw dog the last part. Okay. We're extremely vulnerable right now. If we see a single zombie, we're dead. But thankfully I've been back and forth enough times, I think I'll be okay. We're not dead if we see a single zombie. Just, when I say what I really mean is we're going to have to drop a bunch of shit if we see a zombie. We would be dead if a zombie hit us point blank. Don't ever let zombies get close to you while you're extremely over-encumbered. That is a quick ticket to the grave. Okay, we've got the materials for the bed. Basically everything I would ever want. Okay, so we've got the bed. There's the food. The only thing else I'm going to grab is there's some free planks that were in here. So I'm going to take those. It will help put together the base that I'm thinking of. I don't... What the hell is this? Oh, it's a bidet. Bidet, however the fuck you pronounce it. I for a second I'm like, did they put two toilets next to each other without a any sort of like, you know, divider? No, that would be pretty sus, but no. It's a competition pooping. There were a bunch of planks up here, so, you know, that's a bunch of trees left that I don't have to cut. Now, the problem that we're going to run into is I cannot yet fully fledged build a field base because I don't have anything to build a door with. However, I can expend the planks that I picked up on a wall and put down the bed and put down the generator, and we've got that's the startings of the base. It's not raining, we can sleep outside, that's fine. But yeah, this is the one and only time that I want to have to think about turning around with this trailer on this road. I don't want to ever have to do that again. This is already going to suck. Trying to finesse this stupid thing on a very tight road, no. There's a reason I always build my bases so that I can drive all the way around them if I need to. So, we are now looking for a nice place that has some open terrain, that is not surrounded by zombies, and that is not all the way down a road like this one. Honestly, that field is not that bad. This is actually even better. If we're going to build our own base, we'll put it right next to the edge of the road right here where we've got plenty of room to turn around. Perfect. All right, we've got our site. It's just down the road, I know, but I hate having to worry about turning around with the trailer. So we're just going to build a little bare minimum. I've never done this before. I've never like just built a tiny little bare minimum field base. So this is actually this is a bit of an experiment for me. I want to investigate the viability. How quickly and efficiently can I do this? Just using the resources from local houses that are nearby but non-optimal. Am I putting this in the right spot? You know what? Let's put the bed, fridge, stove, bed. Yeah, we're going, like I said, minimum. It would be even better if we didn't have a massive bed, but whatever. Alright, now we just need some nails. We brought an entire box because that's what we do now. There was, in all of my major vehicles, there were now and forever be a bunch of nails on the driver's seat. For many reasons, but chief among them. Okay, I put those a little too far back. Or we don't even really need a floor. We have one. Picked up some gravel. It's not gonna work, is it? Nope. Okay. Too far away. Logs right on the floor. Always an easy thing to work with. Speaking of logs, if we do run out of certain materials, well, I don't expect to run out of nails, but if we do run out of nails, we can always do log with cloth, but I just would rather not. I hate that. Speaking thereof, can't carry anymore. A little over encumbered as is. Oh, you know what? Now that I know where things are going, I should have just started putting down the fridge now. But I'm committed to this course of action, therefore. Alright, in order to pick up the fridge, gotta drop that, gotta drop that, gotta drop that, gotta drop that. Okay, we can pick up the fridge now. I was thinking I'd take it a little farther, but, nah, we got lucky with this spot. There's so much tree overgrowth that trying to find something that is this open, this close to a road, without any zombies being next to it, no, that's not going to be very easy. There may be some spots, but no, I'll use what's right in front of me. Just going to go ahead and expend this gravel now. Okay, and the fridge is down, now we just need the generator down. I'll put it over here. Boy, wouldn't it be cool if street lights could be powered by generators? Now, if it hits my bedtime and I'm not quite finished with the walls, alright, I'm not that mad about it. I, of course, forgot pillows, because, of course I did. Of course, of course. The rest of the furniture can go ahead and go down. That's really the essentials. I mean, this coffee machine is just kind of a bonus, really. Yeah, like I said, it's gonna be okay for one night, I suppose, to just go ahead and sleep outside. How have I gotten my proteins back up? Do tomatoes actually have proteins in them? I didn't ever even think about proteins when I think of tomatoes. No, that was not substantial. I don't know where I got proteins from. I was falling below significantly. Okay. So what I am gonna do, real talk, I could have done this before, but I'm going to leave the trailer because there's not much in it. And I don't really need the trailer until the time comes to start filling it with loot, which we're still a little ways out from, so I could I could have eliminated the trailer as being a problem a while ago. We can do this. We can actually make it so that it's quite hard for zombies to reach us. Obviously, they still can. They flip through this. But we have slightly reduced the surface area that they can reach us from. So we're going to go ahead and get our first sleep in. We'll finish building this overnight. Is about an hour early to sleep, but that's fine. Oh, look at that, we got cold. I should have put the jacket on. Oh, and it did start raining. Of course it did. Well. Part of my reason for wanting to build a base like this is because I thought the rain was done. It is what it is. It's whatever. Alright, I leave 6 planks right here. That's enough for these 3 walls. We haven't even had to cut a tree yet, because loose logs on the ground are a very, very easy way of getting logs. I'll always go for those as long as they're not too far away. Alright, after I get this log sawed, I'm going to go ahead and cut a tree. We did bring an axe after all. Ooh, I have an idea. I have an idea. I'm going to build, well, I still need to build a wall frame. I was going to build a window frame right there. And the reason for that is I'm going to put something in front of the window there that the zombies would never break to get to the window. I'll further explain that in a bit when I do it. Basically, part of the challenge is, can I build a nice, functional, not necessarily pretty, but useful base, field base, with just a box of nails? That's the current goal. I think I can do it. I mean, I'm already building it bigger than I would normally want to build it, because the stupid bed. So we'll call that a stretch goal, I guess. so window frame goes here. And I will show you guys what I mean by, I don't think zombies will be able to exploit it. Now, if they end up being able to exploit it, then I'll just board it up instead of bothering with a window. We're going a little wider than I probably should. That's okay. Alright, now, walls are actually probably my most... Yeah. We're gonna be close here. We're gonna be close. I think it's 6 nails. Yeah, it's 6 nails for a fully intact wall. So that's 6, 12, 18. Sorry, thought I heard a zombie for a second. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. Very close. We're cutting it very close. Yeah. We'll make it, but, I definitely did it inefficiently. Settling for a 4-post bed definitely cost me. But we're learning lessons. I mean, that was a kind of an obvious lesson by my standards, but it's alright. There we go. Door would go there. Now, I think we'll just barely make it. Yeah, we're just barely going to make it. We're not going to have enough planks for the door. Or, no, nails, rather. I think we're not going to have enough nails for the door. Or, if we do have enough nails for the door, we'll actually just barely make it. Okay, that was a 4, so we have 6 nails left. Maybe we can do a door. Yeah, we got the nails for it. It's only 4. So we actually came away with exactly what I need, minus a roof. That's okay. That's okay. I'll live without a roof. What I won't live without is a... Well, what I'd rather not live without is a door, as it were. I'm going to start with... I am going to barricade this window. I don't have a... No, I do have... Well, I have... Okay. I have a crowbar. I have a crowbar, but I don't have... It's fine. It's 4 a.m. I should have gone to sleep a while ago. Tiny bases are a challenge beyond my remit normally. I don't normally think in terms of tiny. Y'all have seen my base. I don't usually think about how to get away with the bare minimum when it comes to bases. But this is a field base, therefore it only ever needed the minimum to begin with. So we're wearing that leather jacket and we're still hot, or we're still cold. That's good to know, I suppose. Okay. I want to get that door up, want to get a window in, and then we don't have to think about anything beyond that. One of these axes is in worse condition. I've been at this for 9 hours. I actually do have to think about a wrap-up strategy. I'm going to target going for... I'm going to target trying to finish up what we're currently working on. It is a weekend, so I don't have to worry too much about... I want to use this axe first. Okay. Also, before I forget, I'm going to go ahead and rebuild the spear. Because the handle is, like, just about to break. Which is exactly why I brought that long stick right there. So we're going to use... do we have a crafting surface in here? I thought we could craft on beds. I guess not. That sucks. We'll do it up at the... I'm going to stop by the house and disassemble a few doors and get a knob and a handle. So we get a door up. Yeah, I don't regret my choice to make a custom base. Navigating these roads every day. No thanks. Not a bad place. I don't dislike it, but that's a lot of doors to defend, and a lot of windows, and a lot of respawn potential. Look at that. I got both hinges and the knob, and a plank to boot. Great. Hello. Should have known there'd still be a couple of losers here. So while we're here, dismantling that spear. And reassembling that spear with a new long stick. My handy knife is starting to go. I didn't think I would get to that point for some reason, but no, I've been using it constantly. Should have been assumed to be inevitable. Alright, so we don't even need... I don't even need anything necessarily else here. There are plenty of free planks in the attic, so I'll take those. We do need a pillow. Never even checked for one. There's one. Perfect. Any warm clothes I could wear when I'm sleeping at night? Not really. None of these are warm. There's a 1911 in here this whole time. That's cool. I'll put that in there with the other one. Ooh, a floor lamp. Perfect. I was just going to kind of raw dog it without any light aside from just the headlight. But no, that's a perfectly good light. There are those wall lamps. I missed a bit of my shot to actually put those up though. Don't even know if I'll need these, but I'm taking them. So I have 3 planks. There's one on the floor. That's my door. Anything else that I need? Not really. Especially now that I picked up those... Oh, there was a pair of long johns somewhere. What did I do with those? The long johns actually are useful because I got cold last night, and I will get cold again if I sleep in the same condition. Hello, go upstairs. They're probably upstairs somewhere. Give me your precious memories. I'll take them into the future. Where did I see those long johns? Was it downstairs? It had to have been. Just can keep it in the baby's room. Well, there's a hoodie. Can layer that with the long johns. I don't understand why they would have dice in a baby's room. No, that's a choking hazard. Don't do that. I must be going insane. I swear there was a pair of long johns somewhere. Did they leave it in the shed? I would laugh pretty hard if there was long johns in the shed. Yes, that's where they are. I'm laughing pretty hard. You can't hear it, but I am. Boy, wouldn't it be cool if I could take this tarp and put it over my sleeping area so that I don't get rained on? Wouldn't that be cool? Our options to build shelters in this game are... The Indie Stone have added a few. Not very many, though. We only really needed to come up here for the doorknob and the handle. Or doorknob and hinges, rather. You can tell I've been at this for a while. My brain's starting to go. There's our door. Oh, interesting. I don't know exactly what... I don't know where I would have a scar if I had one. That's actually... I'm not sure. Best part about this is it covers up the grass. Yeah, that must have been added... They might have added that stealthily. So do I have 2 nails left? That's great. 2 nails equals 2 planks on the window. But yeah, that is really cool. But yeah, this experiment to build a base with minimal reliance on local resources has... I would give myself a B. I'd give myself a B. There's things I could have done better. The bed didn't help the situation. Definitely didn't help the situation. I don't even know if I would need a wooden mallet out here, but now I have one. So this hoodie and long johns are to sleep in when I get... when there's rain or snow or whatever. Highly doubt I'll ever come back here in snow, but just in case. I have enough long johns back at Riverside that I'll never need to carry those around again. Am I so heavily over encumbered? Oh, I'm carrying a lamp, right. That goes in the corner, I guess. Just put it in front of the window. Ruin many people's days when it does come. Frying pan, and flour. Normally, I would never want to put all this into the into a fridge, but it's okay. This hoodie, that's definitely coming back with me. This plank, I don't really have a use for it right now. Onto the ground. Coffee machine. Here we go. In case I find coffee, I highly doubt I will, but if I do. I don't even have a mug, so I'd have to find a mug. I can't remember if I was going to do something special with those pliers. But I do know for sure that I have so many electrical parts back at my main base that I do not need to bring them back with me. Okay. Everything else in this bag is loot that I'm going to bring back to Riverside. Or, well, not going back to Riverside anytime soon, so I need to prioritize that. I need to prioritize that. Yeah, that's alright. I'll just leave it in the duffel bag for now. So we are, we've got a base. We've got our refrigerator running. We better catch it. I can't stop myself sometimes. We're going to go ahead and make a rabbit roast. We need to get our proteins back. We're going to put 2 helpings of rabbit meats into a stir fry. And we're going to put some taters, because we got a whole jar full of them. And that's great. That is a chunky stir fry right there. Literally a full day worth of food. And we have some locally sourced stuff we can add. Ranch. A little bit late for olive oil, but why not? I would laugh so hard if, because it's raining, and the fucking, it catches on fire. We're testing things. I've never done this before. I've never run a, frickin', I've never run one of these outside before. The firefighter axe can get put back, I think. Yeah. That being said, this firefighter axe might as well be a weapon because I'm no longer using it for base purposes. The better firefighter axe is currently in my passenger seat. So I've got to, I'm going to take this box of 45 auto rounds that I found and do nothing with it because it won't fit in there. Alright, there's the bag sorted. Three-quarters. This M1911 is going in the bag. Beautiful. I love finding those now. Firefighter, hatchets are meh, but firefighter axes, yes please. I will take every one I can get because they're some of the best. They're about statistically equivalent to the axe you can forge yourself. However, the axe you can forge yourself is, I find it annoying because the model is bigger than its swing pattern. So the firefighter axe is on paper it's equivalent. In practice, it has a more accurate in-game model. So this is an 80 roast, or an 80 fry, with protein. And I can go ahead and I'm gonna start off by eating half of that, equivalent to 1 serving of rabbit. So my proteins just went way up. Beautiful. My canteen is empty. What can I do about that? Not too much at the moment, because I don't have a water source out here. Or at least not a really good one. I'm not running back there. We'll swing by the house and harvest a little bit of water from the tap. And then we're going to go kill some zombies. We will start taking a chunk out of the Guns Unlimited, see how bad it is. It sure would suck if it was already looted and trashed. I've never used a well in Build 42 before. 2,700 liters of water in it. I don't know if these, and it is considered fresh water. It is not considered tainted. That's really cool. Right? Yes, it is not tainted. I don't know if I would want to drink well water straight, especially when it's open top kind of well. No, an open top well, I'd boil it, personally. There are such things as, well waters that are like, it's the kind that you see at like campgrounds with the tap. Those I would trust a hell of a lot more than one of these, because the open top well, at best you'll have like bugs and algae and shit pulling at the top. At worst, you'll have actual bad things festering in there. But yeah, we got ourselves some water, and I filled up a 2-liter, so that when my canteen gets sucked up again, we've got backup. Yeah, I do not like driving this back road very much, so I feel vindicated in building this, even if for no other reason than the back roads suck. I would have probably wanted to build it just a little farther away from the road, but it's whatever. Things we've learned. Now, another thing that I never even would have considered in the past. Now that I'm thinking about local use resources to build a field base, I could do worse than to bring a few buckets of clay cement. Or not even buckets of clay cement, just clay. Because sand can be found relatively easy out in the field now. So if I were to bring a couple sacks full of clay, that would be the linchpin to just build like some stone walls, for example. I believe 1 bucket of clay cement would get me 4 walls, and it's 2 clay. Hello. Tell me that was a sight. Okay, it was not. I didn't see that, and I don't know why I didn't expect that to be there. I need to consider everything down this road to be zombie territory. Oh yeah, whatchamacallit, the wood axe is, it's good, but if you don't specialize in axes, to be entirely honest, even now that I can make wood axes, I use exclusively fire axes for cutting trees now, because the stamina usage. If I spend all day cutting trees with a wood axe, versus all day cutting trees with a firefighter axe, there's no math there. I will annihilate many more trees with the fire axe, just because of how much less stamina is used up by the fire axe. So I have to zoom this far in to get the game's frame rate to be stable enough for me to not have frame drops on my ugly face here. So hopefully nobody watches this for my ugly face, because it's gonna be more like an ugly slideshow now. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it would be. But if you look at this, we've still got some trees strategically placed on this road to block us, so we would have to cut all those if we wanted to use this house down here as a field base. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this road at all. Hate everything about this road. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to come up quick on us on the left here. There it is. Looted and trashed? I can't tell. The second floor... No, see, those windows are intact. But that second floor doesn't mean anything. What about the first floor? Come on, give me a fucking window here. I can't see. I literally can't see. There's no first floor windows within range from here. Fuck. Alright, we'll move up a little bit. It's like, I have to sneak around and go at it from the other side. I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter insofar as... Wow, look at all these zombies. Right in front of a chain link fence. That's cool. But yeah, okay. So, if we look right here, in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, I'm looking top down through a skylight at an intact window on the first floor. So we've got guns unlimited. It is not looted and trashed. At least I'm about 80% sure now. I would like to get a clearer view. But you know, the cool thing is, I'm a sledgehammer owner. I can get a clearer view. This is funny. I never even considered using one of these as a field base. It's not a good idea, actually. No, I don't like these. Because there's one way in and out. One way in and out. Remember what happened last time we built a base somewhere where there's only one way in and out? Caused problems, to say the least. This guy knows we're here, but he's not attacking us because he doesn't know how to get to us. His pathfinding, A-star has failed him. His pathfinding cannot tell him how to get to us. Now, what does that tell me? That tells me if we use the sledgehammer over here, we've got one hell of an ingress. Alright, as I suspected, we've got zombies on both sides of the fence here. That's a lot of Zeds. I still don't have a clear view of the first floor windows or doors. Everything of what I just looked at could have been the second floor, technically speaking. I hate this. I hate trying to find out if a place has been looted and trashed and just not seeing any first floor windows or doors. It's like the devs were kind enough to give us a way to tell, except it's not actually useful in a lot of circumstances. Now, of course, I could climb the fence. I'm clumsy. I have a relatively high chance to fail climbing fences, even though my strength and fitness are high. So I'm not gonna. I don't climb fences when there's a lot of zombies around ever. It's just not a good idea. The chance of success is literally just random numbers. Okay, well, Like I said, it doesn't necessarily matter whether it is looted and trashed or not, because we're going to hit it either way. Now, how do we go about killing the Zeds? We have options. Multiple. The option that's jumping out at me right now is this low fence over here. I didn't know this was here, or if I probably overlooked it. I like that. What I don't like are these trees. I don't like these trees at all. These trees on the side of the road make it really hard to exploit this low fence. As you can see, there's a bunch of zombies that have spotted us through the fence and are now going around it, which is interesting. I thought chain link fences like these were ones that zombies knew how to hit. In any case, I'm taking some spare magazines for the M9 and putting them in my backpack. If I need more than that, then I may have made a mistake. Now, do I leave the van running, or do I run from the van? I run from the van. I'm considering heavy armor. I'm no longer considering it. I'm gonna armor up, but I'm not gonna start discharging the firearms yet. Because I want to be able to armor up without having to attract a billion more. Alright, armoring up. Bone fingerless gauntlets, bone choker, coat of plates, head armor, sorry, bicycle helmet. Our protection levels are now 40% or higher, body wide. Shit. Because of the chance for the vehicle to fail to start, I did not want to risk trying to just drive away from that. I think we look pretty good, all things considered. I'm not the biggest fan of the coat of plates with this particular jacket. We've got another zombie. I heard it gargling. Doesn't seem like it's lingering in the blind spot, though. Alright. Discharge or not to discharge. I'm not quite there yet. For now, I want to deal with anybody who's on this side of the road, on this side of the fence. Alright, now, deceptively, this does look like a nice open spot. However, the zombies are going to be approaching us from this shit right here. All this shit where there's like 20 big trees all clustered together. That's where the lion's share of them are going to be coming from, because if we start discharging the firearm around here, they're going to go whoosh around there, and then they're going to lose interest in us, and they're going to start spilling over the fence over here, and then they're going to hear us shooting again, and then they're going to come around and flank us and bite us from behind. I am not seeing very many good, clear, clean angles of approach right now. So I'm going to make one. I should be carrying around an axe. I literally have one designated for combat use. There she be. And when it's time to go weapons free, we've got plenty of M9, so ammo is not the concern at the moment. Alright, cutting down this tree will attract a number of them. That was not a good idea. As expected. I wanted to make a bucket. Just need a medium handle. I can do that easily. So the reason I'm thinking about buckets right now, a couple buckets of water, and I can make my own low fences easily. Because if you think about it, we're going to get logs just by cutting these fences to have a clear area. We have logs. That means we're going to have... That means all we need are rags, and we can build low fences easily. Waiting for that endurance to come back. See, we took quite a sweet time today, and it's actually near the end of the day for us right now. So we're not going to be doing any massive combat just yet, because we're going to be tired pretty soon here. So we're going to spend probably the rest of the day into the evening here, just putting together a kill zone right here, because I feel really good about this spot. I just want to cut a few more trees that are just in my way. I really do feel good about this spot because we've got this low fence right here is already here. We can make a little bit more low fence to give ourselves some fallback in addition to what's already there. I was preemptive in putting on my armor though. We're not at that stage yet. We're gonna go ahead and take the heavy armor off. If for no other reason than the fact that we are not gonna have the fatigue for a very long, drawn-out fight right now. So if I wanted to carve a medium handle, I would actually need a crafting surface. Look, a crafting surface. Where would I put one? Chopping blocks are actually, they're interesting. So these are really, really cheap and easy to make. If a zombie comes up against one of these, they'll start hitting it. And it only costs a single log. So that's actually very interesting. Now, normally, I like to make the zombies flow. I don't like to stop them. So, I have not started trying to strategically use those yet. But, as we see, there's a whole bunch of them coming from this direction. Therefore, I could use a few things that would catch people coming up from behind. Yeah. That is an objectively good thing in my mind right now. I would like to kill anybody in this field before the fatigue hits me. Is it beyond my remit to just clear all of this shit right here? That's a lot of trees. I don't know if... No, I don't think we could get away with cutting all the trees in the way over here and still have not attracted a large number of zombies just by cutting wood. Yeah, I think we are going to have to just deal with this over here. This way, sir. Now, if I really wanted to, I could cut a hole in the chain link fence, because they seem to be pathing around it. For some reason, this chain link fence, the zombies don't seem capable of hitting it. which is odd. That means this chain link fence must actually be different from other ones. I don't expect that to be that way forever. That's probably just going to be unique to this particular version. The devs are constantly working on the they're constantly working on the system of bendable fences framework, as they call it. Alright, so I am leaving a bucket just on the floor right here. Of course, now that I did that, the rain's going to stop. Just knowing my luck. But assuming it doesn't, this bucket will capture a whole bunch of rainwater. I can use that to clean cloths and make some more fences. Because just for some reason, if we want to make cloths, if we want to make log furniture of any kind, the rags we use must be clean. Whatever. I have opinions about that. I guess the zombie blood makes it so that they don't bind together. I don't know. It sounds really stupid, but... These small trees need to go, because I have no idea if we're going to get anything from the back angle here. I don't think I'm going to use crafting, these chopping blocks. I'm not going to try to use them defensively. If I do, well, I do expect someday the devs are going to nerf that. It doesn't really make sense for something so cheaply available to stop zombies. Because, I mean, if you think about it, this would never stop a zombie. It would just trip over it at best. This is basically just something for them to trip over. I would prefer if they tripped over it. These are easier to build than fences, horizontal fences. But, whatever. I have a feeling that this project that I'm working on right now is going to work just about as well as most of the other ones I've tried. Whereas it's going to be hit or miss as to whether it's even useful at first. And then eventually it might prove useful. I don't know, I'm hit or miss on these. At least the rain is picking up so that we can actually clean rags relatively easily now. Now the trick to this is do not use the right-click method for the buckets to try to wash a rag. Don't do that. Because for some reason it costs... Hang on, I need to do some math here. 0.5, or 4 divided by 0.5, that's 8. It costs 8 times more water to use the right-click interface than it does if you're taking the water out of a container and just picking it up. 8 times more water. Because you can use the crafting menu to clean rags. Wacky. Truly wacky, in my opinion. But in this instance, we are actually quite literally using zombies as a resource. Been waiting my entire life for that. Always remember, if you have something that is tailorable, to tailor it. Well, these socks don't count. Oh no, I didn't pick up a shirt. It was broken. Yeah, so that's several formal shirts I've seen. All of them are in tatters. Okay, there's 8 rags. Let's just pick up one of these buckets. Now, problem. I don't know if I can use the crafting menu to clean bandages, can I? I can. Okay, great. So all I got to do is, I want to make sure I'm using the right water source for this. I do not want to accidentally use my drinking water. Perfect. So to make sure I'm using the right water source, I just right-click on the bucket itself. Look at that. We're getting clean bandages without even needing to go back to a sink or have a rain barrel or anything like that. We've only made 3 buckets so far, and we're getting a pretty good amount of rainwater from it. Remember, we only need half a liter to clean a rag when we do it this way. So 8 rags, that is 4 fences worth right there. Not bad. If I make a couple more of these and leave them out overnight, that's more than enough, most likely. So, let's go ahead and get started. We have some log fences are gonna... Oh, not fences. Wait a minute. No, this is correct. Eek. Painful. That's alright. I've done this before. I prefer not to use log fences from this angle. But that's alright. Because you see, when they flip over this angle, observe. They're going to be on this side of the fence. I'm going to need to kill them here. But watch what happens if I'm on this side of the fence and I sit down. While I'm sitting down, I'm similar profile to a zombie that's on the ground. I might as well be fucking invisible. You can't see what's on the ground in front of these fences, which, thankfully, when you're targeting with a firearm, it's not that big of a deal. You know generally where they are, and the aiming system will take care of the rest. I'm not happy about it, though. I don't like it. I like to see things. I'm very big on visual. Is this another formal shirt that is broken? Yes, it is. If it wasn't, I would tailor it down. What do we come away with? 10? Oh, each of them are filled up with enough for not quite 10. So I don't know how much longer we're going to have the rain for. I am going to go ahead and use what I can now. And then go back to our temporary base and sleep. Shit. I ran out of light. Ran out of light, so I'm actually going to do that while I drive back to base. Watch there just be like a massive group of them in the middle of the road as I try to drive back. Nope, there'll be a couple of them in the road when I come back, but that's fine. And it's actually probably better that I bring these buckets with me, because I don't know if they'll fill up while they're off screen. If I'm back at base and it rains overnight, but then it stops raining in the morning, then there goes all the chance to fill these buckets easily. I have no frame of reference if there's going to be zombies on this road in the way. No, we're good. There were a couple zombies on this road, but we killed them, and now there's none. Definitely feels a little far, now that I'm thinking about it. That's alright, I guess. Well, it's raining, and I hate sleeping in the rain. I would really like to have, like, a sleeping bag, maybe. Made out of a tarp. That'd be cool. Too late now. Protein's up to 200. I am very glad I made that. So what that tells me is I can put this, the leftover rabbit. Actually, no, we got room. We'll get our proteins up by making another, rabbit overnight, I guess. Yeah, we'll do that overnight. See, because of the, leather jacket, it's got pretty good water resistance. I don't even think I'm gonna get wet overnight. Rain in this game is a little bit weird. It doesn't seem to cause as much wetness as one would think. Yeah, I got nothing on that. We didn't even get cold. That's actually kind of funny. We did not even get cold. Well, that's almost a full bucket. I can fill it up from puddles, really? I've never even tried that before. You learn something new every day. That's funny. So now I've got 10 liters in this bucket. I can use this to clean the rest of those rags. And there goes the rain. Okay. We made use of it while we had it. Now we have 10 rags right now. We could probably build a log staircase if we had the logs. For some reason I get the feeling this is going to be an off and on rain. No, I need 12 rags. Okay, that's fine. You know what? I'm gonna operate under the assumption that we're not gonna get any more rain, just in case we aren't, and go fill these buckets up from the whatchamacallit, from the well. It's alright, it's an okay midnight task to do. It's I don't quite have enough time to go all the way back to the combat zone. I wasn't quite predicting that I would be reduced to using rags for things again, but now that I am, we've got a house full of curtains here. There's literally no need to use buckets. I literally have no need to use buckets and rags from zombies when there is an entire house full of sheets here, because that's 10 rags per sheet. Now, of course, we got to deal with this bullshit. Living rooms with furniture so close together. Remove curtains. Remove curtains. Remove curtains. Each time I do this, that's 10 more clean rags. Yeah, never forget the easiest place to get rags ever is always your nearest house with a bunch of curtains in it. Not to say that every house is full of curtains. There's a lot of strange people who don't even have curtains on a lot of their windows. This house seems to be half and half. The way I figure it is, we're gonna have plenty of use for these. Even if we don't use them all right away, so be it. It's fine. Trying to back out of this place, even that is a little bit annoying. Here's the funny thing. If I wanted to build a roof now, it's too late. I can't. I don't have any nails left. And you cannot build floors with just logs. There's no way to do that, sadly. Oh, well. Definitely something I gotta consider in the future is what exactly can I do with just a box of nails, a single box? I'm pretty sure the answer is going to be more than what I've done with this. This is just a feeble first attempt from somebody who is used to building bases 10 times bigger than this. No need to stint. We're going to add a little bit of everything to this. This is going to be one of those stir fries that makes us very happy when we eat it. Oh yeah, that's going to reduce our unhappies basically in totality. A little bit late getting back to bed, but we are good to go now. This ended up being a 60 fry, I guess. All right, off to bed. What are we up to? We're up to 10 hours, so we've got a couple of hours left to try to finish Guns Unlimited. I don't know if we're going to do that. There's a lot of zombies in there. Alrighty. So, I have got so many rags now that it is just basically just a matter of how many logs can I cut before my axe starts going bad. That's actually the point we're at right now. However, I have multiple axes, actually. I suppose I'll go ahead and leave the tainted water and the buckets here. I don't have much use for these if it's not going to rain. Oh no, there was somebody just up there who died. If only I could have saved him. If only NPCs exist in this game. It also may be a bit preemptive to put the heavy armor on now, but that's what we're doing. See, we can tank quite a bit of discomfort now, because we've got a very, very, very delicious stir fry. That's gonna fix our unhappy problem, like, instantly. I have a feeling we're not gonna go below 90 happies. We are gonna be very happy. That's what we do here. We keep our characters happy. That's how I roll. Alright, let's park up here. And we're going to start with some more chopping. Question of where to chop comes up. I'm thinking... Well, and this particular area right here, this feels like a lost cause. This chunk of trees. I would have to do a lot of cutting to clear that. I don't really think I'm going to do that. These would be more useful immediately because I can... getting these out of the way will mean I can see who's coming from this side, from the left. Now, that being said, cutting trees right here, we're going to have some company as soon as I finish these two. They can hear the wood cutting. Yeah. As expected. Now, I'm actually not going to be using the axe for combat very much because I've got a lot of wood to cut, and I'd prefer not to break my axe. So once again, we're not discharging the firearm just yet. Come here. We're just going to do some poke. This is what we brought the spear for. Kind of a damn shame they don't attack the fence here. Yeah, see, I need to get rid of these trees. I need to see who's on the other side of this fence. Because that is going to directly affect how many are coming my way when I'm up here killing them. So. Now, once I start moving up a little bit, once I'm past the point of killing everybody in this immediate vicinity, to such an extent that I'm no longer attracting them with gunshots, at that point, I may start actually using the corners of these fences. It's going to be a little difficult because these, I don't think I can move these. Yeah, I tried. These would be amazing against zombies in real life. In real life, these low fences right here, I would use them in real life. Strategically, in certain places. Because that happens. And that's a very easy way. I'm pretty sure cops use these IRL. Like these actual things. When there's like a riot or something going on. I don't know too much about that. I don't interface with riot police very often. That is outside the remit of my client for the most part. They handle other forms of law enforcement. Actually, kind of, in my opinion, more dangerous. More dangerous than riots. Riots are very dangerous, but At least in the United States, you don't necessarily have to worry about, as a cop, somebody just randomly shooting you in a riot. Did I overestimate this place? No, there's going to be a lot of them over there. There's a part of me that wants to, just once. Just once. That's it. I'm not going to do any more discharge, and I'm actually going to bail, so that they don't follow me all the way out here for the most part. All I did by doing that is, there should be quite a few of them who did not see me that will now congregate right there, or just kind of move in that general direction. That was the point of that. Now I would like to cut at least these 3 trees here. If I cut these, this one, and this one, then I have a pretty good view of who's coming around this fence. And that's really what I want out of that. I should have sharpened before doing that. See, that zombie, he was going in the direction of the sound of me cutting wood, because he couldn't fucking see me because of that tiny-ass tree. Okay, we're starting to get a number of them coming up, dropping the axe. I don't need to rush to build any fences right now. It's fine. How many are coming at me? I still don't quite feel ready to start discharging. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start. It may be a bit preemptive. Okay, maybe not. I'm sorry. I keep going back and forth because, again, I don't necessarily know exactly where the big chunk of this place is going to be. But, as you can see, my discharge just earlier there is having the exact effect that I wanted it to have. They are congregating where I want them to congregate. Maybe just a little soon. May have been a little better if I could have gotten a couple more fences up or a couple more trees cut. See, thankfully I can build these fences relatively fast. Surprisingly fast, all things considered. See, this actually feels like the trailer for 7 Days to Die right now. I don't know. That might be a bit of esoterica for folks watching here if you're not familiar with 7 Days. They made a live-action trailer. It wasn't that bad. It just wasn't very reflective of what you can actually do in the game because you don't make things out of logs in that game. There's no logs. You cut wood and you get wood, and that's it. You use the wood after you cut the trees. What the fuck? Why is my canteen tainted? I got it from the well. I got it from the fucking well. Okay. Now, the reason that bothers me is because I thought the well was good. It was good. It literally was good. I'm very confused now. I don't know what's going on with that. But, thankfully, I have water. Just taking some of that 2 liter that I filled up with fresh water. So if I were to cut these 2 trees, just one of these 2 trees, that would probably be almost equivalent to shooting the gun. But we've already got a, what is that, a fast headed our way? Somebody's headed our way. Oh no, they're just fucking around. Okay, so they're not aggroed yet. If I cut one of these trees, I'll probably be able to get the tree itself done, and then I got more fighting to do. The fuck? Oh, right. Stand by. For some reason, they forgot to forward to me. Okay. It's already 8 p.m. Jeez Louise. Yeah, we've been at this for 10 hours. Oy. Okay. We're good. My team closes up shop at 8 p.m. and I was actually still logged in on the phone system. That's whatever. That's whatever. All right, I will go ahead and cut one of these. No, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I keep going back and forth on that. If I were to cut these two trees, it would accomplish almost nothing. Because behind those trees are a bunch of more small trees here. So I'm just going to have to accept the fact that I'm not going to be able to see zombies coming from that direction. So, I would like to have a fallback. So we're going to cut one more tree for the sake of logs, and then we're done with the prep. Okay, there's 4 logs here. I think there's one right there. Yeah, there's one log on the ground that can't really do much with a single log. You know, if I assume that they're going to come kind of just fan out in this direction, then I suppose I don't need to clear this entire mini forest here. I need to clear all these trees. If I just take a chunk out of these two, like this one and this one, or maybe even just this one. Even just this one would improve my situation a little bit. Now, I do have a slow shambler aggroed onto me, so I'm not going to fast forward. I'm just going to listen. Okay, yeah, not risking that. You know, I never mentioned earlier exactly why it was that World War Z zombies would be so much more terrifying to deal with, and that's their collective signaling. That's their collective signaling. If we were dealing with World War Z zombies, what they do, the World War Z zombies, they have a twilight bark. They have a twilight bark. If one zombie sees a person, they shout. They make a noise. They make a very loud noise. And then all of a sudden, other zombies in the area hear that there's a human, and they also make a noise. And other zombies around that zombie also make the noise. And basically, you've just got the croaking dead constantly signaling each other to such an extent where you'll get hordes, massive hordes building up just from a single zombie spotting someone somewhere. That can spiral out of control quickly, very quickly. That would, in this game, if that was a thing, terrifying. Because in this game, you often don't have a lot of intel on where zombies are. So a single Zed in the woods could turn into a horde coming out of the woods. Because maybe there's a big group in the woods somewhere that you never would have aggroed otherwise. But thanks to chain aggro. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna use these logs here. And I do believe we're ready to begin. I'm gonna laugh so hard if we actually have already killed a chunk of this place. I don't think we have. I think we have barely scratched the surface. That is my assumption. If I'm wrong, well, okay, I over-prepared for nothing. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last. Alright, so we're going to treat this up here as a fallback. I'm going to be real. I actually kind of regret not doing this with the base. It's so much easier to do this than to rely on nails. Water under the bridge, though. Yeah, there's no executing this without a bit of a curve. This curve is here for a very specific reason, and that's because zombies don't always go straight towards sounds anymore. In fact, sometimes they take really wacky approach angles. So we'll cut this one, and we'll build 2 more. Try to at least get like an L shape going. Okay, I feel good about that. That's a good start. If it's not good enough, then we will adjust it on the fly based on their movement patterns. Alright, now we want to start really attracting the big groups. So in order to get their attention further in, I'm going to stealth up a little bit, do a little sneaky sneak, get the attention of a couple of ones from here. And have them start spilling over here. I'm glad that I can make use of this low fence a little bit. Probably should do an ammo check. I've not been paying attention. 7 in this one. This is going to become untenable fast, thanks to the slow shamblers. Fuck it. I'm not. We've done enough over here. We've done enough because now the ones that are coming up, they'll hear me when I start discharging up here. So we're still at 7, right? Yep, 7 in that one, 14 in the backup, and more magazines than my inventory has room for. Alright, Chuck, you're my first victim. Step up and get flipped. Now, I suppose anybody watching, if you haven't watched my combat before, I have gone through a lot of different things to try to make firearms more effective. I've tried pushing them on their ass, executing them point blank, ragdoll. I've tried all sorts of things. They all suck compared to fences. And so far, in this game, from what I've seen, fences are the single most, after a zombie falls over a fence, that is the point in time where they are the single most vulnerable to gunfire. For some godforsaken reason. Like, I could push this guy on his ass and execute him point blank, and it would still not be as effective as a fence. Now, as you guys can see, as I expected, sort of, kind of, a little bit, we should have had more side coverage. We should have had more side coverage. We need total coverage. Damn it. 14, 13. I'm now switching to my secondary. 12, 11. 10, 9, 8. 6. 5, 4. He's going to convulse. 3, 2, 1. Reload. This is my secondary, so back to my primary. And back to the pen. Hey, was that a police zombie? Convulse. Haven't been counting. Skill issue. Down to 5 now. 4. See, if they go wide to the right, that's no problem, because they got to go over this fence to get to me. That's no issue at all. But I do regret not building a couple more out on this side. So that already fucked us up once, and it's going to fuck us up again. 1 round left. I'm going to pull up and aggro this guy and manually. Once they're fixated on you like that, they will beeline and flip over any obstacle. Alright, back to 15. Look at this. This guy, I didn't see him coming. He came out of the fucking woods here. But that's okay. We got a wide enough berth. Convulse. Yeah, there he is. You hear me saying convulse. What that means is I've shot him twice, and they didn't react. There was no flinch. If that happens when they're down, stop shooting them. Don't keep shooting them. Wait for them to convulse. They'll do a stupid little flinch, and then they're vulnerable again. I don't know what causes that. I just know that it happens just randomly sometimes when zombies are flipping over fences. Restocking the magazines in my Alice kit. And now we're down to, what, 13? 9. Skill issue. So these guys, slow shamblers, I'm going to split them up by aggroing them manually. 8, 7. No, wrong one. Back up. See, look at that. I thought there was one on the ground right there, but no. It was trying to shoot the one on the other side of the fence. Annoying. Very annoying. Now... Okay. This is interesting. I was expecting there to be more coming from farther away. But I think we may have actually hit... We may have hit our limit of, the ones that are within gunshot range from this particular position. We may have hit our limit on that. I actually have to step away briefly, like a minute and a half tops. So I am probably going to cease firearm usage for the moment. Kill anybody who's still on their way out over here. And then drive up the road just a little bit. Yeah, as expected. Okay, so basically anybody who can be aggroed from just shooting in this area has been aggroed. So what I need to do, I'm assuming there's going to be massive groups down there still. I need to pull them, well, I need to pull them towards my defensive position, ideally. And of course I don't have the ambulance. I don't have the ambulance. I cannot use a siren to pull them up. So, yeah, that is what it is. That's terrifying. I thought there was pretty much nothing going in this direction. Okay, that's whatever. I'm going to go ahead and step away for a minute. Even if a zombie were to roll up while I'm in the driver's seat here, I think we have a good solid, I don't know, maybe even up to a minute. I think each time the zombie smacks the windshield, it's like 2 to 5%, depending on the zombie. Not sure about that, but yeah, I'm going to step away just briefly, and then while I'm away, the character shall read pottery. Alright, I'll be right back. One moment. Alrighty, we are back. Definitely wasn't 3 minutes. One of these days I'll have a more interesting thing to put up when I've stepped away. I could use OBS for it, but I don't like doing that. I like being able to see what my viewers see. Otherwise, I will forget about OBS if I. I don't really need to drive anywhere. The van's okay here. Do I need any? Oh no, I've got plenty of firearm ammunition left. That is not a problem. The spear could use a sharpen. And we're having a bite to eat. And that was, we didn't quite bring enough food for the full day. That's okay. We're taking our time with this. There's a reason I brought a generator and a fridge and I built a little mini base. Yeah, we're going to be taking our time with this. It's fine. So, we are going to start using the firearm to pull groups of them up here. Oh, you know what? Okay, I was considering just going over there in the van and just honking the horn a few times. I was considering it, but that may bring more interference from the north that I don't know is there. I would prefer not to have any interference from the north if I can swing it. Okay, if this place was looted and trashed. There it is, intact windows and doors, as expected. Where are the zombies at, guys? I'm sure they're probably inside, right? I was expecting there to be like a massive horde over here. But let's see if maybe they're just out of sight somewhere. So I found some of them. That's not a terrifying amount, but I have no idea how many are inside, and I may be flanked. So I'm just gonna kind of like, you know, fuck with these guys a little bit and then fall back. Convulse. There we go. That's more like it. That feels like a gun store. I mean, we're still not quite there, but... Alright, 4 rounds, and what is this? Is our primary? Secondary is 8. I vibe way too easy with this song. 3, 2, 1, back up. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Damn it, the ragdoll's in the way. I just fucked that shot up. Fucking waste of ammo. And I lost track of my shots. Of course I lost track of my shots. That's alright. Feeling good about that. I mean, these barricades are really useful. Like, really, really useful. Alright, okay. I may have overstated their usefulness slightly. See, I can get creative with them, but there are going to be limits, hard limits. Like those. That's a limit right there. I just wanted to get one more shot off, and now we're good. Now, this is a group of fast shamblers, so this is going to be difficult. We're gonna finesse these guys a little bit. We're gonna start on this side. Am I 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. No, I was off by 2. That's 7 rounds left. At least I made an attempt. Okay, I'm predicting it's enough of a drip feed now. We don't have to be too creative with this. Okay, I'm gonna start once more finessing a little bit on this side. I really do like these fences. Using an existing low fence with some of my own, very effective. Is that a reload? Yes. In fact, I should have reloaded 1 shot ago. Then I wouldn't have to rack it. Come on. And for this one-offs like that, we just fall back over here. It may have been a little overkill to build this many log walls, but it is not a bad thing. I'd rather overkill than underkill. Okay, we're doing the same thing again. Reason being, if I just let them come at me and don't do anything special, they will overwhelm me. Get fucked, losers. That is the power of low fences. Oh shit. That is the power of not counting your rounds. When these forces collide. Nine rounds left. Almost everybody is going to be slow now. The mediums and the fasts have reached us already. Balls? No. Actually, I definitely like shooting over here better from an acoustic standpoint. It's going to pull them in a slightly better direction. Yeah. You know, they're crowding me on that side. Yeah, look at that. They're getting smart. Smart ass. Good job. Oh, hello. Is that my backup? I think that's my backup. What am I down to? 12 in this one? Okay, so this one was fresh. Rick O'Connell strategy serving me well here. Convulse, convulse. Oops. See, attacking them from this angle really is not that good. I'm hitting ones that are like all the way... I hit this one right here. This one. I hit her when I was shooting. I was trying to shoot at the one on the floor right here. Problems of fighting from the south. They're weird and far between. Damn it. I couldn't keep her interest for another second. Typical woman. Won't have any interest in me after 2 seconds. That's not true. I can hold the attention of a woman for as long as it takes her to figure out everything there is to know about me. At that point, the interest declines quickly. Hello. Speaking of interest declining quickly. This one was empty from the start. Magazine management has been off par today. I'm usually better than this. Performing under pressure, I suppose. Unfamiliar territory is also a factor. Now this, okay, we got another medium, so she must have come from quite a long ways. Welcome. Get comfortable. You're going to be here for a while. Okay, so we are now out of food, and we are now tired. That's a wrap. We've done good. No more firearms. We're going to clean up with the spear, and then we're out of here. I clean up with the spear because I do not want there to be too many in the road here when I come back tomorrow. There's not much to clean up, really. Most of the ones who could have reached us have made a valiant effort. I don't want to go as far as to say I overestimated this place. Now that I've seen them coming out from inside of the building. That changed my calculus a little bit because other firearm stores like Stendo's, there were no zombies inside. This is clearly not the same kind of place, so... Like, Stendo's is basically just locked up with unbreakable gates, like the mall. But no, we've killed everybody in this immediate vicinity. It's this garage they all started pouring out of, so we'll try to remain aware of that. I didn't even check my kill count before we got started with this operation, so I don't exactly know how many we've killed so far. We are currently at 16,122 kills. I want to say that we're going to make, I want to say about 100 of those have probably been what we've killed so far. But yeah, I have no frame of reference because I have not checked. I haven't even checked since the middle of, like, last stream. I'm just going to leave that axe there. There's no reason not to. I'll probably use it for combat after the spear breaks. I might also just leave it there. I have 20 axes back at base, and I don't have very much combat use for an axe that has fallen below half integrity. Because once it's below, I'm so done with these already. It's one asshole. This is why I don't kill them in the streets. It pisses me off so much to hear the sound of my suspension getting broken. Or not broken, but you know what I mean. These are our good vehicles. We don't fuck with these good vehicles. Even if that correctly did not damage my windshield or my headlights, damaged my pride. Incalculable. 10 psychic damage. I'm gonna laugh really hard if we actually just killed the vast majority of them in that section. I have a feeling there's still going to be like a lot down by the range area. But those are so far away that I don't know if I'm going to have to deal with them anytime soon, unless I will. It depends entirely on what I can get away with looting. I don't have to kill the whole place if I don't need to. I'm not going to. I'll kill the place if I have to, but only if I have to. Make sure to use up the rest of that rabbit meat. I do know of a good use for leftovers in this context because I brought a bunch of bowls for salads, so that's nice and easy. Oh, this is very relevant to my life right now. Microsoft mandates return to office, claims Teams and all remote work solutions are inferior. Imagine being on your Teams team and getting a Teams call that your team needs to work on Teams on site because working on Teams isn't a good way to work. Oh, it's funny because it's true. Imagine being on the Teams team. I should have started cooking this before I started looking at memes. Now, I may have reloaded a little early there. Nope. We just blew 7 magazines of M9. That was okay. Yeah, we did a good job. But that's illustrative of how quickly I can go through firearm ammo. We got plenty more, but again, consider this. These M9 magazines that are full of ammo that are in my backpacks here, that was all of the M9 ammo that I had left in Riverside. I do still have a fair bit of M9 ammo in West Point. But that is okay. That's cool. We have gotten this far in aiming, level 7, pretty much 7.5, by using M9 much more than any other weapon type. So that's good. I feel good about that. Just generally speaking, how many zombies I've been able to kill using mostly M9. Because that's sort of my training wheels for firearms, right? M9 is not going to, even at level 7, it's not going to kill an upright target coming at me. Alright, so there's a 60 salad. I'm going to go ahead and eat half of this. Or, no, this is my meal for tomorrow. I'm going to feed myself tonight with, salads. These are going to have to be heavy in the broccoli department, because I don't think I can use broccoli in, stir fries. Can I? Well, it's too late to find out now because I don't... No, I'm pretty sure I can. Okay. There's all the carrots used up. Hey, look at that. We used up all of the jarred potato. Perfect. I thought I could put barbecue sauce on a salad. That's kind of sad. I'm not going to pepper up all of these salads. I'm going to go ahead and even out my jalapeno and habanero supplies. Okay, all of these came out to be 30 salads, so I'm just going to give them the name 30 salad. Doesn't really matter what the ingredients are. What matters is how much hunger they shut up. Oh, did I forget to shut off the onion? Or forgot to shut off the onion. Forgot to shut off the oven. Careful doing that. That will remove your bases from the map. Okay, so now we got a 60. I named the 60 stir fry. I named it a 60 salad. Definitely been at this for a little while. Okay, 22:10. It's about bedtime. I'm a little early, but I'm gonna go ahead and. Well, no. I'm gonna take my armor off. Then I'm gonna go to sleep. Sleeping in your armor is a fast track to depression. Even though we are doing a good job of keeping the girl happy, that will undo a lot of the work. Okay, that should keep her happy. We've already spent quite a bit of time cooking. We run out of cooking utensils to cook anything more at the moment, right? For the most part. Nah, I keep a griddle pan on my driver's seat. I usually do that in case I need to locally source something and I don't, yeah. Hey, look, another 60 fry. Remember, I don't have to eat all these while I'm out here. But to keep them rolling out is a good thing, because then I don't have to worry about this stuff going bad, which some of it is not long for this world. The broccoli is going to be fine. Some of these tomatoes are going to go bad, or they're going to go stale sometime soon. I don't know which, though. I've been removing them from containers and putting them back in too many times to be able to keep solid track. I was considering putting a roof up. I would need to go get some nails. Wouldn't be too hard to go get some nails. We would definitely take the van, though. Because remember, you cannot build floors with logs and rags. There are no log floors. How many nails we get from that? Enough for a roof over the bed. And to be honest, that's all I really care about right now. Roof over the bed, more than enough for me. I mean, like, to be entirely honest, I don't know if I need it. I don't really know if I need it, but that'll take care of it. That'll do it. There's probably better sources of nails than what I just cut down. This chair is actually probably good. No, it's not. See, there's certain things that I expect to get more nails out of than I usually do. Like this couch. Would have expected more than just 2 nails from that. At least we've got an even number now. We can do 10 roofs. I'm gonna whip out the other military backpack here. I remember we already have 1 loose plank back at base. So that's 6 and 4. That's 10. We already have one more than we need. Alright, what part did I hit? Okay, it wasn't a trunk hit. I'm okay. It was only 2 psychic damage instead of 10. If that was a trunk hit, that would have been 10 psychic damage. You guys can see now why I don't want to be driving up this entire road every time I need to go back and forth between a combat zone. No. In fact, I'm already driving on it more than I would like. But at least I can tolerate this. No. I'm good. That is my midnight activity completed. Nightmare, yay. Yeah, that means I need to sleep again. Alright. Of course, I left the axe that I've been actively using. There's a staircase made out of logs, which we have plenty of, plenty of materials for in the, crafting department. I need to recover a little bit of stamina, so instead of waiting for that to happen, can't get back to sleep, never mind. I would have just slept, but I can't. I'm gonna put the staircase on this side. Goofy as this is, we've got to equip them in both hands if we want to do these 4 at a time. I can build a staircase out of logs now. What's going on here? Why can't I build it here? Oh, is this grass blocking me? Surely that couldn't have been it. Wow. TIL. Trying to build a staircase out of logs. Cut the grass first. And make sure to hammer it with the saw. We have fun here. after that? 4 more nails. There's 4 more planks. So I won't be able to get a full roof up, but we'll get close enough. Most importantly, we have a roof directly over where we stand when we're going to go to sleep, right here. So we won't get rained on anymore. Bare minimum accomplished. That's what we do here. Sometimes we just do the bare minimum. Sometimes it's all we need. Alright, I'm going to sleep again because I didn't get a full night's sleep. Alright. Boy, howdy do I know how that feels. Plenty of, geez, I think I only got about 4 hours last night myself. But that is the power of uppers. I don't have to worry about not getting enough sleep. As long as I pump enough chemicals in my body, then I'm good to go. Boy, howdy, I'd hope that doesn't come back and hit me 2 years from now. Spoiler alert, it probably will. Alright, so we've got half of this 60 fry left. So I'm also going to take one of these 30 salads with me. And that'll be food for a day. 60 hunger for a day, generally speaking. We've already fed ourselves for some of that 60 hunger, so. Wrong button. We're putting on the armor, not the bunny ears. I wear the bunny ears when I don't want to be uncomfortable. But when we need to be protected, we wear the helmet. I can't wait for NPCs to be a thing, and for me to need to feel compelled to wear bulletproof armor in unknown territory. Because if NPCs have a chance to be like, God forbid, the devs of this game add snipers. Their thing mentioned in the lore, snipers just randomly hitting civilian targets of all things. Yeah. The devs have added the mechanics for it. We've got our ghillie suits. We've got our long range rifles. It's probably coming. Speaking of else, things that are coming. Fucking boat. Now, I actually don't have a lot of water left right now. So that needs to be a priority. We need to either get water from the gun shop here, or we need to go make a trip back to the house. In fact, I'm going to do that before getting busy fighting zombies, because I do think we've reached a point where we can actually sneak in and observe a little bit of the interior. I'm willing to bet that there's still a fair bit of zombie here. What do we have up top here? Close quarters combat, that's probably what. How about a bathroom? Hell yeah. Like somebody was to live here. Ooh, hotties. Hell yeah. Sewing kit. Cool. I take those rare resources called buttons that we cannot make for ourselves. Likely as an oversight, but still. The principle of the thing. Painkillers. Always yes. Hey, we got a juice box. I'll have a juice box. Why not? Cereal maple syrup. Marinara. It's a cooking utensil. I could actually use that. Some things to spice up my recipes. Sound of a woman screaming. I've never been more desensitized to it than after playing this game. Don't take that too far out of context. It's just in video games. What's in here, I wonder? Somebody's office full of office crap. Now, what would have been cool to find in here that I'm not gonna find would be a key to the joint. But we have blown all of our chances to find a key to the joint. Orange light bulb, of all things. Absolutely. I don't even know if I have one yet. An entire liter of cow's milk found in the trash that's likely been in there for an entire year. Sure. Yeah, let's use that to cook with. What could possibly go wrong? Alright, what do we have in here? A locked door, that's what we have. Hardly a surprise. Alright, is there something I can do about these guys? Not too far away. She plays ball, though. Now, this one up here, actually, both of these ones. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to use firearms if they don't get close. Okay, so she was so close. She was so close to the fence that she pushed instead of poked. Oops. I guess we're going around and killing her then. Bit of a doof moment. No need to sharpen anything right now. Now, I am a proud owner of a sledgehammer. Therefore, I do not need to let walls or doors tell me what to do. We're gonna sledge shamelessly and directly. Always keep a sledgehammer somewhere if you're going to go somewhere. Since I learned that there are buildings that literally cannot be entered without one. Yeah. Looking at you, Stendo. Hang on a second. This is not a very secure door. Apparently I can disassemble it with carpentry. Okay. Cool. So I don't know, I've never been to this place before, so I don't know what we're going to see when we bust open a hole in the wall right here. 50 zombies. No, we're good. Actually, a kitchen that we cannot enter. We literally have to sledge another hole. So we're checkmated here because we cannot pick up this table because there's a coffee machine on it. And we cannot pick up the coffee machine because we can't reach it. So you would think we could just jump in and jump over that table. No. No, that's not how Project Zomboid works. Not, perhaps it shouldn't be too big of a surprise. We have handled anything that would have been in here. I do have the feeling that I'm going to need the sledgehammer again, so I'm going to leave it right there for now. Just going to take a peek for coffee, really. Some of this canned food and whatnot, I'm probably just going to leave here. Not like here, but hey, look, another container of vinegar. It's like so much vinegar that I don't have that I could use, and then all of a sudden I've got more than I expected to ever have. Alright, so look at that, coffee and honey. Cool. We can make coffee out here now. Well, actually, when we need a... There it is. We got a mug. We got a mug. We can actually make coffee now. Beautiful. We have two. We have got 2 coffees now. Fantastic. Got 3 coffees now. Now, normally I hate these little containers because they look like bookshelves. But if they're going to give us free coffee, sure, why not? So I'm hearing some mouth breathing there. They're not making the aggro sounds yet. Probably big yet. Do I need it? No. Do I want it? Kinda. But it's also too heavy for me. I need to be able to pick up 30 encumbrance if I want to pick up the... Normally I wouldn't care about something like that, but I can put it in my offhand. That's a lot of coffee. For a gun store, I wasn't expecting to come away with that much coffee, but okay. Threaten me with a good time, why don't you? Food dispenser here. I'm going to put all the coffee supplies we just picked up in here. Actually, I'm going to put most of my food stuffs in here that is not stuff I'm going to carry with me right now. I don't have enough room for that, not even slightly. Oh, the trunk itself is full. Okay, that did feel a little weird. Look at that. I brought a hauler that I don't have any room in. That's okay. Most of the stuff that's in here needed to come with us down to West Point anyway. So we've got the trailer. And worst case scenario, we'll stage for hand carry and whatnot. Like I was saying, a lot of the stuff we're carrying in our backpack right now is a lot of it's just going to get left here, like the canned food and whatnot. This guy's corpse. Alright, so all that non-perishable stuff I just picked up. the exception of the stuff that's immediately relevant, like that coffee. Into the garbage bag it goes. I don't know if I'm going to even need these rags anymore, but I'm going to put them in the bag of stuff that's probably going to stay here. Bag here. Okay, so I need to come back to that at some point. Convey it back to the base here. We've been getting a steady stream of them coming around that corner there, so we're gonna do basically the same thing we did yesterday. We're gonna kill this guy with the gun. And we're going to see what that brings down on us. While we wait to see what that brings down on us, we'll have a bite to eat. I may have overestimated this place. Like I said, people rightly consider it a large POI, but that may have been for early game estimates, maybe. I mean, it is big. I mean, this is a big POI, just in terms of real estate. My ammo count, I didn't even check. 6, and this one, we're good. 5. A lot of slow-bees. That's okay. Damn it. Oops. So I can do this. One. Now, if he's going to be that far away, then okay. We do have quite a few of them on this side of the fence, it seems. If I wanted to do anything about it... She ragdolled, so we're gonna reload. And now kill her. Once again, ragdolled. If the zombie ragdolls, I'm gonna wait until they get into their standing up animation. Because when they're ragdolled, they are very shit to target. Do we have a fence fairy here? Yep, she's stuck in the fence. Nope, I'm not bothering with it. Oh, now she wants to get up, okay. 4 shots, waste of fucking ammo. At least this guy's gonna get up. He's not gonna become one with the fence. Should never need 3M9 shots for a single zombie. I feel like I've wasted ammo when I do that. But at this point, we're either wasting time or ammo. Because it's time to wait for them to go around or go in there and kill them. Or ammo. They don't want to play ball. Well, speaking of not playing ball. Damn it. He looks so close, but... Alright, you know what? We're just going to deal with him on the other side here. Normally I'd be terrified to fight this close to a forest where they could all just come spilling out of anywhere, but we're okay. Always down for that one shot. I think we caught all of them. I think. If there's any we missed, they would have to go all the way around that fence. And then they'll show up here. That's what they have to do if they want to get to us from outside of the fence. I can see why the Indie Stone is trying to make bendable fences. Shit, or get off the pot already on that. Easy. Hello. Ooh, that frightened me. If he had a direct line to me, that would have been pretty terrifying. Okay, we're good. I never even considered to look in these tents. Very rare. They probably have anything of good value, but... Ooh. I don't know if I have a shirt in urban camo. So, what we're looking at here are chests that actually have things in them. Why? Because this is a military-adjacent loot table in this particular tent. And I'm guessing maybe even these crates, and maybe even that weapons locker there. So, look at this. A bulky military container with nothing in it. What a surprise. If I had a nickel every time that happened. Oh wait, those weren't my shears. Whatever. No M16s. Ready? I'm gonna just drop everything I find on the floor and sort through it there. As expected, no M16s. This is one of might have only been the only place we can find it. I don't expect the interior to be military loot tables. This tent was a military loot table. I can just tell by looking at it. Sadly. Alright, a couple of empty M9 magazines. Look at that. 2 more M16 magazines. A box of 9mm. That's actually pretty cool. The ammo is unquestionable. I'll take all of that. Now these... Taking the ammo out of these shotguns. See, at this point, I don't need more shotguns. I have more than I'll ever know what to do with. I don't need more M9s. I have more than I ever know what to do with. I'm not saying that I'm going to leave them here, but these are very low priority at the moment. To such an extent that I'm going to put the guns themselves into separate containers from the loot, and the loot, or I'm sorry, everything else really. Like the guns are literally low priority at this point because we have so many of them. I'm not even taking holsters at this point. So, taking out one of the garbage bags, and we're going to put just guns and accessories into this garbage bag, and then just kind of set it aside. And if we have room for it, we'll bring it. If we don't, I'll leave it in the, I'll leave it in my base here. A little one that I built. So then if I ever do need it, it's very easily accessible. Come over here to take a seat. Chris Hansen, CBS News. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. I believe in you. Mine reload yet? 2. Really? Musical chairs. What have I got? 1 round left? I'm about to have none round left. Damn it. You're so close, pal. Switch to your sidearm. It's faster than reloading. Speaking of, I'm out of 9. Empties go into the trunk bear as opposed to a bag. Right, there's 3 more mags. That'll do. I honestly don't expect to come across too many more zombies now. I mean, it kind of feels like we wiped them out. If we hadn't, I have a feeling we would have seen more by now. So, we are beginning the process of bringing loot back with us. As part of that process, I'm going to go inside and put things into garbage bags and bring the garbage bags outside. Leave them by the side of the road. Because the van is full right now. We brought way too much with us. So I might as well just close that. Of course, I left the engine running. When do I not? Alright, CQC time, let's go. I love that the game has the dignity to tell me whether maggots have been cooked or not. Because that really fucking makes a difference. Hey, would you like to eat some maggots? No. Would you like to eat some maggots if they're cooked? Also no. But thanks Andy Stone, for letting me know that I can cook my maggots and make them no different at all, whatsoever. They're still filthy and disease-ridden, and don't eat them, ever. Look at this. They machine their own guns here. It's actually pretty cool. There's a gun store literally about 400 feet from where I live. They do their own machining as well. I've never actually bought from them yet. I've been meaning to, but, you know, I'm an apartment dweller. Even though I have firearms insurance, I'm not going to be going nuts buying guns as an apartment, not an owner, sorry, renter. I'm an apartment renter. I don't have a lot of room here for more guns. If I did, I'd probably have more, but I mean, what I've got is enough. Any more than that is just superfluous at this point. I need a bigger apartment. Okay, unfortunately not much in here. I hear groaning. See that right there? That is an asshole. That's an asshole. Decided not to make any noise other than a little bit of mouth breathing. Alright, here's the main sales floor. This is where most of the loot's going to be. But we're not looking at loot yet. We're clearing zombies. So I'm willing to guess that... Of course, locked. Not surprised. What's the difference between these shelves? Oh, this isn't gun store loot. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm willing to guess that the gun store loot that we want is behind the jail wall there. The lockup, as it were. Literally 90% of this stuff I don't need. I'll take some water purification tablets because they're useful, but now a canteen, I always forget about this. Canteens are actually really useful because you can boil water in them. Yeah, Boy Scout, didn't know that, because I always carry a pot with me. So I never really like I own a canteen. I just haven't used it much. I like Nalgene bottles personally. All of my my IRL survival kits, Nalgene bottles. Which, I mean, you know, they're hard plastic basically. They weigh less than anything metal. But now I do have a I do have one canteen. I just never really considered ever trying to boil through it. It just didn't, like, I look at it and I don't think, oh yeah, I can boil in that. The metal is so thin that I'm just like, well, I guess that's what it was designed for. But because I never had to use it that way, I never really thought about it that way. Oh look, we got Spiffo out here. Now, Spiffo is running from something. Does that mean we have friends over here? It might have just been running from me. Okay. I would run from me too if I was a raccoon. There's nothing more impressive than opening one of these lockers and finding nothing but a single unit of nails in it. At least it's better than these. These, none units of nails, none units of anything in them. Welding rods, I'm taking all of those. Now, that being said, we are here for ammo. Pretty much all I care about is ammo right now. So a lot of what I'm picking up is probably going to get tossed somewhere in one of those garbage bags, possibly not even brought with us. But I will do myself the service of collecting it, at least. I'm going to sift through this crap and find what's useful, and everything else can go onto a garbage bag somewhere. So the way I see it is, if it's potentially useful, it will at least come out of this place and into my nearby loot drop that I've established. Field base / loot drop / whatever the hell else. Okay, every container in this room except for the lockup has been emptied. And my backpack is now full, so make of that what you will. Okay, so none of those doors were locked to begin with. None of this place was never locked to begin with. I guess there isn't much of a point in locking it when you've got these big, bold windows right here, so. I just picked up a tent. What color is it? That actually does matter to me, what color these tents are. I think this is a green one. Yes, okay. So having a tent and a sleeping bag is neat, but that's a cheap one. Sleeping bag, high quality. I don't even know if I have a high quality one yet, but now I do. Okay, I am carrying too much stuff. We're doing a loot dump. I can just drive the van all the way inside. I only just realized that. It's a shame I can't fit anything in the van right now. I am a hardcore hoarder. It is very difficult for me to say no to stuff that looks cool. Especially stuff like welding rods. I've been collecting those because they're finite. Good luck finding more when the time comes. I need to stop being so discerning. There's no point. One of these boxes of nails is staying with me, the other one's going in here. That's all I needed to do in terms of discernment. The ammo needs to be separate completely, so that's okay to leave it like that. I no longer have any loose guns, so I do want to keep that separate. So basically the guns go here and the funds go here. Works for me. Okay, you know what? I have an idea. I want to make use of this van. I don't need to be carrying around all of these things in the trunk. I'm just going to drop them on the floor right here. Because I'm going to come back here. That's not even a question. Okay, so now what I do, I'm going to put boxes of ammo directly into the trunk. Stage these for hand carry, actually. Perfect. This duffel bag and garbage bag is a full military backpack, so that's a staged for hand carry already. Now it's a bit presumptive to think about hand carry when there's all that on the floor. Let's put that box of nails in the driver's seat. Okay. Ammo is going directly into the passenger seat now. Or sorry, into the trunk. Ammo, magazines, not guns, not yet. Ammo is what I need, is most important to me right now. Therefore, ammo is what is going to go directly into the trunk. And because we're looting a gun store, it behooves me to take all of my boxes and all of my cartons and just keep them together. So, unfortunately, as organized as these bags were, I'm now going to unorganize them. The guns stay. The guns stay, yes. So do the bombs. Okay. Now, why do I put all of the ammo directly into the trunk? Multiple reasons, but the most pertinent is to be able to see exactly how many boxes of different types of ammo I have. Because this helped me a lot clearing out stendos. I was able to turn quite a few boxes into cartons. For example, the shotgun, we've got 9. 3 more boxes of shotgun, there's another carton. And it becomes easier to transport once it's in a carton, so... Okay. So now I can just do this. A little bit dangerous, but, okay, very bit dangerous. I'm not just driving straight into darkness here. But yeah, we can just, we can literally drive right into the sales floor. I didn't even think about this before, but yeah. Believe it or not, I've seen many, many, many gun stores leave fully loaded magazines on display shelves. I don't know how often that happens IRL, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to happen all the time. Hello, Karen. You're being removed from the building. Sorry. Guns Unlimited is now closed. Okay, so all these are gun... Okay, cool. Real talk, I might just camp here tonight. They put a place to sleep right in front of me. With the whatchamacallit, the tent and the camping, the sleeping bags. What kind of tent is this? Just a regular tent, looks like. He just flipped into the window. Okay. Now, if I am going to sleep somewhere inside here, it's going to be behind a door of some kind. That is my bare minimum for sleeping somewhere, is that it must be behind a door. Doesn't have to be a special door, but a door. This works. This is where we sleep tonight. Okay. No, that's not where we sleep tonight. We can't do that. The tent is too fucking big. How about the bathroom? Nope. The tent is too fucking big. That's actually really funny. That is really funny. Shit. Well, I'm gonna get rid of this tent. It's too big. Now, if I sleep in the sleeping bag without the tent, it's kind of miserable. Now, this side of the building is not very, like, not cleared at all. Yeah, as expected, there's quite a few zombies over here. We're not getting into a contracted fight here. We'll kill whoever's in front of us and back up afterwards. Okay, backing up. I have an idea. This place is not behind closed doors, technically speaking, so I cannot... Yeah, all of these are... Actually, this would work. Yeah, this would actually work. That is just big enough. Found our sleeping spot for tonight. Alright. Alright, it is behind a closed door, and it is away from zombies. We have a place to sleep. It's actually big enough for the tent. Barely. Let's move this fucking box. These tents are bigger than they look, really. I could deploy... I have a tent in my closet. I could probably deploy it in my living room. The living room is not that big. But the game is not showing us any personal size tents. Like, all these tents are like doubles. Why are you going over there? Girl, just deploy it from here. Otherwise you're going to get yourself stuck. She's going to get stuck. God damn it, she's stuck. This game can do some stupid shit sometimes. Sometimes. This game can do some stupid shit a lot. Yeah, I'm moving stuff so I can deploy a tent, so I can sleep. I'm already 30 minutes past my bedtime here. Utterly embarrassing. 40. Okay. Silly problems have been solved. Sleeping bag gets deployed and put in there. This will get us a average quality of sleep. Average, yep. Not entirely unsurprising. There's a lot of bathrooms in this place. Okay, I've had a bunch of ammo in my inventory this whole time. I do need to get that out of the way. Listen to that misery. I feel it. I do. All right, as a part of our midnight activity, we're gonna bust out some of these internal walls. If there's no doors blocking our way, we shouldn't be going all the way around like this. It's a waste of our fucking time. For me to call something a waste of time, that's how you know it's really bad, because, man, do I know how to waste some time. Alright, we take off the coat of plates, the helmets, the bone choker, because our girl will not be miserable. She will have an average night's sleep in here. Prepare yourselves for averageness. Oh, man. Speaking of average, I left my fucking flashlight on all night. I'm an actual literal doofus. What else is new, though? Thankfully, I did find a bunch of batteries just laying around in here, so that's useful. Gonna need them. Where did I leave those batteries? It was in here. Staging one in my Alice kit. Alright, so if I destroy this wall here, that's a shortcut to my place where I was going to sleep, except this fucking table's in the way. Now I cannot do a third sledging without getting muscle strains, so we're going to leave this here. We're going to resume what we were doing. I really hate the fact that you cannot sledge more than 2 things in a row without getting muscle strain in the red. If it was just yellow muscle strain, I can handle it. But red, suddenly I'm combat ineffective to a very bad degree. Okay, most attachments I'm ignoring for the moment. I will, however, take tritium sights. Just because I have actually, those are so useful that I've already used up the ones I've found. Boy, Guns Unlimited is treating me nice already. I really should be magazine checking all of these. That's a lot of magazines to check. Okay, I'm capable of sleeping again. I'm gonna go ahead and get to sleep. We've got a lot more of that looting stuff to do. But if I sleep now, then that fast forwards the time so that I don't have to do this quite as much in the dark. Turning off the flashlight this time. So this is not going to get us a full night's sleep. Yeah, we woke up. Oh, you know what? I put the armor on like a doofus. So we just lost some happies. Typical doofus stuff. Anyway, sledgehammer, where did I leave it? On the floor right here. Time to bust this door and then, for my second sledging. Make this place even easier to navigate. Don't know where I'll need the sledgehammer next, so I'm gonna leave it in front of the van for now. Thought I heard the sound of a zombie smacking something. A whole ass carton of 45. Boys, we're eating good. We're eating good with the big iron. Finding an entire